You heard from him a little earlier, our correspondent Carl Dinnan. A British monarch meeting nationalist political leaders would have been inconceivable just over a decade ago. But it comes after the Queen made history, shaking the hand of the former IRA commander Martin McGuinness in Belfast a decade ago. A 4-minute moment that offered so much hope after the Troubles. So how is the monarchy viewed now in this moment of mourning and this time of change? Rupert Evelyn is in Belfast to find out.
In a nation rift with both historic and contemporary division, opinions on the monarchy are polarising. This is the Unionist Shankill Road. You can feel a natural warmth and affection for the royal family. The death of the Queen a moment to mourn, and the arrival of a new king a moment for those here to reflect on their place in a united kingdom.
She was Queen when I was born, and I never knew any other Queen, you know, and she just was a lovely lady.
She was amazing, and she was just the Queen, and I thought maybe that she would live forever.
She knew how to work politicians to a degree, didn't she?
She knew how to guide them. Yeah. And that's all she could really do. She couldn't get really involved in politics, but with the wisdom and experience she had, she guided politicians right up till the last day of her life.
But there are many who see it differently. The passing of a watchful monarch, a head of state, is a reminder of subservience to a nation they do not wish to be a part of, highlighting the divisions that reach back generations. To understand Charles's role in Northern Ireland means travelling to the Republic of Ireland and the scene of one of the now King's darkest days.
In August 1979, my much-loved great-uncle Lord Mountbatten was killed alongside his young grandson and my godson Nicholas and his friend Paul Maxwell. At the time, I could not imagine how we would come to terms with the anguish of such a deep loss, since for me, Lord Mountbatten represented the grandfather I never had.
That speech on a visit to Ireland in 2015 gave some insight into his loss. The public royal revealed more, perhaps, in his private conversations.
He certainly devoted a fair bit of time to talking about the events of '79, and was definitely deeply moved by the whole event.
Peter McHugh was a witness to the bombing, helping to pull casualties out of the water. He believes that King Charles's emotional attachment to the North and the South is invaluable. He must have placed value on this island of Ireland.
I don't think there's any doubt about that. I don't think there's a shadow of a doubt, but that he has a special regard for Ireland. And he's made that quite clear on his visit to Mullaghmore initially, and then his many visits subsequently. So I think it'll have a positive effect.
It's clear that Charles's personal connection to the island of Ireland has a deep scar. No wound like that ever entirely disappears, but over time it does heal. And when he visited here, it was apparent from the words that he used that his connection has given him an insight into what it's like to be a victim of the conflict in the north. Back on the other side of the border, and a contrasting perspective. In the Republican areas, history records the people's struggle against a union they do not want. The peace process changed this landscape for the better. But that's not to say the struggle for those who want a united Ireland is over. It's striking, of course, that when King Charles comes to Northern Ireland, he won't be universally welcomed. There is still so much division here. Few places exemplify that more than Derry.
I don't know anybody around here who would have had a personal animosity towards the Queen, not at all. Nevertheless, there was a lot of animosity towards what she was perceived as representing in an area like this.
Eamon McCann lives on the Bogside in Londonderry. Opposed to monarchy, he'd like to see a socialist Ireland. Do you welcome?
Oh, I absolutely do not welcome King Charles III to the Bogside or to Derry, and indeed I wouldn't welcome King Charles to anywhere in the world. I'm against monarchy. I think they represent, the monarchy is at the apex of a divided and grotesquely unfair system.
And the monarchy plays a role in symbolically powerful moments. When the Queen visited Dublin and spoke in Irish, then President Mary McAleese could be seen to say wow. A year later, she briefly shook hands with former IRA leader and Republican politician Martin McGuinness. Ella Griffin was there working in Belfast's Lyric Theatre that day.
That moment where you see like the Queen shaking hands with a Republican, and both of them have agreed to it, and you have everyone kind of goes like a nervousness, but a very excited kind of moment of relief that potentially that could mean that going forward, something as terrible as the Troubles won't hopefully happen again.
Of course, the Northern Ireland of today has its political divisions. The Queen ruled over seismic troubles and change. King Charles may perhaps hope for gentler times for his subjects, whether or not he has their support.
Let's take you live now to Hillsborough Castle and join UTV's political editor Tracy McGee. We can't stress enough how important, how significant this visit from the new king is today.
Absolutely, great excitement here in Hillsborough, the crowd waiting for the King to arrive. Of course, King Charles is no stranger to Hillsborough, no stranger to Northern Ireland. He's been here 39 times, but this, his 40th visit, will be his first as King. As you say, it's a very historic day, but this is Northern Ireland. As we've been hearing, it is full of political overtones. So today, what we will see will be Sinn Fein, the largest nationalist party here in Northern Ireland, taking a prominent role in the proceedings. Speaker Alex Maskey, a self-proclaimed Republican activist, and Michelle O'Neill, the First Minister designate, will be there greeting the King. All of this made possible because of the work of the late Queen in building bridges, in reaching out to promote reconciliation. I spoke to some of the politicians as they arrived today for their audience. Spoke to the leader of the DUP, the largest unionist party, Sir Geoffrey Donaldson, and the nationalist SDLP. Here's their reflections.
I think today is a very significant and historic day. We have the new monarch, the new king, King Charles III, visiting Northern Ireland just literally days after he has ascended to the throne. And I think that is a very clear sign of his affection for Northern Ireland and his desire to see the people of Northern Ireland flourish. And I think that he will continue the vital work that Her Majesty carried out in promoting reconciliation and forward movement in Northern Ireland.
Another interpretation, though, could be that the King recognises that the Union itself is being assailed at many levels.
Well, of course, there is the politics in all of this, but the monarchy is above the politics, and I think that the King recognises that the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, we've heard that many times, that Northern Ireland is an integral part of the nation over which he is head of state.
Well, it's true to say that I'm not a monarchist. I don't believe in monarchy in the abstract, but there's no contradiction between I feel like not being a supporter of the monarchy, but also being respectful of the British and Unionist tradition on this island and their allegiance to and affection for the monarchy. The truth is, in 1998, we signed up to an approach to how we to this island in which we respect one another's aspirations and traditions. So we do have to stretch ourselves. We do have to reach outside our comfortable allegiances and show that the Ireland that we want to build, for those of us who want a constitutional change in Ireland, will not just tolerate or accommodate Britishness, but celebrate it.
Tracy, I've spent a lot of time over the past few days at Buckingham Palace, where people there are free to come and go as they please, as they pay their respects, as they have seen a glimpse of the new king, as they have laid flowers. But you have experienced a different level of security at Hillsborough Castle.
That's right. Here in Northern Ireland, of course, they're very mindful of security. For a long time, the Queen didn't even come to Northern Ireland, such was the security risk. So people coming in to lay flowers just here at Hillsborough Castle, and even the people that have gathered here at the crowd barrier to greet the King, they have gone through airport security. They have been searched before they are able to come into the precincts of Hillsborough Castle. That said, this is a completely different trip to what we have seen in the past. Normally, for any sort of royal visit, there are no details given to the media, even until the night before. This is different. People are being told about the route the King will take, where they need to stand if they want to catch a glimpse of King Charles and the Queen Consort Camilla as they go past. That is very different, and I have to say that too is an indication of the change of tone that there has been in regard to the Crown in recent years.
Tracy, for now, thank you very much. Carl, just picking up there on Tracy's point, even this, the talk of security and the details that are being given on this historic day, noting this real change in what is happening in 2022.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Northern Ireland has changed beyond all recognition from some of the dark days that we saw during the late Queen's reign, when dignitaries couldn't even drive through Northern Ireland. In fact, I understand the Queen's first ever helicopter ride was on a trip to Northern Ireland when she had to fly to Hillsborough Castle because it was deemed too dangerous to go by road. So that has changed. It doesn't mean there aren't still security concerns there, especially given that there are still people who would choose violence as their way of opposing Northern Ireland's place within the United Kingdom and all that the monarch represents within that. But it is a minority occupation. It is a very small group of people, and it is nothing like what it used to be when Sinn Fein, of course, which is now the biggest party in the Northern Ireland Assembly, was part of a violent organisation that wanted to kill anyone who represented the British establishment. And today, I mean, just to show how much things have changed, I think the King will probably meet more politicians from Sinn Fein today than he will any other party, and that itself speaks volumes.
Imagine saying that just a few years ago. Carl, thank you. Just looking at pictures there of Hillsborough Castle, where we are expecting King Charles III to arrive in the next 5 or 6 minutes or so with the Queen Consort, where those crowds are waiting patiently, having gone through those heightened security checks in Northern Ireland that we haven't seen as yet in London during this period of official mourning, waiting patiently there for the arrival, which, as I say, should be in the next 5 or so minutes. Jonathan Dimbleby, we know, you know, of course, that Prince Charles, as was, went to Northern Ireland on many an occasion. I think 39, 40 visits he paid there. This will be very different. This time, for the first time, he is going as monarch.
Yes, of course, it's very different because he is in the new role, but his engagement with Northern Ireland and with the island of Ireland does go back a long way. You spoke quite rightly, and the very good report that we saw talked of the Queen's role, and specifically after the Good Friday Agreement, after the settlement, of going in 2011 and that meeting and the speech, and everyone judging that it would be quite impossible for that proper reconciliation to happen without the Queen being there. It sort of was decisive, and if you talk to people around government, no one else could have done it, they say, and also she was absolutely instrumental in the major speech of reconciliation there. It wasn't a government-written speech. It came from the palace. It's a very important fact. She was only going to go if it would make a real difference, and it did. 2015, then Prince Charles met Gerry Adams, the first time that a member of the royal family had met. He was president of Sinn Fein till recently. He was widely thought to be a leading figure in the IRA, although he denied it. There you can see Gerry Adams talking there to the Prince, shaking hands, and subsequently at the same meeting he spoke to Martin McGuinness, as the Queen had done in 2012. And actually, it is said, and I have reason to believe it's true, he forged a very good understanding with Martin McGuinness. And yet you have to remember the pain, he touched on it in that interview we saw, the depth of pain from his diaries, which I saw that were written after Mountbatten's murder. so intense. He was everything to him. He trusted him. He was the guiding star, his lodestar, as well as his grandfather. And sometimes he even thought of him as his father, because his father was away so much. It was passionate. And to overcome that, and I know, to overcome that, to do what he thought to be his public duty was very important. He then has forged subsequently a good relationship with both communities in Northern Ireland. That's the, I imagine that's the car on its way in. No others are around it for the moment. No police escort, if that is the car, which is quite surprising. Anyway.
Well, we can see the Royal Standard, can't we,
Yeah.
on the side of the car.
Well, you can. Your eyes are better than mine.
Catherine, I mean, it is that moment, the moment that Prince Charles's was, heard about Lord Mountbatten's death, that surely will have to be in his mind when he is greeted by the Northern Assembly Speaker, when he delivers Alex Maskey those words of condolence from the Northern Ireland Assembly.
Absolutely. I mean, I remember I covered Northern Ireland for decades, and I remember Alex Maskey in his previous roles, first Sinn Fein Lord Mayor of Belfast, for example, but also someone very much associated with the Republican movement, a leader of the Republican movement. And I also was thinking both about that Tony Blair quote yesterday, I thought about it, the Hand of History quote, when Charles, in his speech as king to Westminster, in Westminster Hall, talked about the weight of history. And he will be feeling the weight of history today. Jonathan mentions the diaries that he wrote after Mountbatten's murder. He actually talked about wanting to die, as I recall.
He did exactly say that. I thought I wouldn't. I mean, it was written as a young man in deep passion and incredible pain.
Yes.
It was
and
terrible.
saying that Mountbatten was not only his great uncle, which he literally was, but that he was his grandfather, his father, his brother, his friend. There was this whole string of words to try. He was groping to try and explain why it mattered so much to him. But I think, you know, arriving as king, the reports have talked about sectarianism and shown a little bit of the remains of sectarianism in Northern Ireland, which is still very much a factor. And that sectarianism expressed itself through symbols. And one of the things that was so interesting was you always knew whether you were in a loyalist or a Republican part of town through those symbols. So if you were in a loyalist part of town, it was in red, white and blue paving stones. It would, of course, be the Irish colours if you were in a Republican area. And the Queen's image, the number of times I sat with loyalists who were talking about their own sort of violence and their own belief in the need for some kind of armed struggle underneath a portrait of the Queen. And yet here he is coming to try and unify, to try and further peace at a time, by the way, of enormous division, where the power sharing agreement has not been working and where there are new causes of division, obviously the post-Brexit trade arrangements. So it's a really interesting time.
Yeah, we're just looking at those pictures as he approaches that moment of arriving at Hillsborough Castle, the streets there on the approach. I think he's about a minute or so away now.
Yeah, I can tell you he's driving along Lisburn Street and is about to turn up the hill towards the castle in Hillsborough, up the main street in Hillsborough.
And you can see there the Union flags being fluttered by the people, many of those people who are waiting and have now seen their first glimpse. Let's have a listen in. Just seeing an incredible reception there for the new king and the Queen Consort. The cheers, the waving, a moment of joy, the hip, hip, hooray, as he steps out of the car to greet some of these people who've been waiting patiently. Let's hear from them. Goodness, what a moment we are witnessing. The sheer joy and surprise, I think, on the faces of some of those school children who are not in school today but simply can't believe that they have had a handshake from the new king.
We have to be very careful, I think, about this. There is no doubt, as you've just described it, there is a huge warmth of feeling here. But this is not like London. This is Northern Ireland, as we've been touching on it before, and there will be many others who will not be cheering in applause, not because they have any personal aversion to him personally, but what he represents, and who will see this as a display of unionist sentiment, as well as regard for him and the hope that he is able to fulfill a good job in a very divided society. You have Northern Ireland, you have passionate unionists. You have Protestants who are passionately unionist. You have some in the middle of the road, represented sometimes by different parties. You have nationalists who aren't as intensely Republican as others. And you have very strong Republican feelings, as we heard from Eamon McCann, who incidentally, you remember that figure saying, "I'm socialist and I don't welcome the king here." He was one of those who led the Civil Rights March in 1969, where they were stopped on a bridge called Burntollet Bridge, and it led to, many people think, the eruption of the Troubles that those of us who were in Northern Ireland in the early 70s realised impossible for the monarch to go there.
Well, also picking up on that, of course, we then had Bloody Sunday 1972, and the parachute regiment were responsible for that, and Prince Charles, now King, was and is the Colonel-in-Chief of the parachute regiment, and that has made him, for many nationalists and Republicans, a controversial, if not even for some, a hated figure. Not that he, of course, had anything to do with the events on that day, but the symbolism of him as Colonel-in-Chief of that particular regiment.
And that's why, isn't it, that the Queen's visit in 2011 was so important in uniting in amity North and South, for defining the struggle that there continues to be as a political one rather than everyone hopes a military one. And he, of course, as Prince of Wales, was here a great deal, as you said earlier, 40 visits or so. Many of those were to deal and to work with his organisations and charities in Northern Ireland, notably the Prince's Trust, which works both sides of the communities. And people in the nationalist community know that full well. And one can elaborate on that at great length. But it's just a sort of note, as we've all, I think, agreed, that you shouldn't read too much into the real affection and his real gratitude for this affection that's being shown.
And that's the thing, isn't it? Right here, right now, that is the part of Northern Ireland that we were seeing for those people who they were determined to be here today. They are now being rewarded with this moment, meeting the King. Let's see if we can hear a little bit more of what's happening there on the ground at Hillsborough Castle. If we take it back just a moment to the personal rather than anything to do with the political in terms of the images that we're seeing, we have seen, haven't we, when the King has stepped out of a vehicle, out of his car with the Queen Consort to meet and greet those there to pay their respects. These are moments that we've seen over the past few days of great happiness and excitement. They are there for two reasons: to pay their respects to his late mother, but also to give their warm welcome to the King. And this is what we're seeing.
It is so interesting that you have those two parallel feelings. And some come to the surface at one point, as when we saw in Scotland yesterday, that heartrending procession up to St Giles. And then on the other hand, you have this delight, this welcome to this individual, and indeed to the King. And people's moods, we're all learning something, I think, from this. Whatever our own feelings, many cases from personal experience about loss, it is sort of sublimated in what is happening to him. And I think there's a huge well of sympathy for what he has been through very recently, the loss of his mother. We've seen the grief on his face. We saw it in Westminster. But we've also seen his genuine, because he's a warm and open person, his genuine delight when people are welcoming him. He's never been someone who says, I know I'm going to be a big cheese. He's always been quite uncertain, and in the past he's been given a very rough time, in my view, for extremely unjust reasons. He has done an enormous amount of good work, and here in a way are people saying, we know who you are. Those people there rather than know who he is. And they aren't just readers of tabloid newspapers who've been rather hostile to him from time to time. Look at that.
There's even a dog waiting to meet King Charles III, a corgi indeed.
On that personal point about now King Charles, Jonathan will know that he prefaces many of his speeches with some kind of self-deprecatory remark, about how people are going to be bored listening to him, that you don't want to see him, and it's a genuine, authentic thing that he goes into every room expecting people not to want to see him.
He does it in private too, with a not formal guarantee. If you don't mind me saying so, is his phrase. And of course, no one minds it, and he's going to go on to say it, but it's not quite the point. It is self-deprecating, as you say.
How surprising. I think he's not sticking to the script right now, because I think he's taking longer on this walkabout than was in the schedule. And as you know, as we all know, the royal schedules are extremely tight. He's not sticking that. He's staying there.
His staff have always been frustrated by his ability to delay schedules in exactly this kind of situation, not on the same scale and not of the same significance. He would break away from what they call the chain gang, i.e. the officials who are bemeddled, and go away and talk to real people.
And just to say, as the couple look at the flowers there that have been laid at Hillsborough Castle, any notes attached, any tributes paid by well-wishers there at Hillsborough Castle in Northern Ireland, they will be sent, as they will from Balmoral, from Edinburgh, from around the country, to Buckingham Palace in the days to come. So the entire royal family can read all of those messages that have been hand-delivered by so very many people across the UK. Incredible September sunshine for this incredibly important visit there by the new king to Hillsborough Castle. Catherine, yet more cheers of God Save the King. We are getting used to that now, aren't we?
Yes, I mean, obviously a lot of us in the first days were stumbling over his new title, but it's a role that he is now several days into, and it is there in front of us on our screens. And he, I mean, you talked before about grief and about the personal here. This has always been a very strange tension in this process, that he would have to be grieving at exactly the point where he assumed the mantle of kingship. And as somebody who myself, you know, has suffered a lot of loss recently, I know that those first days of grief can be very numbing. Sorry, Elle.
Another gun salute at Hillsborough Castle after the one we heard just a couple of days ago, when as part of the proclamations, the King was declared King officially at Hillsborough Castle, where the new monarch is now heading for this first official stop on his tour of Northern Ireland. Watching the King's arrival at Hillsborough Castle, and the reaction there from those waiting crowds was Tracy McGee. Tracy, what an afternoon for the new King. What a greeting.
Absolute ecstasy as the King arrived. When he got out of the car and started to do his walkabout, the crowd just took off. Applause, shouts of God Save the King. People so happy to see the King and to speak to him. We can hear the gun salute now as King Charles has actually gone into Hillsborough Castle. The Royal Standard is now flying over the castle. It has to be said, and to pick up at a point that Jonathan made, most of the people here, I'd say the overwhelming majority of people here, would be from the Unionist population. For them, meeting the King is a huge honour. The crown is held with deep affection, and so for them, a chance meeting, to be in the right place at the right time, to meet the King, to shake his hand, to wish him luck, will be a real moment that they will talk about forever.
Tracy, and of course it's been a long time since they've had a visit from a monarch. The Queen was there, as we've been saying, in 2016. She visited the Giant's Causeway. She was due there just last year in October, but that was one of the engagements she sadly had to pull out of because of medical advice. So this waiting for a monarch to visit Northern Ireland for those supporters of the monarchy has been a long time coming, hasn't it?
Absolutely. This town, Hillsborough, was given the title Royal Hillsborough because of its close association to the crown. And the plan had been for the Queen to come here to mark that occasion, and also to take part in a ceremony in Armagh, a cross-denominational ceremony marking the centenary of Northern Ireland. But as you say, for medical reasons, the Queen was unable to attend. So for the people of Hillsborough, this will be a real moment, an opportunity for them to host the king in what is now Royal Hillsborough. And you could tell by the atmosphere, by the excitement, just how really pleased they are to meet the king, to pass on their condolences, but also to offer their support. But again, I have to stress that these people are not wholly representative of the Northern Ireland population. For a lot of the nationalist Catholic population, today is perhaps of interest, but mostly they would be indifferent to what is going on. So we have this very clear difference between the two communities. There would be respect for the Crown, certainly there would be respect for the late Queen and the work that she carried out, but as far as the royalty, as far as the Crown itself as an institution, they would be largely unmoved by what is happening today.
Tracy, for now, thank you. Jonathan.
Just one thing to pick up on that. The King is deeply and well aware of the divisions within Northern Ireland. He will not in any way interfere directly in those, in his role. What he will seek, which is his lifelong driving passion, is harmony. If in the end that means, which is possible, Sinn Fein in the majority, quite a lot of people in the middle of the road who might think, well, reunification might be a good idea, including in the business community who don't have strong political views. If in the end that happened, he's not someone who's going to, like Canute, stand on the beach and say, my role is finished, I'm over. Not at all. He's just not like that. He knows that the tide of history has its own momentum.
Is it fair to say that of all the King's tours that we're witnessing this week, this will be the one that he and the people on his team will have viewed as the most delicate?
I think so. I think that's inevitable because they're sharply aware. They're very, very able people who are very well informed. They're sharply aware of the divisions we've been touching on. His task by going very early was simply to say, I care about all the countries that form Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the United Kingdom. And he is, in that sense, totally apolitical. In Scotland, we touched on it earlier yesterday, in Scotland, if things go towards a referendum, if they go towards, as a result of that, independence, he will be King of Scotland. Now, it would be different in Northern Ireland. If Northern Ireland were to become, these are big, big ifs, no one knows what's going to happen, to become a republic, if it were to be reunited with the South, as Republicans would like, then he won't be, obviously, King of Northern Ireland. And his relationship would become very different with what would then be a separate country and very likely a member of the European Union.
Carl, as Jonathan was saying, this visit comes at this key time where so much is up for debate and on the table in terms of the future of the United Kingdom and the future of the island of Ireland.
Yeah, the issue of the Union is a live one now in a way that it hasn't been for many years, and that is partly because of Brexit. Northern Ireland, of course, voted to stay in the European Union, and many people regret Brexit there. It's partly because of the Northern Ireland Protocol, Boris Johnson's deal for getting Brexit done, to use his phrase, which basically pushed Northern Ireland further towards the economic orbit of the Republic of Ireland and away to a degree from the rest of the United Kingdom by putting up those trade barriers. And there's another thing, actually, which is coming into play as soon as next week, when we will get the results of the latest census in Northern Ireland. And many people think it is possible that will show for the first time a Catholic majority, or a majority of people who identify themselves as Catholic, or at least in the younger age group, certainly a majority who identify themselves as Catholic, for the first time in the 100-year history of Northern Ireland. Now, that in itself does not mean that we are inevitably heading towards a so-called referendum, a so-called border poll on whether Northern Ireland joins the Republic. It doesn't mean it's close, but it does possibly mean it is getting closer. It is one of the things that the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, because it's in his gift, could look at to determine whether he thinks the time is right for a border poll. And certainly all those Sinn Fein politicians that the King is going to be meeting in Hillsborough and in Belfast today will be making that argument if that's what the census does show. So all of those things, all of those tides swirling around, means that Northern Ireland's birth within the United Kingdom is at least unsteady in a way that it hasn't been for some time. I don't actually think that the passing of the crown from one monarch to the next will particularly impact that in the way that it has been suggested in some other parts of the Commonwealth, that it might impact that. Because I think in Northern Ireland, the issue of identity is much more central to the politics, and people sort of know where they stand. And although the crown is very, very important, for different reasons on both sides, it is important as a symbol and not important in the person of the monarch themselves.
Catherine, do you agree with that assessment that it is all about the crown as opposed to the individual? So this transition we are seeing now from Queen to King will not impact the politics and the great strength of feeling going back so very many decades?
I do mostly agree with that, and I think the demographic point, I was very glad that that was made, because that's hugely important. And also, if you look at the recent elections in Northern Ireland, they not only returned a Sinn Fein majority, they also showed a drop in support for the largest unionist party. But they also interestingly showed a rise for the Alliance Party. So one of the other things you see there is an appetite to actually get on with life, get on with government, get on with peace. Because the thing not to lose sight of either is that the peace process looks fragile again, that the problem of Brexit, which everybody really understands, even if they have come at it from different viewpoints, is that it has posed challenges to what appeared to be a settled peace process. And as far as that demographic point, and my only note here of caution in terms of to what extent it matters which monarch it is, it's also a very young population, and one of the things you've seen everywhere is that where the support for King Charles is softest, and there was actually a new opinion poll today, it is softest among the young. He, not surprisingly, looks like quite an old man to them. They don't feel a connection to him. And so anywhere where
just to stop you there, Catherine, obviously for these young people at that moment, that is definitely not the case, because they are experiencing something that I mean, to see children that excited is quite difficult.
And a footnote to what Catherine's saying, that same poll, if it's the poll we're talking about, the YouGov poll,
yes,
suggests a surge generally in support for Charles as the king. Which is not to say that young people who have always had much less support, people come to the support for the monarchy. But I do think you're right, totally right. This is different in Northern Ireland. We've been saying it is quite different, and I think it's important, therefore, to recognise that he is aware of that, and he has no sense that he is, in my view, he has no sense that he is trying to hold together the Union against the inevitabilities that might occur. And I think, as Northern Ireland's correspondent, you know this in detail, but I think I'm right in saying not only the Secretary of State, if he believes, if there is evidence that there could be a majority in a referendum, he is obliged to introduce a referendum. It's not, he can't just say, well, there's now 70% in favour of a referendum, but I'm not going to do it, can he?
Well, the political pressure would be too great, obviously, in that sort of eventuality. I suspect that the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, and in actual fact, it would be the Prime Minister, really, who would make the real call on a big decision like that, would want to be very certain that the circumstances were right, because we know how divisive referendums can be. We've seen it with Brexit, we've seen it in Scotland, and goodness me, a referendum on the future of Northern Ireland has the potential to be very divisive. So it would be a decision very carefully taken.
And that's why the failure to solve the Brexit problem in relation to Northern Ireland is a dangerous running sore, because it exacerbates the sense that amongst many people in Northern Ireland, not only the irritation that there was a deal done and now it's being turned on its head, but also that trading with the EU at the moment is much more difficult. The EU is clearly making some steps, it appears, while all of this enormous events has been going on in this country. The EU has actually made what appear to be overtures towards preventing that tension that there is when trucks have to be stopped. But there is you will know this, there's a real sense that if things go wrong, that minority who are only too willing to take up a weapon could exploit a situation which you then can quite quickly get much more tension than would be, put it mildly, desirable.
Well, that is one of the risks of Northern Ireland's place within the Union seeming to be unstable for whatever reason, is that some of those people on the Loyalist side who already feel like they have given and given and given throughout the years of the peace process and the political process, they get anxious, and sometimes that does manifest itself in violence, and so it is a risk when we get this sort of instability.
The only thing I think he could possibly say, and I know no more than anyone else in this, so I'm sort of guessing, his capacity to speak in ways to try and diminish tension are very highly developed in inner city communities. He's done it. He's brought people together. Now, in this case, he would be very careful. He'd be speaking for the government, but an opportunity, effectively, rather like the late Queen did during COVID, when she gave comfort. He could find a way, conceivably, of saying whatever the difference is, let us avoid what we know happened in the past. I can imagine him saying something like that.
And one thing that, of course, the King has, that you've both alluded to in his past, is the death of Mountbatten, who was a grandfather figure to him, as we've heard. And that does give him the status within Northern Ireland as a victim of the Troubles. And that means he can look people in the eye and say, I know how you feel. He has that, the victims there are listened to, and that does set him apart from perhaps other members of the British establishment, because he has that pain and that experience in his background. He knows what it is like to be bereaved by the violence that went on in Northern Ireland.
Which is why we're heading to such a big moment at Hillsborough Castle when he is greeted by the Speaker to receive those messages of condolence. Jonathan, knowing the King, well, there's been much discussion, hasn't there, over the past few days about how his role changes dramatically from not being able to offer an opinion, certainly in public, in this new role. If there is substantial change in terms of over the Northern Ireland's future, for whatever reason that we've been discussing, how will he be able to deal with effectively sitting on his hands and not being able to get involved in any way politically?
He's an individual, as everyone knows, has ever heard him talk about on any issue, from the inner cities to the environment. He is a man of passion and strength of opinion and a great deal of knowledge. However, he has made it abundantly clear that he's always known to be the case that he cannot, and the more sensitive the issue, the more inconceivable it becomes that he will speak in public. When there is a consensus, that's quite different. If you've got a consensus over an issue, let us say for the purposes of argument, the great issue of climate change, COP26, you know, I think President Biden said, and certainly others have said, leaders said, that he initiated that whole process effectively at the leadership level way back in 1991 with the Rio summit, when he half made the thing happen and has carried it through. And people are in awe of him, particularly internationally, for that role. If you take tension inside the communities, he's been in and out and consistently of the most deprived communities in this country, openly in the past saying we've got to reconcile. He says, you know, can I have I got a moment just to read this tiny bit that he said, because it's absolutely pertinent.
Of course, Jonathan.
The desperate plight of the inner city areas is well known to you all, the cycle of economic decline. When you visit these areas, as I do, you begin to wonder how it is possible that people are able to live in such inhuman conditions. The hopelessness left in such communities is compounded by decay all around, the vandalism and the inability to control their own lives in any way beyond the basic requirements of day-to-day survival in a hostile environment. Now, he will never say that again in public. But what he might well do is to find a way where, if there is tension, and there can be tension, we're going through very difficult times, of saying something that expresses his belief in harmony. I could imagine in Northern Ireland or indeed in this country, going, for instance, to a city like Liverpool, historically part of the North-South divide politically and economically, and by his very presence there, making it clear that he is concerned about the whole people, all people. He has no...
So making that work through
but he has no
symbolism as opposed to words.
There's no sense of, I am the king doing this. He is a genuinely, he has strong views, but he's a genuinely modest and humble individual.
We will pick up on all of that in just a few minutes. Just to say, though, if you are joining us here on ITV News, welcome. We are bringing you special coverage of the King's tour. King Charles III and the Queen Consort have travelled to Northern Ireland today. The royal couple touched down in Belfast just before midday from Edinburgh, greeted by officials, including the new Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, Chris Heaton-Harris. They were also given flowers and chocolates from 2 local school children. And what a welcome they were given as they made their way to Hillsborough Castle. 3 cheers and flag waving for the royal couple from their supporters there as they wove their way through the streets windows down. A beautiful regal smile we saw from Camilla as she drove up to those waiting crowds. And once they were out of the car, the crowd's delighted to shake royal hands and meet the new king. They viewed flowers and tributes before heading into the castle for the official meetings that are taking place as we speak. Chants of God Save the King as they walked inside. Let's just for a moment then move away from events taking place right now in Northern Ireland and go back to Edinburgh, where the Queen has been lying at rest since the service yesterday afternoon. In Edinburgh, thousands of people have already been allowed in to file past her coffin. There are now just a couple of hours left for members of the public to pay their respects in the Scottish capital. Emma Murphy is in the city at St Giles Cathedral. Emma, a really emotional day for so very many visitors who did go and make that visit to see the late Queen's coffin.
Indeed, and many more are hoping that they will get that opportunity to file past and pay their respects. You can probably see some of them just lining up there behind me. They're heading towards the west door of St Giles Cathedral, and their hope is that in the next hour or so they will get to file past the coffin. We've been told by the Scottish Government that they have now closed the queue. They've seen 26,000 people pass through the cathedral doors already, and they're worried that if they leave that queue open, many people will stand in line unnecessarily. So they are pretty confident that all the people who are in the line now will be able to go in and pay their respects, but they are the last people that will be able to pay their respects here in Scotland. And over the past pretty much 24 hours, as the people have gone in to view the Queen at rest, to stand by her coffin and reflect, we have spoken to quite a few of those who were fortunate enough to get inside the cathedral, and the sense coming from them is about what a very, very significant moment this was for them. The fact that as they were there, it was a chance to feel very connected with the late monarch, and so many said that what they wanted to do, the reason that they travelled, the reason they stood in that line for so long, was because they wanted to say thank you. And it was clear when they were waiting to go in, they were quite nervous and apprehensive. And when people came out and we caught up with them afterwards, there was a real sense of feeling quite overwhelmed, struggling to find the words to explain what that moment meant to them. One of the people that we spoke to yesterday, Jo Williams, uses a wheelchair. She's a former prison officer who had to retire due to ill health. And before she went in, she told me that she'd driven from Manchester. That's a good 4 or 5 hours driving. On the way, her car broke down. Then her electric wheelchair broke down. She'd got a hire car, she'd hired an electric wheelchair, and she still managed to get in there. And then she was heading back to Manchester. It took a huge toll on her, but it was something she said she absolutely had to do because she felt that as a prison officer, she'd served with the Queen's crown on her shoulder, and she wanted to pay her respects to the woman to whom she had signed into service with. So that just gives you a flavour of what people are thinking. And then later this afternoon, we expect to see these streets get even busier as once again Edinburgh comes to a standstill so that the Queen's coffin can be moved to here and then transported from outside the cathedral to Edinburgh Airport. And that is where she will take her leave of Scotland. She will be placed in that coffin in the back of a C-17 transporter aircraft. And just think about this. That aircraft has been used over recent months to bring 15,000 people from Afghanistan to take in humanitarian and lethal aid to Ukraine. And now, this final journey for the Queen, returning her to London, to Buckingham Palace and to her family there.
Emma, goodness, what a thought and image and context to leave us with there in Edinburgh. Thank you very much, Emma Murphy. Well, Emma was talking about what will happen in the next few hours as the spotlight is still very much still on Edinburgh and what is happening to the Queen's coffin as it starts to make its journey later this afternoon from the Scottish capital back to London. Sangeeta Lal is with the crowds on the Royal Mile in the city that Emma was talking about there. Is there still, I'm sure there is, a real desire, Sangeeta, for the public to be part of this moment for Edinburgh in the remaining hours that they can?
There really is. Thousands of people are still filtering through the streets here, and if we just turn the camera off me, behind you can see those people in high-vis jackets. Beyond them is the queue, which is still taking about 2 or 3 hours to get in. What happens is they're halted just a little bit further down there, they're given a wristband, and then they're slowly filtered through to make their way up here. And then if we just show you around this corner, this is where they walk, wait and make their way into St Giles Cathedral. For so many, this is the first time they've ever been to St Giles Cathedral, the first time they've been to Edinburgh, but they want to be here to pay their respects to the Queen. And once they're inside, they see her oak coffin, there's a floral wreath on top, flowers hand-picked from the Balmoral estate, supposed to be the Queen's favourite flowers. It's draped in the royal standard of Scotland, and actually while in there she's watched over by the King's Bodyguard of Scotland, the Royal Company of Archers, and the watch there changes every 6 hours. And I spoke to a few people who went in there who were actually there as the watch changed over. They had a few moments by her side and they told me just how moving it is to be in there, how powerful it is to have a moment with her in silence and reflect.
She was such a beautiful monarch. Yeah.
What do you feel made her so beautiful?
She walked the walk and she talked the talk. She lived the life that she said she would when she was 25 years old.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing. We're certainly never going to experience it. I thought it was important for the kids to be part of history.
She knew how was the Second World War, for example. I only studied here in history books, so she has seen so many things. It's so important to have respect for those people that have seen so many things in their lives.
And it's that recognition of her duty to this country that spanned 7 decades for what is motivating so many people to arrive here and pay their respects, not just today but yesterday too. People who came here to see her coffin arrive, to see the procession, and I was here as that happened. It was silent as she came by. I saw people wiping tears from their eyes and bowing their heads, not just out of respect but out of real sadness as she went by, and then as she was followed by her children. And what was really clear to me was how many people arrived here as strangers but left with a special bond after sharing their experiences, their love of the Queen, some of their stories that they shared with her. At times, a contrast to the sense of sadness was the sense of hope when people would burst into singing God Save the King about King Charles III. I saw parents bringing their children here, playing card games and creating memories because this is so historic for so many people. They've told me they always wanted to be here for her in a place that she always felt was home and somewhere she loved so much. And that is why so many people are arriving here today still, to get in that queue, to get their moment with the Queen so they can pay their respects before she leaves in a few hours' time.
Sangeeta Lal, a moment to cherish there in Edinburgh for so very many people, and they've just got a couple of hours left now to try to do that. Such an intimate way to pay your respects to the Queen, of course, and that moment will very soon be moving to London, where from this evening the Queen's body will be flown to Edinburgh, then to the capital, then driven to Buckingham Palace. Tomorrow she will lie in state in Westminster Hall, where hundreds of thousands of people are expected to go and pay their respects. Let's take you to the Albert Embankment now, where Ben Chapman is with those who wanted to get a place in that queue early. Ben.
Yes, it won't be until 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon that the doors to Westminster Hall open and people will be able to file past the Queen's coffin as it lies in state. But that hasn't stopped a small number of very committed mourners from taking their place in the queue already. There are about 10 of them down there now. Some of them spent the night here last night. A tent has been put up to shelter them from the rain. They are in there somewhere, I promise you. There's just a lot of journalists and cameras, people wanting to speak to them at the moment as well. They are expected to be joined by tomorrow afternoon by hundreds of thousands more, and the government has warned people that they can expect to queue for many, many hours in a constantly moving line, which is likely to stretch many miles down this riverbank. People will be expected to have to queue overnight, potentially, to be able to get their chance to pay their last respects to the Queen. And so lots of practical advice for people to bring suitable clothing, make sure they've got any medication that they might need, have enough food and drink with them to be able to consume while they're in the queue. There's certainly, I can tell you, no shortage of biscuits and dried fruit and some cold coffee down there among the people who spent last night here. And I've been speaking to some of them about what that was like, but also why it's so important for them to come here to spend the night in the cold to pay their last respects to the Queen tomorrow.
Even people that aren't, you know, into royalty acknowledge that she was a very special lady. And the reason I've come so early is because I need to be back at work at 6:20 on Thursday morning. So my window of opportunity is small.
She do so much good for us as a nation and the Commonwealth. So for me to give up a few hours in the outdoor, you know, in the cold, that is nothing. It's nothing for 70 years of sacrifice.
You may go on a low, but people's adrenaline here, they lift you. Like the police, they came by, they said, look, can we go and get you something? You know, everybody's kindness buoys you up.
Ben, this will be a massive security operation for the Met Police. We've got at the moment a new king, a new Prime Minister and a new Metropolitan Police Commissioner. Mark Rowley has been in the job, I think, 2 days, but it's one the Met, the force itself, will have been preparing for decades.
Yes, it is likely to be the biggest security operation the capital has ever seen. Before the lying in state tomorrow, there will be a procession. The Queen's coffin, after spending a night at Buckingham Palace, will travel on a gun carriage in a procession here to the Palace of Westminster. And some of those involved in that procession were rehearsing it overnight, giving us our first glimpse of what it might look like. But if that's a massive operation in itself, it will be made far more complicated when it happens for real tomorrow, because of the thousands of people who are expected to line the route. The King and members of the royal family expected to follow behind the coffin. And it presents really the first big policing challenge here in the capital since the Queen's death. 10,000 officers are preparing to be involved in the coming days. Uniformed officers as well as plain-clothed officers likely to be mingling among the crowds. And the new Metropolitan Police Commissioner, Sir Mark Rowley, started his job just yesterday, and he will now have to oversee this enormous security operation, which will involve not just the police in the coming days, but security and intelligence agencies also, with potentially millions of people expected to travel here to the capital, whether that's queuing here for the lying in state, whether it's watching that procession through central London, whether it is ahead of the Queen's funeral on Monday, with world leaders coming to London for that funeral on Monday. The range of potential threats is huge, as is the challenge now to keep people safe over the coming days.
Ben Chapman, thank you very much. Catherine, it is incredible to see, isn't it, so many people queuing in such horrendous conditions, but
Yes.
this also has a very personal impact on you.
Weirdly, I've just teared up. And we were talking about the way in which public grief is a diffuse thing, and it picks up on your own losses as well as the loss of the Queen. And I wasn't really expecting to see those images, but you see where they're queuing is along the National COVID Memorial Wall. So when people are queuing there, when they're waiting there, they should look at the 220,000 hearts on that wall. Each heart represents somebody lost to COVID. My husband's heart is on that wall. And the thing about it is that the Queen herself, of course, in that 2020 Christmas message, when she talked about COVID, when she, of course, both she and the King ended up getting COVID themselves, they actually in many ways did a much better job of articulating some of what some of us bereaved were feeling than anybody in government did. But that wall is a sacred place for us, and people are queuing alongside it.
Catherine, I just wanted to check that you're okay.
Oh yeah, I'm fine. I'm not doing much for your lovely makeup team here, but aside from that, I'm absolutely fine.
I think a lot of people will experience what you are experiencing right now, who are down there because of their grief, because of what's happened, because of the Queen. But also, as you say, as we've been talking about for the past few days, how it does really take you back to a moment of personal grief, and especially losing somebody so close as a husband, as a parent, and goodness, all those people who've also lost children, who will be grieving together, I'm sure, on Monday when we witness the state funeral. Catherine, thank you for sharing that very personal moment with us. We do appreciate it. We're going to take you away from London now and return to events in Northern Ireland, where just about 20 minutes ago, half an hour ago, we saw some wonderful scenes on the streets of Hillsborough, just outside Hillsborough Castle, as the new King and the Queen Consort met the crowds. We saw, didn't we, handshakes all round and cheers for the royal couple, hip hip hooray. School children really delighted to be so close to the new monarch. Well, earlier, when the King and Queen Consort, when the couple arrived in Northern Ireland, they were greeted on the tarmac at Belfast City Airport by a welcome party, which included two children. You can just see them there in the bottom of the shot, from a local cross-community primary school, who presented them with gifts of chocolates and flowers. They've been speaking about that meeting.
Sunday night, our principal rang both our parents and said we'd be meeting the King, basically.
And what did you think about that when you heard the news?
I was pretty excited, but nervous at the same time.
And how did you feel, Ella?
I was just really shocked and nervous as well.
And what did the King say to you when he came down the steps?
Lovely to meet you. He said, are you getting a day out of school?
Tell me what you think, how historic and momentous this is.
I think it'd probably be one of the best days in our lives to meet the King, and it's going to be pretty historic. It'll just be amazing to look back on and think, I met the King.
You were one of the first people to meet the King when he touched down in Northern Ireland, weren't you?
Yeah.
And tell me about the gift that you gave them.
I gave the Queen a bunch of flowers from Hillsborough Castle, and I gave the King a box of chocolates. Probably.
Okay. And what will you tell your friends about today when you go back to school?
I'll tell them I had a great time and it was just so cool to meet the King. I'll probably tell them all about what happened and all about what happened in the day when we were gone.
What a wonderful moment there for both Lucas and Ella, two of the very first people to meet the King on his historic visit to Northern Ireland, the first one he has made since becoming King. Let's return to Tracy McGee at Hillsborough. We're about to witness another moment in the history of Northern Ireland, just a few minutes away from that now.
Yes, we're coming up to what will perhaps be one of the most remarkable moments in today's events when Speaker of the Northern Ireland Assembly, Alex Maskey, reads the message of condolence from the people of Northern Ireland to the King. Now, of course, all of this is very much overlaid with the politics of Northern Ireland. Alex Maskey is a former IRA prisoner. He was interned in the 1970s twice. Of course, that was the decade when King Charles lost his beloved great uncle, Lord Mountbatten. These two men will share this moment coming from such very different backgrounds. Now, of course, for Sinn Fein, this is seen as a moment when they can pass their personal condolences to the King. Very much the party is saying that they are recognising that the royal family has lost a mother, a grandmother, a great-grandmother, and also paying tribute to the work that she has done in building bridges. And of course, also present today will be First Minister designate Michelle O'Neill. She will be there. She will be part of the party of leaders who will meet with the King ahead of this ceremony in Hillsborough Castle. And of course, Michelle O'Neill stood on the platform of being a First Minister for all, and so Sinn Féin will want to be seen to be recognising the mourning of the Unionist community who have been deeply affected by the loss of the Queen. But it has to be said, when we watch these pictures today, this will be another moment in Northern Ireland's history.
Tracy, thank you very much there. I think, Carl, this is the key thing, isn't it, in terms of what we're about to witness and what we saw from the Northern Ireland Assembly yesterday, that on this issue, in terms of wanting to pay tribute to the Queen and her contribution, her symbolic contribution to the peace process, whatever political party you come from and represent in Northern Ireland, on this you are in agreement that this is a moment today and yesterday to pay your respects and pay tribute to what she achieved.
Certainly in terms of the tribute to the late Queen, they are all in agreement with that. Sinn Féin have been on a very long journey on this. When the Queen visited Ireland in 2011, they didn't take part in those events. A year later, Martin McGuinness was willing to shake hands with the Queen, and then Gerry Adams with the now King, as we've been talking about. For this event, Sinn Féin have said that they are willing to take part in events like today's. And you can see the dignitaries gathering there in the throne room of Hillsborough Castle. They're prepared to take part in events like this, which are paying tribute to the Queen. What they are not prepared to do is take part in events which mark the accession of the new King. So Sinn Féin taking quite a, well, nuanced or maybe tortured, depending on your view, position on what part they play in all of this. But certainly today they will be playing a full part with, as Tracy was saying, the Speaker of the Northern Ireland Assembly and the leader of Sinn Féin, as well as the Lord Mayor of Belfast, who's also from Sinn Féin, and the MP for North Belfast, which is where the Royal Party will travel to later, all meeting the King today.
An example of what you've just said, that the Sinn Féin did not take part in the proclamation for the new King in Northern Ireland.
Yeah, that's right. They do remain a party, of course, which is opposed to British involvement in any part of Ireland, opposed to Northern Ireland being a part of the United Kingdom, but they have, as I say, they've come a very, very long way from initially being solely the political wing of a violent organisation, the Provisional IRA, to becoming the dominant part of that partnership and moving forward into peaceful politics. And that has brought rewards for them. They are now the biggest party in the Northern Ireland Assembly. They're also on the verge of potentially getting into government in the Republic of Ireland. In the next few years, they could be in power on both sides of the Irish border. So rejecting violence has paid dividends to them. And I think they are now also realising, as Tracy alluded to with Michelle O'Neill saying she wanted to be First Minister for everyone, they realise now that they do have to bring the rest of the community along with them. And that includes events like this, where they need to at the very least reach out to the unionist community and recognise the pain and the loss that is felt at the passing of the Queen.
And the Assembly as a whole, this is a moment where, as Catherine was talking about a little earlier, that we are in a political stalemate in terms of a not properly functioning government in Northern Ireland. And yet here we are with this big historical moment, political moment, when actually for the ordinary people of Northern Ireland, the government isn't fully functioning.
Absolutely. Alex Maskey, the Speaker of the Northern Ireland Assembly, who we're about to hear from in a few minutes, reading out the condolences of the Assembly, is not supposed to be in that job. It should be a new Speaker in that job today. The reason that there isn't one is because the DUP, as part of their protest against the Northern Ireland Protocol, are refusing to nominate a new Speaker. So the fact that he is the person who's giving the address today, although that may be seen as a significant and healing moment, is also in part due to the political logjam that still persists in Northern Ireland.
And yet, as you've described, because it is him who is in that seat, who will be delivering that message of condolence to King Charles III, we are watching it, Jonathan, as a moment of history because of the hinterland between the royal family and what has happened in Northern Ireland, and very personally what happened to King Charles.
For certain. I would be surprised if he doesn't have, having just heard about the political complexity combined with his strong personal experiences and what we talked about before, the death of his beloved Lord Mountbatten, that he won't have as mixed emotions as he comes in. He's bound to do so at the same time as he's grieving. The demands made on the head of state in this situation are really quite extraordinary. And of course, as we've seen so far, once the Speaker has delivered, and when he then will speak, he will do it with the dignity and the decorum that we've seen him displaying in the past. That he won't have strong feelings can't be in doubt.
This is part of the contradictory nature of his life. It's not just about being a head of state, it's about being a monarch. And Jonathan read out that passage, him talking about inequality and his desire to resolve it. And yet, of course, for many in Northern Ireland and elsewhere, something we've been talking about, he is a symbol of inequality and a guarantor of it. He is supposed to bring unity, and yet for many people, he is a symbol of division. We were talking also, Jonathan and I, off camera there, about the fact that he is actually touching and being touched. This is something his mother never did. Occasionally somebody would forget and touch her, and of course that's an act of lèse-majesté. He has his whole life wanted connection and found it very difficult because of the nature of his position to achieve that. So you see all of these things playing out in this extraordinarily
Jonathan, we are seeing him enjoying that at the moment.
Yes, I mean, these little bits of protocol are being chipped away at, and that is because we are in a new age. You remember when President Trump was in London, he made the mistake of putting his arm around the Queen, and she bore it in characteristic style, but the expression on her face was not uninteresting. That won't be, I suspect, a problem. We've seen him being kissed, his hand being kissed on the face. He's used to people touching him, whereas it's always been protocol. You never, ever touched the Queen.
And
except to shake hands.
So much of where we are, Jonathan, would you agree, in terms of where we are with the royal family and what we're talking about in terms of King Charles, has been led actually by his sons and their approach, the Prince of Wales's approach and Harry's approach to matters of grieving, of mental health, of being open.
They've been very open indeed, which has disconcerted people who are not associating that kind of expression with the institution of the monarchy. But of course they've been open, and that reflects, I suspect, an attitude of a generation that finds it much easier to talk about grief and loss.
I've always thought, and I wonder whether you agree with me on this, Jonathan, that part of, people have mimicked the way the king speaks, and there's a sort of slight rictus. And I've always thought that it's because he's a very emotional man who's been brought up not to show emotion. And you're literally witnessing the physical struggle to be less expressive than he naturally is.
Yes.
Whereas his parents, of course, were from the so-called silent generation. His children are from a very different, much more expressive generation. So you literally get him doing that, and it's trying to come out.
I've seen it in public and elsewhere, tears start to his eyes with emotion. And your point is exactly right.
This is a fascinating assessment, because what we're talking about now is the two of you who have observed him, who've been with him for so very many years, that potentially as king for the first time we will see the real Charles.
I think we'll see much. I think one of the things he will be able to do is to go out and about quite a lot. We've already seen the transparency of the ceremony. Now, that would have been, a lot of people would have been agreeing that, of course, because the Buckingham Palace beforehand would have had to have agreed it, because it was where the cause of all these ceremonies is the death of the Queen. But I think King Charles, and we'll soon stop saying that he's King Charles III, just as we stopped saying Queen Elizabeth II when we refer to him, and he'll become the King. I think he'll be out and about. I think he'll be informal in his address. Of course, he's got that gift for knowing when you have to be formal. State opening of Parliament is not a moment for informality. But when he's talking to people, I think we'll get quite a lot of actually seeing that he is someone who wants to engage, wants to participate, wants to feel that he is, as it were, one of us, while at the same time being in this unique position.
Carl, just take us through, as we await the King's arrival into the throne room there. It's a scene of great solemnity, isn't it, in terms of we saw quite a lot of the pomp and circumstance where the same event happened in Westminster Hall. This is a very quiet and much smaller affair.
Yes, it's a smaller space, Hillsborough Castle. It is a royal residence. It's the Queen, well, the King now, the King's official residence in Northern Ireland. It's called Hillsborough Castle. I mean, anyone who's been looking at our pictures today will have noticed it is not at all a castle. It's a grand country house, late 18th century. It is also, very unusually for a royal residence, also a political building, because it is also the home of the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland. Here comes the King.
King Charles, during this period of public mourning for Queen Elizabeth, we are mindful that you and your family grieve on the passing of a mother, a grandmother and a great-grandmother. I hope that you and your family can take comfort from the appreciation and the warmth that has accompanied the tributes to the Queen from across these islands and indeed across the world. Bhaileam Cóhrún, Ianú Lat Aganam Crua Shaw. I would like to sympathise with you at this difficult time. On the walls of Parliament buildings of Stormont, there are images from two of Queen Elizabeth's visits. the first during the coronation tour in 1953 and the second for the Diamond Jubilee in 2012. It's extraordinary to consider how much social and political change Queen Elizabeth witnessed in the time between those visits and indeed throughout her long reign. Yesterday, an assembly of Unionists, Republicans, Nationalists and those for whom the Constitution is not a main focus united to pay tribute to the late Queen. When she first came to the throne, no one would have anticipated an assembly so diverse and inclusive. Nor, I imagine, would it have been contemplated that someone from my own background and political tradition would be in this position in front of you today as Speaker. We can, of course, never forget that over the last decades, too many have experienced tragedy and sorrow which will never leave them. And we have to understand that there are those for whom our political process has not yet been enough to ease their hurt and their pain. Thankfully, with the Good Friday Agreement and other significant developments, in that time we have also seen great efforts to build a peace for the future, as painstaking and frustrating as it may at times be. Queen Elizabeth was not a distant observer in the transformation and progress of relationships in and between these islands. She personally demonstrated how individual acts of positive leadership can help break down barriers and encourage reconciliation. Queen Elizabeth showed that a small but significant gesture, a visit, a handshake, crossing the street, or speaking a few words of Irish can make a huge difference in changing attitudes and building relationships. Her recognition of both the British and Irish traditions, as well as the wider diversity of our community, was exceptionally significant. In all of this, she personally underlined that one tradition is not diminished by reaching out to show respect to another. Of course, such acts of leadership do not come without risks or the need for courage and determination to see them through. We are thankful for Queen Elizabeth's commitment and encouragement to building peace and reconciliation across these islands, and indeed for all of those who seek to keep us moving towards that goal. With the Queen Consort at your side, you now lead an institution with a long history and tradition. I represent the elected assembly of a society which has struggled with the legacy of our past and how to move on from it without leaving those who have suffered behind. During her visit to Dublin, Queen Elizabeth said that whatever life throws at us, our individual responses will be all the stronger for working together and sharing that load. Let us all pay heed to that. As we remember Queen Elizabeth's positive leadership, let us all reflect that such leadership is still needed. And let us be honest with ourselves enough to recognise that too often that leadership has been lacking when it has been most required. I want to acknowledge that your own words and actions over the years have already shown that you are seized of the importance of reconciliation and are committed to playing your full part in that. The challenge for all of us now is to renew the work that you and the late Queen Elizabeth have already done, and the responsibility on all of us is to work together to build a future for our whole community. In the time ahead, we will, of course, focus on that at the future, on our future at the start of this new era. However, the next few days will rightly be focused on a family, a nation and a world paying its respects and saying goodbye to Queen Elizabeth. Yesterday in Parliament buildings, members expressed the condolences and sentiments of those they represent in our community. The thoughts and the prayers of the Assembly are with you and your family in your grief. Our Yesje Goro Ahanam, may she rest in peace.
My lords, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of all my family, I can only offer the most heartfelt thanks for your condolences. I'm here today at a time of great personal sorrow as we mark the death of my beloved mother after a life most faithfully dedicated to the duty to which she had been called. It is fitting that we should meet at Hillsborough, which my mother knew so well, and in whose beautiful rose garden she always took such pleasure. In the years since she began her long life of public service, my mother saw Northern Ireland pass through momentous and historic changes. Through all those years, she never ceased to pray for the best of times for this place and its people, whose stories she knew, whose sorrows our family had felt, and for whom she had a great affection and regard. My mother felt deeply, I know, the significance of the role she herself played in bringing together those whom history had separated, and in extending a hand to make possible the healing of long-held hurts. At the very beginning of her life of service, the Queen made a pledge to dedicate herself to her country and her people, and to maintain the principles of constitutional government. This promise she kept with steadfast faith. Now, with that shining example before me, and with God's help, I take up my new duties resolved to seek the welfare of all the inhabitants of Northern Ireland. During the years of my mother's reign, it has been a privilege to bear witness to such a devoted life. May it be granted to us all to fulfill the tasks before us so well.
Well, in a week of memorable speeches from the King, quite some speech there by the Stormont speaker, Alex Maskey. Jonathan, your initial reactions. He praised the Queen's commitment, her positive leadership, said she was not a distant observer, said she broke down barriers, talked of her small gestures that made a huge difference in changing attitudes in Northern Ireland.
My initial reaction was, I can almost hardly believe I'm hearing these words. With some experience of Northern Ireland in the worst of times, to see a leading figure in Sinn Fein, Speaker of the Parliament, use those words, which were beautifully chosen, I think, of reconciliation repeatedly, identifying the fact that there are political divisions and that work needs to be done on those, separating that from the contribution that she has made for reconciliation, and adding into that his tribute to the new king for what he has done over the years in exactly the same way. So I thought it was a very telling speech. It doesn't solve any political problems, of course. What it does say is that earnestly the leaders of Northern Ireland want to have reconciliation, they want to have peace, they never want to go back again to those terrible days of the Troubles.
We'll get lots more reaction in the studio in just a minute. Let's just go live, though, to Hillsborough Castle and join UTV's political editor, Tracy McGee. What is your reaction to what we've just heard from Alex Maskey there?
Well, that was an absolutely remarkable moment, not just because of who these people are, but also to the words that were so carefully chosen in those speeches. Of course, we had that tribute to the Queen, the recognition that the royal family are grieving. As I say, he says that she was a mother, a grandmother and a great-grandmother, but also to The whole speech was woven through with political nuance. The very fact that Alex Maskey spoke in Irish as he paid his condolence, the fact that he paid tribute to the Queen for the leadership that she had shown, the very pointed comments that the Queen had understood very significant and symbolic moments that were almost in passing, a handshake, a bow of the head, walking across the street. Of course, that's referencing 2012 when Queen Elizabeth walked from the Protestant cathedral in Enniskillen across the road to the Catholic Church. That's crossing the road in Northern Ireland. It's full of political significance, but also saying that positive leadership is also needed, and being honest and saying that sometimes that leadership was not there when it was most required. And also there was a subtle reference to the victims of the Troubles, those who had been hurt, who had been left in sorrow and left behind. It was a very carefully nuanced political speech, and the fact that the King responded by saying that he understood the role that the Queen had taken and that he too would follow in her example was almost itself a political response. It was a very remarkable moment.
Grandmother and the great.
I think as well what is also important in what happened today, it was witnessed by not only all the political leaders here in Northern Ireland, but also to the fact that this moment was televised. People will watch this speech, they will pour through this speech, they will notice everything that is being said, and they will grasp here in Northern Ireland the significance of what was being said today. As far as the politics of Northern Ireland is concerned, well, yesterday we saw the Northern Ireland Assembly gather, and we heard the Speaker, Alex Maskey, referencing the fact that in the Assembly all the parties were united in paying their tribute to the Queen and passing on condolences to the King. Some people might see that as a possible change in the political temperature. I can tell you that most people don't believe that that is the case, that the difficulties caused by the Northern Ireland Protocol from Brexit means that we are stuck in limbo as far as politics is concerned. But I do think what has happened here today will be greeted by most people in Northern Ireland as a very respectful understanding, first of the hurt that has been caused to the Unionist population, but also a recognition that if Northern Ireland is truly going to build bridges, if it is actually going to transfer from a conflict society to a peaceful society, these are the moments that are required. As far as Northern Ireland is concerned, the history of the monarchy has been difficult. We heard that in a speech from Speaker Alex Maskey. He talked about the first the visit from the Queen in 1953 and how that was so different from 2012. Let's hear what he had to say.
In a nation rift with both historic and contemporary division, opinions on the monarchy are polarising. This is the Unionist Shankill Road. You can feel a natural warmth and affection for the royal family. The death of the Queen a moment to mourn, and the arrival of a new king a moment for those here to reflect on their place in a united kingdom.
She was Queen when I was born, and I never knew any other Queen, you know, and she just was a lovely lady.
She was amazing, and she was just the Queen, and I thought maybe that she would live forever.
She knew how to work politicians to a degree, didn't she?
She knew how to guide them. Yeah. And that's all she could really do. She couldn't get really involved in politics, but with the wisdom and experience she had, she guided politicians right up till the last day of her life.
But there are many who see it differently. The passing of a watchful monarch, a head of state, is a reminder of subservience to a nation they do not wish to be a part of, highlighting the divisions that reach back generations. To understand Charles's role in Northern Ireland, means travelling to the Republic of Ireland and the scene of one of the now King's darkest days.
In August 1979, my much-loved great-uncle Lord Mountbatten was killed alongside his young grandson and my godson Nicholas and his friend Paul Maxwell. At the time, I could not imagine how we would come to terms with the anguish of such a deep loss, since for me, Lord Mountbatten represented the grandfather I never had.
That speech on a visit to Ireland in 2015 gave some insight into his loss. The public royal revealed more, perhaps, in his private conversations.
He certainly devoted a fair bit of time to talking about the events of '79, and was definitely deeply moved by the whole event.
Peter McHugh was a witness to the bombing, helping to pull casualties out of the water. He believes that King Charles's emotional attachment to the north and the south is invaluable. He must have placed value on this island of Ireland.
I don't think there's any doubt about that. I don't think there's a shadow of a doubt, but that he has a special regard for Ireland, and he's made that quite clear on his visit to Mullaghmore initially, and then his many visits subsequently. So I think it'll have a positive effect.
It's clear that Charles's personal connection to the island of Ireland has a deep scar. No wound like that ever entirely disappears, but over time it does heal. And when he visited here, it was apparent from the words that he used that his connection has given him an insight into what it's like to be a victim of the conflict in the north. Back on the other side of the border, and a contrasting perspective. In the Republican areas, history records the people's struggle against a union they do not want. The peace process changed this landscape for the better. But that's not to say the struggle for those who want a united Ireland is over. It's striking, of course, that when King Charles comes to Northern Ireland, he won't be universally welcomed. There is still so much division here. Few places exemplify that more than Derry.
I don't know anybody around here who would have had a personal animosity towards the Queen, not at all. Nevertheless, there was a lot of animosity towards what she was perceived as representing in an area like this.
Eamon McCann lives on the Bogside in Londonderry. Opposed to monarchy, he'd like to see a socialist Ireland. Do you welcome?
Oh, I absolutely do not welcome King Charles III to the Bogside or to Derry, and indeed I wouldn't welcome King Charles to anywhere in the world. I'm against monarchy. I think they represent, the monarchy is at the apex of a divided and grotesquely unfair system.
And the monarchy plays a role in symbolically powerful moments. When the Queen visited Dublin and spoke in Irish, then President Mary McAleese could be seen to say wow. A year later, she briefly shook hands with former IRA leader and Republican politician Martin McGuinness. Ella Griffin was there working in Belfast's Lyric Theatre that day.
That moment where you see something like the Queen shaking hands with a Republican, and both of them have agreed to it, and you have everyone kind of goes like a nervousness, but a very excited kind of moment of relief that potentially that could mean that going forward, something as terrible as the Troubles won't hopefully happen again.
Of course, the Northern Ireland of today has its political divisions. The Queen ruled over seismic troubles and change. King Charles may perhaps hope for gentler times for his subjects, whether or not he has their support.
Rupert, Evelyn there. If you are just joining us here on ITV News, welcome, good afternoon. We are bringing you special coverage of the King's tour. King Charles III and the Queen Consort have travelled to Northern Ireland today and to Hillsborough Castle. We have just seen the King and Queen Consort in the throne room of the castle. Alex Maskey, the Speaker of the Northern Ireland Assembly, offered his condolences to the King and praised the late monarch as a great unifier, praising her commitment to building peace in the region.
Queen Elizabeth was not a distant observer in the transformation and progress of relationships in and between these islands. She personally demonstrated how individual acts of positive leadership can help break down barriers and encourage reconciliation. Queen Elizabeth showed that a small but significant gesture, a visit, a handshake, crossing the street, or speaking a few words of Irish can make a huge difference in changing attitudes and building relationships.
Moments later, King Charles responded, saying he was thankful and he praised his mother for a life dedicated to peace.
It is fitting that we should meet at Hillsborough, which my mother knew so well. My mother felt deeply, I know, the significance of the role she herself played in bringing together those whom history had separated, and in extending a hand to make possible the healing of long-held hurts.
King Charles's response there to Catherine, what was a moving, eloquent and hugely important speech of condolence from the Stormont speaker, Alex Maskey.
It was, and I'd only like to add one other thing to what we've already said about that speech. Sinn Fein and Republicans generally long ago mastered the art of political ambiguity. That was absolutely something that they not only they perfected it, they practiced it, and that speech was a masterpiece of that kind of ambiguity, because although he is welcoming with, I think, absolute sincerity, the contribution of the Queen and the potential and past contribution of the King to the peace process, although he was talking in terms that were entirely appropriate for the occasion, he managed to talk about failures of political leadership, and he managed to do so in ways that were not very obviously a dig at Westminster, but definitely were meaning not just Westminster, but also failures in Northern Ireland. And he also talked about one of those, the expression about people left behind, but he not only talked about that they mustn't be left behind, he hinted at the danger of doing so. That could, in a place that has known terrorism, that has known violent responses to being left behind, those words are really important to pay heed to. But as I say, done absolutely perfectly within the context. And then the King's response was so fascinating. And it reminded me of something that Jonathan said earlier about how Charles would not stand in the way if at some point Northern Ireland were to vote to join the Republic. And indeed, you could say that potentially about him and his attitude to the rest of the realms, where there is, certainly in the Caribbean realms, some Republican, a different kind of republicanism, obviously, but Republican spirit rising. And this is interesting, but he also cited his mother's very famous speech. And that famous speech was precisely dedicating herself to the preservation of empire. So he is now, if you like, repurposing that speech, if Jonathan's interpretation is right here. And I'm a bit open-ended on how much he would literally stand aside on all of these things. But to say that the weight of history is moving in a different direction.
He's always made it publicly very clear that he's not uncomfortable. In the case of Australia, for instance, he said it on more than one occasion, that if Australia does become a republic, well, Australia becomes a republic. And I'm sure he feels the same about the other realms and the other Commonwealth countries that are attached historically to Britain closely. I just don't think that is a big issue. I think he's got a bigger picture. You know, I think one of the things that he's had this long, as it were, apprenticeship. It's an odd word, really, because he's lived a far fuller life around the world than most individuals, probably any other individuals, have done over the length of time he's been, the countries he's been to, the leaders he's met, the range of faiths, cultures, ethical values that he's met. He's a hugely well-informed person, and he's not sort of narrow. I mean, let's face it, narrow perspectives are very commonplace, and in some ways they become more commonplace the more complicated the world gets.
And ever more commonplace.
More commonplace. So we end up with a world where we all look very narrowly at it. He doesn't look at the world like that, and he doesn't look at his own role from a narrow perspective of the crown. He's totally aware of his duties and obligations, of course he is, but he understands the world, and it is evolving and changing, sometimes in a very alarming and disturbing ways, but that big world picture is part of his DNA.
On a technical detail, and you may not know the answer to this, but would King Charles have had sight of the Alex Maskey speech before he heard it?
I'd be very surprised if he hadn't done. And vice versa. These things are choreographed very, very carefully, because you cannot have possibly something that's going to take him by surprise and make him feel he's got to respond to it, or be seen to have failed to respond to it. No, there is a lot of choreography that goes on, a lot of planning between households, between government and households, between political parties. You know, that Sinn Fein address was as a speaker, so there would have been others in the if it was sitting, the Stormont parties, who would have seen it for certain.
King Charles just meeting the great and the good there at Hillsborough Castle. Now that moment has passed. Carl, if I can just bring you in there and back to what we heard from Alex Maskey, the Stormont speaker, just a few minutes ago. So much to talk about. He did, of course, nod to the fact that for some people listening to the events of today and his speech and the King's response, that for some the political process is not yet enough to ease their grief and pain.
Yeah, that's right. Alex Maskey, who we've just seen shaking hands with the Queen Consort, she's now shaking hands with Michelle O'Neill, the leader of Sinn Fein in Northern Ireland. He did talk about, as you say, how the political process so far hasn't been enough for everyone yet. And he also pointed, I thought, interestingly, to some of the things that, although the King and his mother before him can't talk in political terms, and we've spoken about that here earlier, there are things they can do in the political arena, as the Queen did on her visit to Ireland. And Alex Maskey talked about that, a visit, a handshake, a few words in Irish, and he called those individual acts of leadership. And he went on to talk about what the King could potentially do in that arena. He said that the King had already, by his own actions and words, shown that he is seized of the importance of reconciliation. And that was one of the remarkable things about that speech from Alex Maskey, because here is a Sinn Fein politician, Sinn Fein, who are refusing to attend any events that have anything to do with the King's accession, yet here he was talking about what that King might do once he had acceded to the throne in if you like, a small p political way to help the cause of reconciliation on the island of Ireland. And amongst the politicians that we can see, the King and the Queen Consort meeting here in Hillsborough Castle.
Okay, let's just take a step back there, because we're talking about a moment in history that has just happened. But as we've been saying, as the afternoon has gone on, there has been many more moments involving the royal family in Northern Ireland and Ireland, the island of Ireland itself. Let's just remind ourselves of why this comes on top of those moments which were hugely significant as well. As I've been saying today, is hugely significant for Northern Ireland, indeed the island of Ireland, King Charles and the entire royal family, but it is not the first such moment in a relationship which has been divisive and complicated, as we have been talking about. Of all of the Queen's visits to the island of Ireland, few have mattered more than of 2011, when she became the first British monarch to make a state visit to the Republic of Ireland in 100 years. While she was there, as we are watching those pictures now, she laid a wreath at Dublin's Garden of Remembrance, a site dedicated to those who died fighting British rule. And in another hugely symbolic moment, as we talked about previously, she opened her speech at the state banquet by speaking in Irish.
Uachtaráin agus a coide. Prince Philip and I are delighted to be here and to experience at first hand Ireland's world-famous hospitality. Together, we have much to celebrate: the ties between our people, the shared values, and the economic, business and cultural links that make us so much more than just neighbours, that make us firm friends and equal partners. Madam President, speaking here in Dublin Castle, it is impossible to ignore the weight of history, as it was yesterday when you and I laid wreaths at the Garden of Remembrance. Indeed, so much of this visit reminds us of the complexity of our history.
A year later came something which once seemed unimaginable. During her Diamond Jubilee visit, she shook hands with the former IRA commander Martin McGuinness at a charity event in Belfast. And for her son, King Charles, the then Prince Charles, it was another handshake which signalled the progress which has been made. He met the then Sinn Fein president, Gerry Adams, in 2015 in Galway, the first such meeting between a royal and the party president. Jonathan, we're looking at pictures of the then Prince Charles meeting Gerry Adams, but just take us back to what happened in Ireland, in Dublin, and how that visit, this such an important visit, came about.
Those images, when Alex Maskey was talking about shaking hands, he was referring to the Queen shaking hands with McGuinness, Martin McGuinness, the late Martin McGuinness. In 2011, there was a usual formal state visit planned for Ireland. And there was discussion between the palace and the government, the Northern Ireland office and the Foreign Office. And I think this is really telling about the role that the sovereign can have behind the scenes and then in public. It was made very clear by Buckingham Palace that if she was going to go, it would have to be a proper visit at which she would say real things and not just a dutiful visit. Remember, this is after the Good Friday Agreement. Relations have improved. Reconciliation is required at every level. Northern Ireland office and the ministers involved were not enthusiastic. I know this for 18-karat gold fact. David Cameron, as Prime Minister, was perfectly content but wasn't really engaged. The main engagement was between the Republic of Ireland politicians and Mayor McAleese, and Buckingham Palace itself. That speech that you heard the extract from, those visits were choreographed directly there with the approval of the government. The speech, unusually, was actually crafted in Buckingham Palace and approved by the government. It wasn't the other way round. Now, that was because she wanted to say what she said in a way that would have impact. Firm friends and equal partners and all the other things that she said. We can't forget the past. The reason for its power was that she said it in the way in which she said it, and it was her speech, and the visit lasted slightly longer. We touched earlier on Sinn Fein, who had not participated in that. But very interestingly, one of her visits was to a town where the mayor was a Sinn Fein figure, and he was not going to see her when she came. There was such a sense in that town that the people of Ireland in that community wanted to meet the Queen that he changed his mind. He said, I'm not going there in my role as Sinn Fein leader, but as a councillor. And that incident helped play a part in Sinn Fein's evolution into saying, as we've been talking about earlier, saying we have to deal in Northern Ireland with this shift of relationship. And so we saw in 2012 that handshake, and then in 2015 the then Prince Charles. So the monarchy institution, in the way actually that Maskey said, has played an important symbolic role all the way through this. Of course the politicians are in charge, and sometimes, as Maskey said, the politicians get into a terrible deadlock. I mean, where we are now politically is a very damaging moment for most people in Northern Ireland, as well as here in the rest of the United Kingdom and in Europe. We are at an impasse, and it's a very worrying impasse. And there's nothing that the king can do about that. But when that is resolved, however it is resolved, he will find the language to articulate the decisions that have been made.
When you say he can't do anything about it, I mean, the other thing that we know is that he has private audiences. So whereas before he had to find ways to say things publicly, yes, he now has his possibility of advising and warning and being consulted, and he can do so vigorously as he has done in the past.
That's absolutely true.
And I was thinking that, you know, in terms of the whole thing about post-Brexit trade agreements or disagreements in this case, you know, he, as again you know, has been deeply immersed in all the issues around farming and farmers, and that of course is one of the key stumbling blocks on the Northern Ireland Protocol, and that you know, he will summon or in fact he will receive visits from not just the Prime Minister but ministers who are directly involved in these things, and he will very vigorously be able to share his viewpoint in the privacy of those audiences.
That is true. You rightly stress in the privacy of those audiences. He will not say in public what his personal views are on these issues. He will be in touch with ministers a lot. And it's interesting, in the past there's been a lot of fuss about these sort of spider memos and letters. Most of the ministers that I've spoken to about this in the past, including prime ministers, they're not worried about those letters. I mean, they're tough cookies. If they don't agree, they will say so, and they did. They don't mind that initiative. Now, of course, when he's king, and because of this always the danger, I think it's much diminished now that what happened can become public and embarrassing, and the last thing ever he will want to do is to embarrass the government of the day, because that is not his task. But he will undoubtedly talk to them, because he's got the knowledge and wisdom of experience and is deeply trusted by those who've seen that he's been on the right side of history on so many issues. They will listen. Now, they won't change policy necessarily, but they will bear in mind what he said, and when they go back, they will discuss. The king said this, as I'm sure happened from time to time with the Queen. But of course, because those audiences are in absolute private and nothing leaks from them, we will never know, which is why there's such a license to speak freely.
But it's so very different, isn't it, to what we knew about the Queen, who came to the throne at such a very young age. We know what the then Prince thought about these issues, whether you're talking about climate change or whether you're talking about his passion for protecting a united kingdom. We know all that of old, and yet now he is effectively not allowed to talk in public about these things that we know what his views are.
But Jonathan talked about the Queen having had a hand in writing that speech, and the speech being written in Buckingham Palace that she delivered so memorably in Dublin. And the King, during his time as Prince of Wales, has been, his interventionism extended to being very involved in the planning of his visits, the symbolism. They understand, you know, I talked about the kind of constructive ambiguity that Sinn Fein uses. There's nothing like a royal speech that's cleverly written in order to get across a message you want without necessarily straying into party political territory. So I think the fact that people know these things about him actually increases his ability to do that rather than decreasing it.
But what I'm trying to say is, much more so than the Queen, we will know where to read between the lines. All of us, not just people who know him well, whereas with the Queen, there was that ambiguity on many issues because we simply didn't know unless people knew her well.
She comes to the throne at the age of 25, a young woman with the Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, who's old enough to be her grandfather, who she reveres. And she had very little experience of the office that she then inherited. She went on a 6-month tour, a little bit after the coronation, in order to meet her realm. She'd been abroad before, but not very extensively. And she clearly decided that she was not going to be involved at all in any of these issues, and she couldn't have been. And it's just this accident of actuarial life expectancy that leads to the fact that he was, from the age of 21, Prince of Wales, and served as Prince of Wales for longer than anyone else. And during that time made something in his life, saying, I've got to do something useful in life, I've got to make a difference. But what is really interesting, I think, is how quick he was to pick up. And that's not because he had some sort of magic wand that said, oh, climate change. He listened, he talked to people. And I imagine he will want to go on listening and talking to people in private to make sure he's up to date with these issues. And he then will discuss them openly in private. Those public speeches that he will make will be negotiated, they're discussed. There's drafts that go back and forward between number 10, or whichever relevant department it is, and St James's it has been and will be Buckingham Palace. They're negotiated. So he won't be speaking, you're right, of course, about the choice, Catherine, of words that he uses, and he will want to use his words.
And what he visits and what he does,
Yes, it's all done in coordination with government. Nothing can be done that the government says, we really don't want you to do that. You can't say, I want to go off and have a state visit somewhere.
But when you mentioned that tour that the Queen took, I think it's worth just revisiting that very briefly. Six-month tour, she's the new Queen. He's a very young boy. He and Princess Anne are both very young, and both the Queen and Prince Philip go for that 6-month tour. And there's a very famous moment, and it just speaks to who he is and what shaped him, where she returned from that tour. She is on a boat. He comes ashore to see her. He comes on board to see her for the first time in 6 months, his mother. And he believes he has to join the queue of dignitaries to greet her. And she, instead of hugging him or anything, says, no, not you, darling, and just sort of shepherds him somewhere else. It's a very, very famous moment in his childhood, but absolutely speaks to why he is the person he is, because he grew up always with this sense of who his mother was, what she did, that was his future already laid out ahead of him.
Yeah, it's astonishing when obviously we watch the various documentaries about the Queen's life, as we have all done over the past few days, when that visit is talked about, and it's said in such a matter-of-fact way that she went on that tour for 6 months and didn't see her children. There would be a very different reaction to that in present day.
It was a long time in a young child's life, as any parent and children would know. And it was perhaps during that period that his very close relationship with his grandmother was forged and formed, because he spent a huge amount of time with her, and she became a very important figure in his life. He grieved for her death enormously, as he is grieving now for his mother's death.
We're just looking pictures of Hillsborough Castle, where King Charles has been for the last hour or so, in terms of his this being the first stop on his royal tour of Northern Ireland, the first monarch to visit Northern Ireland since 2016. His late mother, the Queen, was due to go there last October, but had to pull out of that visit, as she did with several visits in the last 12 months or so, because of medical advice from her doctors. So today was already a hugely significant moment for so very many people in Northern Ireland, and we have just witnessed a very important moment within the walls of Hillsborough Castle, in the throne room, when King Charles was offered the words of condolence from the Northern Ireland Assembly members. Tracy McGee was watching that moment. Tracy, if I can come back to you, the King is coming to the end of his visit at Hillsborough Castle. How do you think it will be remembered?
Well, I think obviously it's a very historic moment. What we have witnessed will remain long in the memories of the people who were here, but also there is quite an important political significance in what has happened. Not only did we have that very carefully calibrated speech from the Speaker of the Northern Ireland Assembly, we also saw members of the political parties meeting and greeting King Charles and the Queen Consort Camilla. These are important moments, important pictures. I can tell you that Sinn Fein has told us that when Michelle O'Neill spoke to the King, she passed on her personal condolences to the King and said that the Queen's life and legacy will be fondly remembered by those of a British identity here who with great pride and devotion held her very dearly. But she also went on to say the Queen led by example in advancing peace and reconciliation and the building of relationships with those of us who are Irish. So again, this idea of Sinn Fein, the Republican movement, paying tribute to the Queen's work, but also recognising that unionism, the Protestant community are very upset by what has happened. And we saw here the outpouring of joy in greeting the King when he arrived today. So I think that this will be a very important moment for those who follow politics in Northern Ireland. People will pore over that speech from the Speaker today because of all the political nuance on it, but also will take away that message from the King that he is going to follow in the example of his mother and work towards building bridges and reconciliation here in Northern Ireland.
And there will be words of comfort to lots of people, I'm sure. There will also be great memories of that lovely moment before King Charles arrived at the throne room, when he met those crowds in the Walkabout, which I think was longer than was in his schedule. He was greeted by cheers and hip hip hooray and God Save the Queen, walking alongside the Queen Consort to such a warm and an excitable audience there who'd waited for so long. Those people, we're just looking at pictures of those school children now who, I mean, the smiles on their faces are incredible. Some of the memories for those younger people, but also everyone who decided to come down to meet the new monarch. A very, very special day indeed.
Absolutely, and all through the last few days since the Queen passed away, people have been giving interviews and speaking of their memories of meeting the Queen. For the people here today, they will remember what happened here really for the rest of their lives, that they will be able to say not only were they here for a moment of history, but they were also able to personally give the King condolences for the loss of his mother and wish him good fortune in his reign. So yes, real joy, absolute affection for the King, and I'm sure for him it will certainly bolster him in his role as monarch in the years ahead.
Tracy, for now, thank you very much as the King prepares to leave Hillsborough Castle. We've been hearing from some of those who were there who met him before he went in.
I just said, "I'm so sorry for your loss, Your Majesty," and then he paused and looked at me again and actually came back to shake my hand again. It must have just triggered him to come back. It was really, really special actually. You could see sadness in his eyes, and I just wanted to say I was sorry.
To be here today, to shake the King's hand and the Queen Consort, it's overwhelming, really is. And we've been so delighted to bring all our Girl Guiding Hillsborough up today, and they've just been so good, so patient, and yeah, it's been incredible.
What did he say to you?
I think he asked what we were.
And what did you tell him?
Brownies.
And how excited are you to be here today to see the new King and Queen Consort?
Very, very excited.
How lovely was it to see him today now as the new King?
Lovely man, great, it'll be great.
How special was today for you?
Oh, it was just so exciting to be here, and the crowd and lovely, and to still think about the Queen, really, because I suppose that's why we're basically here, isn't it, really?
The Queen has done so much for our country. We are just so grateful to have her as our monarch, and it's important that we recognise now that Charles is our king. We wanted to be here to show our support for him as well.
It's the first time this has happened in 70 years, and it's an historic moment, I suppose, and it's just such an important thing. I just came to Northern Ireland, and just we love him, I suppose, you know.
It's just a great honour and a real privilege. It's been really, really exciting. To get the invite, so it's just brilliant, that we were able to bring, the children with us, so it's been lovely to meet them.
So it was really, really nice just to have that engagement, and just to even see them in person through the morning, to take time to come to Northern Ireland for a couple of hours is just amazing, and to be here on this occasion is just, as a family, it's just special.
Did you get a chance to say anything to him?
I just wish God's blessing upon him at this difficult time.
And what do you think? They spent quite a lot of time with the crowd. Were you expecting them to stay here for quite that length of time?
No, I thought it was really nice, especially with all the school children and walking up and taking time. There didn't seem to be any rush, obviously on a very tight time scale, but to walk up and take time, especially with all the school children folks, it was really, really special.
And we're just watching the doors there of Hillsborough Castle as the King is due to depart for the next stage of his tour in Northern Ireland. The King and Queen Consort will be leaving Hillsborough Castle in just the next minute or so, where they will then head back into the city, into Belfast, for a service of reflection to mark the Queen's life, which will be attended by some key politicians, including both the UK and Irish Prime Minister and the Irish President, and we will bring you any images we have, of course, of the crowds who are gathering outside St Anne's Cathedral, also known as Belfast Cathedral, where they will greet the new King and his wife, the Queen Consort. Just watching that door there with me is Carl Dinnan. You were in the area over the weekend. Hillsborough has seen a fair few big moments in its time and now has experienced yet another one.
Yeah, it certainly has. There they are. I think they're signing the visitors' book before they leave, and other names in that book before them will include, well, of course, the Queen, the King's mother. George Bush also visited Hillsborough Castle, Tony Blair. It was the scene of some of the negotiations around the Good Friday Agreement, and afterwards, as we were saying earlier, it is also a political building where political meetings have been held. It's where Tony Blair made that famous remark, "This is no time for soundbites, but I feel the hand of history upon my shoulder," just before the Good Friday Agreement was signed. So it was used as a Secretary of State's residence. It's also, Mo Mowlam loved the place. In fact, some of Mo Mowlam's ashes are scattered in the gardens at Hillsborough Castle. It was used as a scene, as I say, for political negotiations. I remember Gordon Brown going there when they were trying to get the political process back on track and meeting party leaders. I am told, I'm reliably told, that Martin McGuinness was a big fan of the Cook's shortbread and always asked for the shortbread when they had a tea break during negotiations at Hillsborough Castle.
We could do with a bit of that now, couldn't we, as we await the King's departure from Hillsborough Castle. Some lovely moments there in the crowd that we saw, the brownies, him asking them who they were. I mean, it's no surprise, is it? The brownie and guide and cub and scout uniform has changed quite dramatically over the past few years, but what excitement for those young brownies.
Just a brief thought. The Prime Minister is going to be in that service. There was rumours flying around that she was going to be accompanying him on his tour. I suspect that would have been a rumour that was totally false in any case, because it would have been inconceivable, because what it would have done would have made a supra-political event somehow political. But particularly here in the north of Ireland. And I think it's an illustration of that distinction between the monarch and the head of state and whoever happens to be political prime minister at the time.
I think that came about because the Prime Minister is attending many of the events on the tour. But yes, when Downing Street were asked, does that mean she is taking part in the tour? The firm answer was no, absolutely not. She's not part of the tour. She is just attending some of the events on it.
A misstep in perhaps the only misstep we've seen in terms of in what has been a highly choreographed, hugely successful so far marking of these 10 days of mourning.
A bit of unintentional ambiguity in the language.
But yes, as you say, for around a 24-hour period, we were being told that would be happening.
Just an observation. Despite all the troubles in Northern Ireland, look how light the security is. In so many other parts of the world, there would be soldiers with guns, there would be a huge number of officials keeping everyone back. And this is very, very peaceful, and it's very, very orderly. We heard the enormous cheers of the largely unionist crowd there, but it's telling, isn't it, that a part of the world where there was terrible violence can now be like this.
We're seeing the King, as you've seen, depart Hillsborough Castle, the first part of his tour of Northern Ireland, heading north now to the city of Belfast, where he will head to the service of remembrance, and people gathered there. When the Queen first visited as monarch, there was a national holiday declared, but presumably given the notice since the Queen's death on Thursday, there wasn't the same notice available for the same to happen today, but that hasn't deterred the crowds of people we saw there at Hillsborough Castle, and I'm sure the same as we go along this, Carl, around a 30-minute journey to the centre of
well,
Belfast?
that's what it might take you or I. I think he'll do it in 20 or less, frankly, with those motorbikes.
The privileges of being in a royal convoy. Well, as I was saying, the King and Queen Consort are now on their way from Hillsborough Castle for a service at St Anne's Cathedral in Belfast. Let's go to our correspondent Rupert Evelyn, who is there as people are gathering to get their first glimpse of the new King.
Yeah, they've been gathering for about the last hour or so. I think it's probably worth making the point, and you were talking about security just a moment ago, that this is what the security services would describe as a sterile zone. So while there are members of the public, 500 of them, who will be here, they are, unlike what we've seen in other parts of the country, they are invited guests. And that really is all part of the security protocol that surrounds this visit right here outside the cathedral in the centre of Belfast. Many of those guests will have a connection with the King or the Prince, as was, and one of those is Christine Joel from the Prince's Trust. Now, Christine, I asked you to start with, was it still going to be called the Prince's Trust? Because obviously, and the answer to that?
Yes, we will remain the Prince's Trust as far as we've been informed so far, and His Majesty will remain our President, so it's lovely that, we'll still have that affiliation with him, and hopefully it'll even catapult us, further, knowledge about the Trust nationwide.
And how important was it for you guys to come down here today?
So important. It's such a historic moment, and to be given an invite to come down was just amazing, and that we'll be here in that moment of history to play our part, and obviously feel like we're here to support him as well. We have the good grace of knowing him a little bit, and it's just lovely.
You've met him a few times, haven't you?
So it's lovely just to feel like you're here to support him as well in his new endeavour, because it's got to be such a a trying time for him at the minute. He's very busy.
What was your experience of meeting the Prince of Wales as he was?
Yeah, back then. Yes, I've met him a couple of times. He came to our office here in Belfast to open the new Prince's Trust Northern Ireland office. And he was very lovely. That was the first time I'd met him, and you see him on TV, and you gather your opinions of him. But he was very down to earth, and he's quite witty. Shared a few jokes with the staff, and I think it's really important that he's so passionate about the young people, and he asks us what's your role and what do you do, and asks about the young people that we've helped before, and he's just so keen to know about the young people that we're supporting.
And it's you don't want to underplay. The Prince's Trust has had an immeasurable impact, hasn't it, on the lives of many, many thousands of young people.
Yeah, we as a trust, Northern Ireland and all across the UK have supported almost 1 million young people in the over just 40 years that we've been going. So it is, it's a massive undertaking, and like I say, His Majesty plays a part in that, and he's present for and he visits the young people, and it just means so much to them, and it's such a big thing in their life, Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, Christine, thank you very much for talking to us. If you get to meet the King today, what might you say?
I'm not sure. Hello. We will. We'll let him know that we're here from his trust, and I'm sure he'll be glad to see us. Be in the crowd there.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm sure there are many people in the crowd here who are looking forward for just that. Maybe it might be a fleeting opportunity to meet the King and to both mourn. This is going to be a very sombre event, obviously, here at the cathedral, but I think also a sense of celebration as well, of meeting the new King at the same time.
Rupert Evelyn, thank you. Well, the King is in Northern Ireland. There he is, as Carl was saying, his car speeding along there to get there in plenty of time for that service at 3 o'clock. It is also still very much an important day in Edinburgh too. Let's take you there now while the King makes that journey into the city centre in Belfast. The Queen has been lying at rest in Edinburgh since the service there yesterday afternoon. Thousands of people have already been allowed in to file past the coffin. The queue has now closed, and there is only an hour left for members of the public to pay their respects. Let's just take a look at what is happening there now. In an instant, just watching people file in past the Queen's coffin there, it brings us back to why we are here today, why we are discussing the new king, because of course we are talking about the passing of his mother, the late Queen, and that image, a stark reminder of the monumental change this country is going through in these national days of mourning since her death was announced on Thursday. Emma Murphy is at St Giles Cathedral in Edinburgh. Not much time left now for people who are there in that city, whether they are from Scotland or from further afield. We know people have travelled miles across the UK to join you in Edinburgh, and also many tourists from different parts of the world have also taken time out of their agenda, their itinerary, to go and pay their respects to our Queen, the Queen, as President Macron described her in the last few days. And then we will see the Queen effectively start to make the next step in this, what will be her final journey to London later today.
So we are in the very final moments of the opportunity that's been afforded to the public here to go into St Giles Cathedral to pay their respects to the Queen. We know about an hour ago the authorities decided it was the time to close the line, to stop the queue and not allow any more people to join it. It had been building for over 24 hours, and we expect that by the time the doors close in really not so many more minutes now, over 30,000 people will have filed all the way along here through those west doors of St Giles Cathedral to then pay their respects by the coffin of the late Queen. And people we've spoken to who have been in there have really struggled to find the words as to how they feel, how they felt when they were in the actual cathedral and how they feel afterwards. But two things have been pretty commonly shared amongst them all. One, a feeling of humility and a description of the serenity within the cathedral, and also the fact that people have said that they wish to go in there because they wanted to say thank you. And actually what struck me is that these are people who have travelled from all over the country. They've travelled from often different parts of the world, but it mattered to them to be a part of this, to see the Queen at rest, to stand by her coffin, to reflect as they did so on the contribution she has made to all the countries of this world. And people from across this world have been a part of this crowd here today. The other thing that's been very noticeable is how the mood shifts here. So when the official ceremonies are going on, when the coffin was being taken into the church, when the royal family were present here, there was an incredibly sombre feeling. However, now, whilst people wait to line these streets and wait to see the Queen being taken away, the mood is less sombre. It is more a feeling of celebration and a wish to be here to see the Queen as she leaves Scotland.
Emma, thank you very much. Thank you. Well, the Queen will arrive in London this evening before lying in state from tomorrow afternoon. Let's cross now to Amy Lewis, who is at Green Park, where flowers are still being laid. Amy, still plenty of crowds coming and mourners wanting to pay their respects to the Queen, and that the amount of flowers building every single day.
Yes, I am just a couple of hundred yards away from Buckingham Palace. This now is where the well-wishers are being directed. As you say, they're coming still in their thousands, hoping to, of course, pay their respects, but also many are staying on this evening to get a first glimpse of the Queen's coffin, because, of course, the Queen will be making her final journey to Buckingham Palace later on this evening. I'm joined now by the Curry family, Harry and Arthur and Louis, very regal names. How far have you come and why did you want to come here?
We've come from North Yorkshire and we just felt that we had to come, something different. It's mainly for the bit of history living in it. We're hoping to stay most of the day and then going home tonight.
And boys, what did you think of the Queen?
I think she's a very nice person.
And you're going to be staying on this evening, aren't you, to try and see her coffin?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us. I'm also joined by Lucy and Sarah, who've come all the way from Somerset. Ladies, why was it important for you to make the journey here today?
Just to really be part of history and to show our respects to the Queen, obviously, and her family, and King Charles.
What have you made of what you've seen here today?
It's actually been really emotional. I wasn't expecting quite so many people, and it's just been really lovely.
Will you be staying on to try and see the coffin later?
We're staying late into the evening, so hopefully yes. But we plan to travel sort of tonight back home, literally sort of fitting it in between sort of work and study and everything else. But I felt I had to come. Partly it's my family are from London. I'm a Londoner originally, and it's always been the family's tradition really to come down and see what's going on whenever, you know, in happy times and in sad.
Well, thank you very much, both of you, for joining us. Sarah and Lucy there from Somerset. Well, the Queen later on will actually, her coffin will arrive at RAF Northolt. It's just 14 miles west of here in West London, but normally it wouldn't take very long to do that journey, but tomorrow, of course, people and well-wishers will be lining that route, so it may be quite a long wait for the people here later on to, of course, see the coffin. And when the coffin does reach Buckingham Palace, it will be met by Charles and the Queen consort, and then tomorrow will make its way, the coffin will make its way to Westminster Hall, where it will lie in state. The Queen will for 4 days. Hundreds of thousands of mourners are expected to spend hours waiting to get access there to Westminster Hall. So if we think we've seen huge crowds here over the last few days, I don't think in comparison to what we're going to see in the coming days we have seen anything yet.
Amy Lewis, thank you. Let's return now to events here in Northern Ireland as the King is making his way to the service we've been talking about at St Anne's Cathedral in Belfast, which begins in just over 15 minutes' time. UTV correspondent Sarah Clark is there for us. What can we expect from this service, Sarah?
Well, this is a service of prayer and reflection, an ecumenical service reflecting the life of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Well, we've had a steady stream of dignitaries arriving within the past hour. As you can perhaps see behind me, we have the Guard of Honour, cadets from the three forces, the Air Force, the Navy and the Army here, ready to greet His Majesty Charles III and the Queen Consort when they arrive. Already seated within the cathedral, we've seen the new Secretary of State, Chris Heaton-Harris. We've also seen the Irish Foreign Minister, Simon Coveney, and we understand that the Taoiseach, Micheál Martin, and the Irish President, Michael D. Higgins, are also expected to attend this service. Now, when His Majesty arrives, as you say, around 3 o'clock, he will be received here at the cathedral by the Lord Lieutenant of Belfast. Also, we understand, received by the Lord Mayor of Belfast, Tina Black. And the significance of that is that she is a Sinn Fein Lord Mayor. We've already seen her colleague, Alex Maskey, deliver that message of condolence at that special reception in Hillsborough. And now Tina Black, the Lord Mayor of Belfast, who's from Sinn Fein, will also be here to receive His Majesty.
Sarah Clark, thank you very much. We've just seen the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, take her seat in the cathedral as we're just about 14 minutes away from that service to begin as the King makes his way through those streets of Belfast. Let's just take a listen into the reception he's receiving.
Yeah, so we can just see the convoy driving through the streets of central Belfast to St Anne's Cathedral. As you say, Nina, it's also known as Belfast Cathedral, now set in central Belfast in what is now called the Cathedral Quarter. In fact, it's not an old cathedral, it's a 20th century cathedral. It's not been replaced an earlier church, but as a building itself, it hasn't been there all that very long. The interesting thing about the King's relationship to the Church of Ireland, it's the Church of Ireland Cathedral, is it is different from his relationship to the Church of England, of which he is now the Supreme Governor. The Church of Ireland is it's known as disestablished, so he has no role in the Church of Ireland in the way that he has with the Church of England, or indeed the Church of Scotland, which he is the defender of. There we go, past Belfast City Hall, right in the centre of Belfast. Big crowds there greeting the King and the Queen Consort in the centre of Belfast. I can tell you it's not always that sunny there. Quite a bit of security we can see along the sides of the roads. Although Jonathan was saying earlier, I mean, there are other countries where there would be significantly more security than this, and indeed in days gone by in Belfast there would certainly have been a lot more security. And I can tell you something else, there was no way in days gone by during the Troubles that the destination of any member of the royal family, let alone the monarch, would have been publicised in advance in the city of Belfast. But thankfully the worst of those days are gone now, and so it has been possible for this to be publicised, the journey of the King and the Queen Consort from Royal Hillsborough, as it now is, into Belfast for the service, a service of reflection in St Anne's Cathedral for the life of his mother, the late Queen.
Jonathan, we touched on it earlier, but what do we make of the timing of the King's visit? When the Queen became monarch, she visited Northern Ireland as part of her coronation tour in 1953. When the King became monarch, he has visited Belfast, as we're seeing right now, just days after he became king. Will that timing, that sense of urgency, be appreciated?
I think perhaps not urgency, but the sense that he wanted to make it clear early on that he was there for everyone, and to get that done so that that wouldn't be a sort of continuing question and have it spun out over a period. And it makes a big event. I mean, there has to be a gap, obviously, between the late Queen's death and the funeral, because of the lying in state. So there are these sort of, as it were, interregnum periods, and this is a way of, by the time you reach the funeral, of saying, I have been to every part of my realm, and in Northern Ireland, will have been to Cardiff and to Wales as well, after Scotland, and as well as England, and it will be a way of saying, I want to embrace everyone in our common shared experience of grieving for my mother.
We could see just a moment ago, sitting in the front row, we could see the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, and the Irish Taoiseach, Micheál Martin, deep in conversation. Now, they have a lot of business to do, trying to sort out the Northern Ireland Protocol and what happens with that next. Obviously, this is not a business occasion, but it was an intense conversation between the two of them, let's say.
It's interesting as well, because we are seeing people coming together today. We are seeing cheering crowds. It's worth mentioning, and I don't know what the arrangements are in Northern Ireland, there's a huge difference between security concerns and allowing peaceful protest. And of course, one of the odd notes yesterday was the arrest of 3 peaceful protesters in Edinburgh, which struck a lot of people as being exactly the wrong approach to this, because, you know, Charles himself would not, you know, obviously his role is one that he is assuming, so he's not talking about abolition of the monarchy, but the idea of stifling peaceful protest against it would actually be antithetical to him in so many different ways,
he presides
and to the occasion.
Yeah, he presides over a free society, the essence of which is democracy and the right to disagree. I think a lot of people would have found that quite odd, as the guy in London as well, who
held up a
blank placard. He wanted to say, "Not my king." Well, you know, that's his view. It seemed to me to be odd, and it looks to me as if the Metropolitan Police is a trifle embarrassed by that fact. We're clearly seeing here different faith leaders, which is very important, obviously in Northern Ireland, but more widely. And the King, as Prince of Wales, has for a very long time, he once said, back in 1994, to me as it happens, I want to be defender of faith. What he has always said is he has a devout Christian faith, but he wants to give equal value to all those faiths. And the Queen followed that in 2012, when at Lambeth Palace she said that she, as head of the church, as supreme governor, supported all faiths and indeed those with no faith. And this is a very ecumenical reaching out, and it would be inconceivable now for there not to be the representatives of all these faiths here, whereas that would not have happened 70 years ago.
That's not an official change that has been made, though, is it? He is not officially the defender of faith. That's his personal feeling about the role that he wants to inhabit.
He is defender of the faith. And when it comes to the coronation oath, which swears the oath of loyalty to the Anglican Communion, to the Church of England, of which he becomes Supreme Governor, I would imagine that he will use exactly the same words as in the original last coronation, but there will be a way within that coronation to make it clear that his views and the views that his mother expressed in 2012 will be heard and seen. Here is an example of the king who really cares about faith. I mean, he reached out in ways that were really very unusual. Back in 1991, he made a speech in Oxford about Islam, and he went on to say it is very important that we live together, respect each other's faiths and religions, and don't allow poison to become between us. And because of his role as Prince of Wales, where he went endlessly to different communities into the church, you saw it.
Brothers and sisters, we gather in this cathedral to commemorate in word and prayer Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, committing her to God during these days of national mourning, whilst celebrating her life and work for this country and for the Commonwealth, and giving thanks for all that she has been as Queen, and as such head of state for the people of Northern Ireland. Within this act of worship, we shall pray for all those whose lives have been touched by Her Majesty, whether as a part of her family circle or more distantly within the wide horizon of her concern. We mark with gratitude the dedication to duty that has exemplified her reign, and give thanks for her presence under God as a pattern of all that is good and true in human life. Let us pray. Almighty God, Father of all mercies, we commit to your loving care our Sovereign Lady Queen Elizabeth, who for 70 years has been to this land a wise, gracious and dutiful monarch, committed to serving you on the pattern of your Son, Jesus our Lord. We give thanks for her faith, inspiration and guidance through changing times and occasions of both national joy and public and private grief. Bless her family and all whose love and care have supported her throughout her long reign, with comfort and strength in these days of loss and mourning. On King Charles, pour out, we beseech you, such an abundance of your grace, that he may fulfill his calling with ever-increasing wisdom, discernment, and spiritual light. We gather our thoughts and prayers together in the words in which Christ taught his disciples to pray, saying, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
A reading from the book of Joshua, chapter 4, beginning at verse 1. When the entire nation of Israel had finished crossing over the Jordan, the Lord said to Joshua, Select 12 men from the people, one from each tribe, and command them, Take 12 stones from here, out of the middle of the Jordan, from the place where the priest's feet stood. Carry them over with you and lay them down in the place where you camped tonight." The Israelites did as Joshua commanded. They took up 12 stones out of the middle of the Jordan, according to the number of the tribes of the Israelites, as the Lord told Joshua, carried them over with them to the place where they camped, and laid down there. The people came up out of the Jordan on the 10th day of the first month, and they camped in Gilgal on the east border of Jericho. Those 12 stones which they had taken out of the Jordan, Joshua set up in Gilgal, saying to the Israelites, "When your children ask their parents in time to come, 'What do these stones mean?' then you shall let your children know, Israel crossed over the Jordan here on dry ground. For the Lord your God dried up the waters of the Jordan for you until you crossed over, as the Lord your God did for us when we crossed over the Red Sea, so that all the peoples of the earth may know that the hand of the Lord is mighty, and so that you may fear the Lord your God forever." This is the word of the Lord.
Thanks.
Rejoice. Rejoice in the Lord always. Again I will say, rejoice. Let your gentleness be known to everyone. The Lord is near. Do not worry about anything, but in everything by prayer and supplication, with thanksgiving, let your requests be made known to God. And the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. Finally, beloved, whatever is true, whatever is honourable, whatever is just, whatever is pure, whatever is pleasing, whatever is commendable, if there is any excellence, and if there is anything worthy of praise, think about these things. Keep on doing the things that you have learned and received and heard and seen in me, and the God of peace will be with you. This is the word of the Lord. Thanks be to God.
O Lord, our heavenly Father, high and mighty, King of kings and Lord of lords, the only ruler of princes, who from your throne beholds all who dwell upon earth, grant to us understanding of your will and thankfulness of heart for the life and reign of our most beloved Queen, and to her everlasting joy and felicity, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Nani manahar, agus vic, agus the Spirit me. For many of us in the United Kingdom, there were two people whose deaths we could never imagine: our own and the Queen's. And I think that is one of the reasons why the death of Queen Elizabeth was literally felt so keenly by so many people when the news broke on Thursday afternoon. It was as though the nation's collective grief was gathered up in those remarkable words of Christopher Marlowe's: "If I had wept a sea of tears for her, it would not ease the sorrow I sustain." And if that was how those of us felt who were in many ways part of her adopted family through her coronation oath, how much more profound must that feeling of loss be to those of the Queen's blood family, those who knew her best and loved her most. So, Your Majesty, our prayers will be with you and your family for a long time to come. St. Paul could be a bit of a gloomy old moralist at times, and some of his injunctions contained in his letters are very far from easy to fulfill. It's pretty difficult to have no anxiety about anything, but I would dare to suggest that for the family of the late Queen and for millions of others, there will be no difficulty whatsoever when she comes to mind in following St. Paul's command to think on whatever is true, whatever is honourable, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is commendable, whatever is worthy of praise. There were many other words used about the late Queen during her long reign: faithfulness, care, dutifulness, love, devotion. And all of these could be employed to describe her relationship with Northern Ireland, and I have to say, probably with patience binding them all together. But paying attention especially to what she said most recently, the word which I think will be most associated with Queen Elizabeth and Ireland, North and South, is reconciliation. It's a great New Testament word. It's a great civic word, and it's a hard word. So hard in the religious sense that it was beyond the power of humanity to achieve, and God himself had to give it to us as a gift in his Son. And as a disciple of Jesus Christ, Queen Elizabeth followed where Jesus led, as women often have in the elusive and unfinished work of reconciliation here in Northern Ireland. For where the master is, there will the servant be also. It has always been love's way that in order to rise, she stoops. So bowing of the head in respect was far more powerful than much grander gestures would have been. Love listens far more than she speaks. So a few words in an unfamiliar tongue and a judicious sentence or two of heartfelt regret and wisdom said far more than ceaseless volubility. Love never rushes anything for fear of overwhelming the beloved. But when the moment was right, she walked the few steps between two houses of prayer in Enniskillen, alongside the beloved, in encouragement and affection. And although love is easily injured, she keeps no record of wrongs and extends the open hand of sincerity and friendship with courage to create an environment and an atmosphere where reconciliation have a chance. Love never fails. Where the master is, there will the servant be also. Reconciliation is about the restoration of broken relationships. And the word should never be cheapened by pretending it's an easy thing to achieve. And by and large, in the work of reconciliation, most of our victories are achieved quietly and in private, and most of our humiliations will be in public. Reconciliation requires the greatest of all religious virtues, love, and it requires the greatest of all civic virtues, courage. But as the great prophet, apostle of reconciliation says, what you have learned and received and heard and seen in me, do, and the God of peace will be with you. And who can doubt that the Holy Spirit of the God of peace was present in the mind and in the heart of the late Queen when she spoke her judicious and generous words and walked the hard road of reconciliation in this province and on this island. The Queen's vocation as a Christian monarch to work for the good of all her people went far beyond the boundaries of these islands, but we have much to learn from it. That it is Christian to be tolerant, not because we believe so little about God, but because of the nature of the God we believe in, and because we believe so much in the importance of a free response to God's call. So firmly rooted in her Christian faith, the Queen was therefore firm in her belief that it is no part of a Christian's vocation to belittle another person's faith or lack of it. It's only an impression, but it did seem to me that in the last years of her reign, the tone and content of the Queen's broadcasts became slightly more overtly religious and perhaps a little more personal. And on Christmas Day, only 4 or 5 years ago, she said this: although we are capable of great acts of kindness, history teaches us that we sometimes need saving from ourselves, from our recklessness and greed. So God sent into the world a unique person, neither a philosopher or a general, important as they are, but a saviour with the power to forgive. Forgiveness lies at the heart of the Christian faith. It can heal broken families, it can restore friendships, and it can reconcile divided communities. And she went on to say, and it is in forgiveness that we feel the power of God's love. At her baptism, Elizabeth Alexandra Mary was signed on her forehead with the sign of sacrifice, the cross. And for 96 years in a life which was a prodigy of steady endeavour, she offered herself, her soul and body as a living sacrifice to God, who loves her with an everlasting love. So I want to finish by reminding us of those final words spoken by Mr. Valiant for Truth in Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress, some of which the Queen herself used in her very first television broadcast in 1957. Then he said, "I am going to my fathers, and though with great difficulty I am got hither, yet now do I not repent me of all the trouble I have been to arrive where I am. My sword I give to him who will succeed me in my pilgrimage, and my courage and skill to him that can get it. My marks and scars I carry with me, that I have fought his battles, who will now be my rewarder." And when the day that he must go hence was come, many accompanied him to the riverside, into which as he went he said, "Death, where is thy sting?" As he went down deeper, he said, "Grave, where is thy victory?" And so he passed over, and the trumpets sounded for her on the other side. Now to the King of ages, immortal, invisible, the only true God, be ascribed all might, majesty, dominion and power, as is most justly due. God save the King.
Let us pray. Gracious Father, hear our prayer for all whose lives have been an inspiration and example to others of devotion and faith. Most especially, we thank you today for the life and work of Queen Elizabeth. Receive her in your mercy into your nearer presence. Grant her your forgiveness. Perfect her in love, and may your light perpetual shine upon her. Grant that all that was true and honorable, compassionate and merciful in her life and witness to your Son, Jesus Christ, grow in the hearts of all who have shared her life here, and look forward to a joyful reunion in the heavenly places. Through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Generous Lord God, we give you thanks this day for the dedication to service and duty shown by the members of the royal family, following after the example set by Queen Elizabeth. At this time, may each draw strength from one another, from the long life of the Queen, and from their faith in God, that by personal example and the courage to serve, they may live for the well-being of this nation and for greater understanding in the world. In the name of the Prince of Peace, even Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
God of all holiness and giver of life, protect and guide, we beseech you, all who seek in these days, through prayer, thought, and action, to fulfill their work in sustaining the life of this city and land. May all whose responsibilities bridge gulfs of understanding, of cultural or religious difference, or across divides of age, race, gender, or politics, come to know the central human need for love, security, justice, and peace. Maintain within all our institutions a unity of spirit which transcends difference, a oneness of purpose in mutual support for the good of all. This we pray in the spirit of He who bids us be one, our Lord and Saviour, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Lord God, whose power is infinite and love everlasting, grant to your servant Charles your merciful goodness. Bless and comfort him in his sorrow. Daily restore him in strength to meet the demands of his high calling. Fulfill in him your providential will, and may the indwelling Spirit of your Son, Jesus Christ, bring him peace of heart and courage to declare and do what is right. To his family, in your great compassion, shed your heavenly succor, and may they all know your presence daily as they turn their hearts to you and to your Son, who for us all is the bread of life and the gateway to heaven, and in whose name we pray. Amen.
Deep peace of the running wave to you.
Deep peace of the flowing air to you.
Deep peace of the quiet earth to you.
Deep peace of the shining stars to you.
Deep peace of the Son of Peace to you.
And the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be with you and remain with you always. Amen.
Yes, well.
Pleasure to meet you, sir.
Can you get a bit more space, please?
Do like 2 or 3 meters.
Let's keep going late, and you're all in the morning.
Yeah. All the way back.
Guys,
I think
keep
you do a
going
bit
back,
further.
and then-
Keep going. You'll be a wonderful king.
Be in there, short stuff.
Yes, we're trying to.
The King, who has just left the service of remembrance for Queen Elizabeth II at St Anne's Cathedral in Belfast. This walkabout a little different to the ones we have seen that the King has taken part in at Buckingham Palace and earlier today at Hillsborough Castle. People there at Writers' Square, just opposite the cathedral, Belfast Cathedral, have been invited to be in this position to meet the new King on this, the day he tours Northern Ireland. If you are just joining us, we are on air with the final minute of the King's tour in Northern Ireland. In London, the capital is awaiting the arrival of the Queen's coffin tonight. In Edinburgh, the city is preparing to say its final farewells to the Queen. The late monarch's hearse expected to depart St Giles Cathedral at 4:30 this afternoon. Let's just listen in to the King's walkabout now, right now in Belfast, in Writers' Square.
Nice to meet you. It's wonderful.
Let's get some reaction to that service now in Belfast with Sarah Clark, who's been outside the cathedral as that ceremony was taking place. Sarah, a very moving service for the King and for the crowds.
Yes, indeed, this special service of remembrance for Queen Elizabeth II. We had that spontaneous eruption of applause as King Charles III left the cathedral. Also a spontaneous rendition of God Save the King by the onlookers who were gathered here in Writers' Square. That select few from the Junior Orange Order, the Boys Brigade, the Girls Brigade, the Guides, and the LGBT community in the Rainbow Project, the Shankill Women's Project there also. Within the cathedral, though, we also had that rousing rendition of the national anthem, God Save the King, but also what I thought was really poignant was at the end, the Irish blessing, parts read by each of the leaders of the main Christian faiths here, including the Archbishop of Armagh, Catholic Primate of all Ireland, Eamon Martin. Those within the cathedral will have not missed the significance of the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, being seated next to the Taoiseach, the Irish, Micheál Martin, the Irish President Michael D. Higgins, also in attendance here. So yes, it has been a truly momentous occasion for us here in Northern Ireland. Let's not forget as well that when the King arrived, he was greeted by the Sinn Fein Lord Mayor of Belfast, Tina Black. And she is, of course, from a Republican Party. Her leader is Michelle O'Neill, who is the First Minister designate and now the largest party in Northern Ireland. So while there will be many here who are welcoming the King and want to be part of this, there are others who don't. And this is a unique political position that we have here in Northern Ireland.
Sarah Clark, thank you very much. Well, also listening to that service was my guests, Jonathan Dimbleby and Catherine Mayer. I'm joined by Carl Dinnan as well. I would say overall, would you say, Jonathan, that in terms of an assessment of the King's tour of Northern Ireland, it has been a successful day in Belfast?
Yes, I mean, the service was very interesting and rather... I thought the address by the Archbishop of Armagh was rather beautifully judged. Again, words of reconciliation, how the Queen had reconciled, it was an unfinished work of reconciliation, I noticed he had said. He referred back to what she had done in the past, the shaking of hands, the speech she made in Dublin in 2011. And yes, it's obviously been a success. It hasn't been disrupted.
Jonathan,
in any way.
I just want to interrupt you there just to point out to our viewers, as I'm sure they can see, that the Royal Princess Anne in Edinburgh there, as she is awaiting to accompany her mother's coffin, as she has done from the Balmoral estate to Edinburgh. She is now awaiting the coffin departing St Giles's Cathedral to begin its journey to the airport before her daughter will accompany the Queen all the way back down to London.
It's a very touching fact, that, isn't it? She's been all the way, her beloved daughter, sitting there in the car behind, and will be on the plane as well. In Northern Ireland, it is not to diminish in any way the clear, deep affection for the institution of the monarchy and the high regard for the Prince of Wales. The high regard from the Prince of Wales, I think, is shared quite widely. But as we've been discussing earlier, we mustn't be misled into the conclusion that somehow there is a unity when there actually are deep divisions, and that's going to be one of the challenges he faces as head of state. But it was, but both Catherine and I noticed too, a little informality when he arrived, when the Lord Mayor greeted him off the plane. She took hold of his arm and sort of. And he was not at all discomforted by that. That would have been in more formal times of the Queen. No one would ever have done that. And it was a rather nice moment. I thought that the service was touching, well judged. Very importantly, we mentioned it before the service started, ecumenical. Different denominations speaking. The Irish words at the end, spoken in English, of course, by the three denominations. It's a rather beautiful service.
Jonathan Dimbleby, a pleasure and a privilege watching that with you. Catherine Mayer as well, Carl Dinnan, thank you. An historic, moving and momentous day in Northern Ireland, so too in Edinburgh, so too in London at Buckingham Palace, where I'll now hand you over to Mary Nightingale to take you through the rest of the afternoon.
Well, thank you very much, Nina. I am speaking to you from Buckingham Palace, but the pictures are showing St Giles Cathedral in Edinburgh, where the city is preparing to say farewell to Queen Elizabeth. The hearse has drawn up outside St Giles Cathedral. The Queen's coffin will emerge through the west door of St Giles to take its place back in the hearse and make its way to Edinburgh Airport. With me, Chris Shipp, our royal editor, And Major General Sir William Cubitt, who was commander of the Household Division until 2011. And all of this ceremonial, Bill, is precisely the sort of thing that you in England and your equivalent in Scotland will have been preparing for many years.
That's right, for many years, but never knowing, in great detail, but never knowing exactly when it would be required. And we're now seeing it played out in the most spectacular way, with all sorts of dimensions and details that are of great interest and show great respect to Queen Elizabeth.
So what will we be seeing in terms of ceremonial as the coffin emerges again?
Well, we're just coming to the end of the period of vigil when the Queen's coffin has been lying at rest in St Giles Cathedral. So the last watch of the Royal Company of Archers will be about to finish, and the bearer party from the Royal Regiment of Scotland will bring the coffin out of the west door and place it in the royal hearse. And opposite there will be a guard of honour from the Royal Company of Archers, commanded by Lieutenant Johnny Stewart, a former Scots Guards Lieutenant Colonel, and the King's colour of the Royal Company of Archers, and they will give a royal salute as the coffin emerges, and then the hearse will set off for Edinburgh Airport, down the Royal Mile, down the mile, or near the Mound, onto Princes Street and off to the airport.
All right, well, let's, for the moment, Bill, thank you. And let's run through the rest of the planned events today, because there is a great deal that's going to be happening. In the next hour, the Queen's coffin, as Bill said, will be moved from St Giles to Edinburgh Airport. Members of the public are expected to line the route as the hearse makes its way to the airport. At around 6 o'clock this evening, the Queen's coffin will be flown by a C-17 Globemaster aircraft to RAF Northolt, that's in northeast London, accompanied once again by the Princess Royal, Princess Anne. That aircraft will land at around 7 p.m. at Northolt and will be met by a guard of honour from the Queen's Colour Squadron. The cortege will then travel by road to Buckingham Palace, where it will be received by the King and Queen Consort, as well as other members of the royal family. And so, Chris, yet another remarkable and historic day is panning out, isn't it?
Yeah, we were talking yesterday in Edinburgh about the significance of the events there. This evening is all about this ceremonial move of the Queen's coffin from St Giles Cathedral. And it was this time yesterday, wasn't it, that the King filed out of St Giles's Cathedral, the sun, as it kind of is tonight in Edinburgh, setting behind the cathedral slowly. And the coffin, well, actually, remember, the crown of Scotland is sat atop the coffin. At about now, that crown is being removed and placed to one side. It will eventually return to its home at Edinburgh Castle.
Carried by the Duke of Hamilton, is that right, Bill?
It was placed on it by the Duke of Hamilton.
OK.
He has a very, very important job to carry the crown of Scotland. That'll be taken off the coffin, placed to one side, and then the bearer party from the Royal Regiment of Scotland will slowly carry the Queen's coffin out and into the hearse. Now, we're told the journey to the airport is about 8 miles or so from there to Edinburgh Airport. It will take about 40 minutes. And as we've been told previously about Princess Anne, the Princess Royal, who we've just seen arrive at St Giles Cathedral, she will accompany her mother's coffin for the duration. So to the airport and then onto this military plane. And anyone knows what a C-17 is. It's a ginormous grey military plane, often used to transport things in and out of Afghanistan. But today there will just be one piece of cargo, a very precious piece of cargo, and that will be the Queen's coffin being flown from Edinburgh to RAF Northolt.
And the three of us were, we can see the new King at Belfast Airport now, and he's preparing to fly back home to Buckingham Palace.
Yes, he is not going to Edinburgh. He's finished in Edinburgh and he's been in Belfast today because this is part of his, the new King's, we call it tour. It doesn't quite feel right to use the word tour, but his, you know, he's visiting each of the capital cities of the 4 nations of the United Kingdom. Belfast has been done today and will be over imminently. But the King and the Queen Consort, you can see there, just about to get on their plane at Belfast Airport, will be flying here to Buckingham Palace later, and therefore we expect and we wait details from Buckingham Palace themselves about who's going to receive the Queen's coffin. But just think again about that moment this evening, Mary. This is the Queen's coffin returning to the headquarters of the British monarchy, and she will rest there overnight, and that will be her last ever time in Buckingham Palace.
Yes, it really does feel like a homecoming, even though the Queen hasn't regarded Buckingham Palace as her home, has she? Well, she certainly hasn't spent a night there since before the pandemic.
I remember very well the images of the Queen leaving Buckingham Palace with her corgis in the back of the car just before the pandemic swept into this country, in March 2020. That was when it was decided that, already an elderly lady at the time, that was when it's decided that she should move to Windsor and be looked after by what was called HMS Bubble in the end, when her and the Duke of Edinburgh were looked after by a small coterie of staff. But as you rightly say, she hasn't lived at Buckingham Palace for some time, but it's always remained the home of the British monarchy. It will continue to be the home of the British monarchy, and exactly where Prince Charles, here we go again.
Here we go again.
King Charles, when he returns to Buckingham Palace this evening, that'll be him. He will keep Buckingham Palace as the headquarters. And there we are on the plane and about to embark on his next leg of his journey.
Right, he seems to be enjoying the interaction with people, doesn't he? He lingers and he chats and he gives the impression that he almost doesn't want to leave.
He always does, and what I must say, and it's important to note this now, I think, is I haven't noticed any difference really, apart from his title, and lots of people, and I've had conversations with other broadcasters, are often getting his titles wrong at the moment, but King Charles III, he's not hugely different in terms of his interactions. Yes, his title has changed. Yes, his position has changed. Yes, he's now the head of state and head of nation, and he's elevated in that sense. But when it comes to meeting crowds, as he did in Belfast, as he did in Edinburgh, as he's done outside here at Buckingham Palace, absolutely no difference at all. And just on the left of the screen there, you can see the crowds on the Royal Mile in Edinburgh. We saw them yesterday, didn't we, Mary? Even those who weren't in the queue, and we should be clear, the queue to file past the Queen's coffin was closed with 2 hours' notice, because they had to get everyone through in order to have the coffin lifted out of St Giles Cathedral. But look at that, look at the number of people that just this afternoon want to witness a little bit of history again.
And as you say, Chris, as we left our posts yesterday, and I was returning to my hotel in the darkness yesterday, in that area of Edinburgh called the Meadows, the queue was snaking round and round and round. It appeared to be endless. And this was in the dead of night. No one had any opportunity to go and have a rest or any shelter. It was a reasonably mild, fortunately very dry night, but it was a real commitment to seeing the coffin, if they possibly could.
It was, and actually I had a conversation earlier with one of those archers who had kept vigil through the middle of the night. They did in sort of 20-minute vigils. I had a conversation with him at Edinburgh Airport a short while ago, and he said it was remarkable at 4 o'clock in the morning when he would change his duty, change the guard, keeping watch over the Queen's coffin. He saw all different kind of families coming through, young, old, grandmothers there with daughters and grandchildren, all filing past the coffin in the dead of night. And this was the Queen lying at rest in Edinburgh. And there is a lot of nervousness, I think, and anticipation about what's going to happen when she's lying in state in London.
All right, well, let's go to Emma Murphy, who is by St Giles Cathedral in Edinburgh. Emma, what is happening there? What's the atmosphere like?
Well, Mary, you might be able to hear behind me the gentle babble of voices as people wait here in anticipation of what they will see in the coming minutes. The Queen being removed from the cathedral by the bearer party, 5 Scots. And what a pressure on those individuals who will be responsible for carrying the coffin containing the woman to whom they signed up to serve from Scotland, from the capital city for the very last time. So many people have commented about the strain on the faces of those who brought the Queen here. Well, there is more pressure again to gently remove her from here. What a moment of pride for them, and what a moment of pride for their families. And the people here are just hoping that in silence they will stand and watch as the Queen leaves, as Scotland's Queen takes her leave from the capital city. I was talking to people earlier who are all on these streets, and I was saying, what is it that you came here for? And of course, this is a moment of history, but the feeling was that they wanted to be here to show respect, to show their gratitude and their thanks to a Queen, the only Queen many of them had known. And they are here now, and they are waiting in the hope that they will be able to see the Queen as the coffin is removed from the cathedral behind me.
And Bill Cubitt, the ceremonial is just beginning. So what are we seeing here?
Well, the Lord Lion of the King of Arms for Scotland and the Heralds of Scotland are now taking up their position outside the west door in preparation for the move of the coffin. And we're behind the Royal Company of Archers, who have their origins in the 17th century when they were formed as a body of archers. And it was in the early 18th century when they were given a royal charter that gave them the right to use any archery ground in Scotland by Queen Anne. But in 1822 they were formally appointed as the King's Royal Bodyguard for Scotland. It's the Dean of the Chapel Royal for Scotland.
And the sound the Queen loved
and
of pipers.
The Sovereign's piper playing a lament.
So a wave of applause rolling down the Royal Mile as Edinburgh says farewell to the Queen. It strikes me, you know, of all the titles that the Queen had, and she had very, very many. I won't ask you to list them, Chris. One of them, of course, was Duchess of Edinburgh. She was married to the Duke of Edinburgh. Before she acceded to the throne, she was known as the Duchess of Edinburgh. And you feel that Edinburgh is saying goodbye to one of its own today.
I was just thinking that, Mary, as the coffin goes up the High Street and lawn markets, and it's going to make its way very slowly now, Johnson Terrace, Queensferry Road, all the way to the North Cargo of Edinburgh Airport. I was thinking that people there know that she's not returning now. This is her final departure from Scotland's capital, as she makes that very slow and careful journey away from the historic old town of Edinburgh. And I think people know that this is a real moment, that the Queen is not coming back. And when she takes off from Edinburgh Airport today, it will be for the last time that she is in that nation of the United Kingdom.
And William Cubitt, magnificent ceremonial there, and the Royal Company of Archers doing their job beautifully. And you do actually know some of those young men, don't you, who were carrying the coffin?
You call them young men, they're the same age as me, Mary.
Quite so, a young man.
Most of them, nearly all of them, are ex-military of one sort or another. And as we saw in those pictures and also yesterday, rows of medals, so a great deal of military experience. I think it's been absolutely wonderful to see the Scottish ceremonial as it has turned out, and it's been a real spectacle.
And they have kept vigil around the Queen's coffin all night.
For 24 hours.
For 24 hours,
yes.
without a break, 20-minute shifts.
20-minute shifts, indeed, yes. Yeah. With the addition of the King at 7:30 last night, and the Princess Royal and the Earl of Forfar.
The first time a woman has taken part in the Vigil of Princes, is that correct?
That's true,
yeah.
That's true.
So significant for all sorts of reasons. And as now the cortege moves out from the centre of Edinburgh and makes its way to the airport, again, crowds of people, some of them clapping, some of them just watching in quiet reflection, and Scotland once again putting its finest face forward. Magnificent weather, looking beautiful.
It is such a magnificent city, Mary, Edinburgh, and just in the foothills of the castle there, which stands atop that ginormous rock right in the middle of Edinburgh. And as it makes its way along Johnson Terrace, if you were to look up to the right of your screen there, you would see the castle looking down. In fact, that might be the shadows from the castle itself as the Queen's car drives into it. It's just the most remarkable place. And we said more than once in the past 24 hours how fitting it has been that Scotland has played such a significant part of this week. And that's only because the Queen passed at Balmoral.
Beautiful blue skies. I lose count of the number of Scots I met yesterday who said, this weather isn't very Scottish, but it's
the weather we needed.
Could not be better
yes.
for what Scotland has given the Queen right now.
Well, yesterday you were calling it challenging weather, which drew some amusement from the citizens of Scotland that I was staying with.
That was not challenging. It was a breath of wind, wasn't it? But this is really glorious, and people out lining the route.
Yes, the journey she's making now is about just over 8 miles from the very centre of historic Edinburgh all the way to the airport. It's going to take about 40 minutes, and in the car behind the hearse there is her daughter Princess Anne, the Princess Royal, and her husband Admiral Sir Timothy Lawrence. And they themselves will be on that transport plane I mentioned earlier as the coffin is carefully carried. I think the bearer party, Bill, you will know this better than I, at the airport is going to be formed by the RAF.
That's right, Royal Air Force. The Queen's Colour Squadron of the Royal Air Force, so the ceremonial part of the Royal Air Force Regiment. One point of detail, we're seeing here the sovereign standard for Scotland. When the coffin is in flight on the aeroplane, it will be replaced by the sovereign standard which is the one we normally see flying over the palaces here in London.
I think, if my memory is right, we're coming up to Princes Street at the top of the screen there, which is the famous shopping street in Edinburgh, which actually, as much as it's pretty old, it's called the New Town in Edinburgh, and where the streets are named after Hanoverian kings. So you've got George Street. In fact, where the First Minister has her official residence is Charlotte Square. So the Queen is now passing through an area of Edinburgh that's named after those who held this reign, this title before her many, many years ago.
And the Queen, very proud of her Scottish roots. Her mother, of course, Elizabeth Bowes-Lyon, was Scottish, and the Queen always spoke very fondly, didn't she, of her times at Balmoral and elsewhere in Scotland as a child, and she loved it there.
Yes, and I think, once again, we're talking about the Crown of Scotland might not have had the prominent position that it's had over the past 24 hours. Well, it wouldn't have done, because it wouldn't have been part of the ceremony of saying goodbye to the late Queen. The very fact that the Crown of Scotland, which was made for James V, it's got Scottish gold around the bottom. Do you remember seeing that last night?
Yes, and
Scottish
pearls
gold.
and all sorts of jewels. Very beautiful.
It was, and look, there we go. I mean, what a beautiful place.
Magnificent, isn't it?
And so fitting that Edinburgh has been able to say its goodbyes to the Queen of Scotland in the way that it has ever since she arrived in the city after that long, long journey by car from Balmoral.
And someone said to me yesterday, I think I probably said it already on air, but I'll repeat it, I think, because someone said, well, it's her final service to the Scottish Tourist Board, because who watching this worldwide wouldn't want to get straight over to Edinburgh, see for themselves. Absolutely magnificent.
It's all over there. They know, and I was talking to them last night about, they knew that this was their point. They had to get this bit right. There's probably a collective sigh of relief as those soldiers from the Royal Regiment of Scotland walk back up. I presume they're going back up to Edinburgh Castle.
And job done, Bill, yes?
Job done.
Job very well done, and the Royal Regiment of Scotland has played a large part. They haven't finished yet. There is a Guard of Honour of the Royal Regiment of Scotland at the airport, so there's a large contingent still out, but they've done a huge amount. And of course, this is not so long after Royal Week and so forth, so the last few months have been very, very busy for them.
Yes, a huge task. The eyes of the world upon them, and immaculate.
Absolutely immaculate.
Yeah, magnificent. Well, let's go over to Sangeeta Lal now, who is actually on Edinburgh's Royal Mile with some of the crowd who came to pay their respects. And what have they been saying to you, Sangeeta?
Well, just how powerful that moment was, where the Royal Mile simply was silent except for bagpipes echoing all along it. And I'm joined by a few people who have waited hours to watch that moment. I mean, what was it like for you to hear the bagpipes, to see the coffin finally leave?
Yeah, it was very poignant, and I've been here for a few days. I'm normally resident in Edinburgh. I think it's great. I think Scotland gave the Queen a brilliant send-off, and I think she'd be happy.
And I know you were filming some of it, you were watching and have also been here for quite a few hours. Why did you feel it was so important to be here?
We're from the States, and it just felt like such an honor to be part of such a historic moment and be part of a legacy like this, and it was an amazing spectacle to watch.
Yeah, and such huge crowds. There were about 10 people deep. Why did you feel it was important being all the way from America? Why did she have such an impact with you?
I mean, obviously we've watched from a distance for quite some time. I've never had the privilege of coming to England to see her in person, so to see her on her final journey through Scotland was really special.
Thank you so much. I know you also have been waiting for quite a long time. Why did you feel so many people have turned up? Because really, it was difficult to move along these crowds, wasn't it?
Yes, for sure. I think regardless of your politics, she's an inspiration because she was really a feminist before the use of that word was, before the contemporary use of that word. And I think she's an inspiration for little girls and frankly women everywhere.
Yeah, thank you so much for your time. And I know that you were watching, it was quite an emotional moment in history to watch. How did you feel when it was, her coffin was leaving, the bagpipes were performing their ceremony, and actually she left and went out of view?
Yeah, it was just like great to be here because it's a moment of history, and it's such a historic city anyway, Edinburgh, but it just adds to it, doesn't it? And just another chapter of this famous city. It's just fantastic. I think the Queen, because she was obviously strong Scottish connections, her mother was Scottish, So I think she'd love it. She'll hopefully up there watching, yeah.
And a real moment to reflect on what's happened over the past few days, actually, and to do that together with complete strangers who now have a shared bond over this shared experience, which I think has been one of the most beautiful things, actually, about so many people coming together, united, actually, in that grief and that shared sense of loss. Thank you so much for all of your time. And the crowds are beginning to disperse now. It's been a huge event to manage. So many police and officials have been standing by for what has been a fairly calm atmosphere, calm and silent most of the time, to be honest. Different to yesterday. There was more singing and cheering and a sense of a celebration, but today I think it's been much more a sense to reflect on the Queen as she left Edinburgh for the last time.
Yes, indeed. Sangeeta Lal, right in the centre of Edinburgh. Thank you very much. And let's return to Chris Shipp, and joined also by historian Anna Whitelock. Welcome back, Anna. Nice to see you. And we can see the pictures of the Queen's cortege as it makes its way to Edinburgh Airport. And this is the last glimpse that any of these people will get of the Queen on their own soil.
And that point won't be lost on them, and I think that's why I would imagine for by far the majority of this 8-mile journey through the suburbs of Edinburgh out towards the airport, out in the west of Edinburgh, isn't it? Edinburgh Airport. Look there, just you know, it's, what time is it now? It's 4:30, 4:35. Maybe people have been at work today, maybe they finished early, maybe they've just come from their homes that line the route. But you just look into the distance there, just above the row of cars. Everyone just wants to take in that moment. You don't have to be crowded onto the Royal Mile, you just want to be seeing that moment.
It's interesting, isn't it? Sangeeta was discussing it with some of the people she spoke to who were waiting outside the cathedral, was the idea of the Queen as a unifying force. And what is it about that, Anna, do you think? Because that does seem to be what we have seen and are still seeing.
I think that's true. I mean, I think some people say glibly, you know, she defined an era, and they're like, but how could she? Because she didn't sort of do anything, she didn't say anything. But she did provide this kind of figure of unity for all the nations. And in a way, we've seen over the last few days that, you know, regardless of independence movements, people have lined the route and paid tribute to the Queen as this unifying figure above politics, which of course is what she did so well. And of course that exists alongside, as it did yesterday, when I think very poignantly the crown of Scotland was put on the coffin. I mean, she was Queen of Scotland. We often forget that. And of course we wouldn't have seen this if she hadn't died in Balmoral. And I've been reflecting over the last few days about how perfectly curated this end is, really, in line with the Queen's wishes. And we can think back to Prince Philip's funeral. He didn't want a state funeral. He didn't want all the fuss. And as it was in the pandemic, and it had to be very pared down. Here, I think the Queen, first of all, she was involved in all of these preparations, not because she wanted it to all be about her as such, but she did want it all to be about the office of monarchy. And we should look here at the coffin being brought out. These are the last glimpses of this Queen of Scotland. And of course, we don't know when there will be the next Queen of Scotland. We're looking on to Prince George's children. So
yes, it's definitely, it feels like a moment in history. And again, we talked about this yesterday and indeed the day before. And without wanting to go over the same ground again, it does feel like living history, doesn't it? All of those illustrations that we've seen in textbooks as children, or dusty sort of tomes that we've looked at, you know?
I think that's sometimes, you know, we often think of the past as being a distant land. And then at the moment, these days are when the past and the present are right up against each other. You know, we saw the proclamations just as they were hundreds of years ago, and we're going to see that, you know, in the next few days with the funeral. And I think, you know, that's the remarkable thing.
And that square you're seeing there, West Parliament Square, just at the top of the, well, halfway up the Royal Mile, say, just opposite the west door of the cathedral there is the French consulate. And I was just looking up at it last night, and there was the French tricolour and the EU flag both fluttering at half-mast above the French consulate. And again, it was a reminder. I mean, we just think about what the French president said the other day, you know, you've lost your Queen, but we've lost the Queen. And it's just a reminder that this is is an international news story. I mean, you've just got to look around here in Buckingham Palace. These row of broadcast positions that we're in, I've got Australians and Canadians and Americans, and this is an international news story, and it's a reminder that she was an international figure, not just our Queen, but perhaps you could say the Queen of the world, and many people have used that phrase recently as well.
And she was, she made global Britain, a thing. She was the ultimate figurehead for global Britain. She was the most famous woman in the world, and heads of state from wherever would want to come and see her. And I've been plagued with press inquiries from Iran to Iceland to Brazil. I mean, all the world's media. When I say to them, is this really a big story with you? And they're like, there is no other story. This is the story.
It's fascinating, isn't it? And of course, we will see a lot of those world leaders on Monday the 19th at the state funeral, which is obviously going to be an immense occasion.
And you think about the planning that's going on. We might be focusing on the movements of the Queen's coffin at the moment, and of course there'll be another significant move tomorrow when she goes to Westminster Hall. But think about the planning that's involved for getting Joe Biden in, and the French president, and some members of European royal families and Middle Eastern royal families, and
the protocol and the security and all
Prime Ministers from Australia, from all the realms, 14 realms.
Yeah.
I mean, all the Commonwealth countries. There are 54 of those. Just think about the logistics that are currently going in for this moment when I keep saying the country will come to a standstill, because all the shops, many shops have said that they will close for the duration of Monday the 19th. It's not wrong to say that parts of the world, many parts of the world, will come to a standstill as well as the state funeral happens.
Well, interesting, the shopkeepers along Princes Street and the Royal Mile yesterday, crowds of people outside, but they said, well, no one's coming into the shops. So no one was actually there spending money. They just wanted to be there to witness it, to absorb it, to feel part of it.
Well, they're there now, so hopefully
yes.
now the Queen's left and is on her way. Perhaps they'll go and spend some money in the shops now. And
press are spending a lot of money on coffee
make
at
them
the
happy.
moment.
But as I say, I mean, these are quite remarkable pictures, and we followed the coffin. Just when was it? A couple of days ago when it moved from Balmoral down to, I forget my days now, Sunday, wasn't it? When it moved from
I lose
Balmoral
track, I'm afraid, but yes.
To Edinburgh. And look, we've got the crowds lining the streets, just standing under the trees there at every junction. The roads are closed.
Wonderful weather, isn't it? I mean,
it's fabulous.
Just on the last few days in Scotland, I mean, it's literally picture perfect. I mean, what a send-off for the Queen. And I think there really is now a sense of this last journey, this departure. And I also get that feel wandering around London and looking at, the Evening Standard, the sort of sense of the Queen's coming home. And I mean, the weather in London, the sort of sorrow seems to be hanging in the air, actually. And it feels like we're really getting to the point of saying farewell after these long days of mourning.
Yes, indeed. As I was on my way to the airport first thing this morning, there were teams of gardeners out with strimmers trimming the grass on the verges of all these roads. They wanted it to look right for the final journey.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, that's what we have to sort of remember here is this is still a royal body. It is still a Queen who is still a royal majesty. And, yes, it's out of respect for who she was, but the office is still there. And at the moment we have these two royal majesties, King Charles and the late Queen, and it's not until the funeral that final ceremony of sort of de-investiture and when she's finally laid to rest, this moment is over. And so all the respect, so the making sure the grass is perfectly cut, just as you would if the Queen in life was walking past. And that's what, I mean, bizarrely, in centuries ago, there would have been a wooden effigy, a lifelike effigy on top of the coffin to remind people of the fact that there was this majestic body inside. They feel quite modern with the movement of the cars, but actually these are, again, age-old rituals.
And very much tied in, and you and I talked about this a couple of days ago, with the idea of faith and the Queen as leader of the Church of England and the holy oil with which she was anointed at the coronation. It's all deeply symbolic and very faith-based, isn't it?
It is. I mean, I've been thinking a lot and tweeting a bit about the royal body, because this is really important. At the coronation, the royal body is anointed, the body natural of the person pre-coronation, and then in the coronation they become this anointed monarch. And the Queen took that really seriously. She was serving God. She was God's representative on earth. That was very, very clear. She had this simple idea of her own faith. And what was kind of remarkable in this sort of late 20th century, 21st century age is that people revered her body. If you remember the sort of uproar when Michelle Obama put her hand on the royal body, that's like this medieval idea that there is a holy quality. And in fact, in ages gone by, the monarch could actually touch and cure for scrofula because of the fact that they were this quasi-priestly quality. All these ideas about the mystique of the royal body, the spiritual quality of it.
Now we're having people kissing the king outside Buckingham Palace, so I mean, things are kind of a little bit different now.
But the Queen was, she was pure class, wasn't she? I remember when Michelle Obama put her arm round her, the Queen put her arm round back again.
I didn't realise that until yesterday. I looked up that photograph because I was reflecting on the royal body, and it was the first time that I'd seen this lovely, gentle arm. And it's as if the Queen felt that was the most natural thing in the world. And you just wonder, all the other times where no one did touch her, maybe she would have liked an arm around her occasionally.
Or maybe she just didn't want Michelle Obama to feel embarrassed.
Yeah.
And it is a very charming photograph, that. Michelle Obama is about 2 foot taller than the Queen as well. Yeah. Very nice.
Looking at these pictures, this is Queensferry Road, which is a long road out of Edinburgh towards the airport, making its slow and very careful journey. I mean, ordinarily at this time of day, this is one of the main roads in and out of Edinburgh from the crossings, the Queensferry crossing, of course, that she herself went over in that hearse on Sunday. And I don't think anyone will mind one bit that for this rush hour, for this particular time, on this particular day, that road is quiet and there are no other cars. There's only about one vehicle this afternoon. It's about that one behind the police motorcycle there, the hearse carrying the coffin of the late Queen.
And in the vehicle behind that, as you said, the Princess Royal with her husband, Vice Admiral Sir Timothy Lawrence. And the Princess Royal, again, of all her siblings, is the one to accompany her mother's body, just as she did from Balmoral.
And actually, we had on one of our programmes the other day, we ran an interview that I did with the Princess Royal. It was a couple of years ago, and we were speaking just about her mother's legacy. And she is a formidable woman, I think, as most people will agree. This kind of journey will test the resolve of anyone, I think. She's done it from Balmoral to Edinburgh. Today she's doing it from Edinburgh to the airport, and then will accompany her mother on that transport plane as it takes her into the air and down to RAF Northolt, just on the outskirts of London.
Well, they are, as you say, on their way to Edinburgh Airport at the moment. And our reporter Louise Scott is there, ready and waiting. Louise, what's happening where you are?
Well, we've actually just had the procession of the Royal Regiment of Scotland and military band who will be forming the Guard of Honour. They've just passed by us here. You can see the Royal Air Force aircraft behind us waiting for the Queen's coffin to arrive. We'll soon have the reception party arriving. That will include the First Minister of Scotland, the Captain General of the King's Bodyguard of Scotland. The hearse will be taken to just where the ramp is at the rear of the aircraft, and there we will have the Guard of Honour giving a royal salute, and they will remain there until the coffin has safely been put on to the aircraft. When it's taxied away, there'll be a final salute from the Guard of Honour, and there will also be the military band having one verse of the national anthem before the aircraft is taken away. We've got some members of the reception party arriving now, but of course royals have used the Edinburgh airport as somewhere to arrive into when they are coming to Scotland, but there's been a huge security operation here over the past 48 hours surrounding this entire area, police standing every 20 metres, and the airport officials say it's a real honour that they are part of this, and we want to do everything to ensure it goes as smoothly as possible. The last flight from the airport just took off about 10 minutes ago. The airspace is now closed for the next hour as this undergoes. And as I say, over just to my right here, you can possibly just hear the last part of the Guard of Honour getting in place, awaiting the hearse arriving.
Louise Scott at Edinburgh Airport. Thank you. So Louise, they're waiting at the airport, and the Queen's cortege just a few minutes away now. They're about halfway, aren't they, Chris?
Yes, I think we're probably 20-25 minutes into this journey now. It's been meticulously timed, and there is its final destination, at least as far as Edinburgh is concerned, which is a C-17 aircraft. In fact, Mary, I've been in one of those a few times, going in and out of Afghanistan. Not the most comfortable ride, I have to say, but there will be very few people on board that plane today, just the bearer party.
It's a transporter plane, basically.
It's a military transport plane, exactly. It's very big and
Globemaster.
Plenty of room. Yeah, the C-17 Globemaster. Plenty of room on it. Normally used for carrying helicopters or tanks to get them in and out of places like Afghanistan. They do a lot of work, but of course when it's carrying the Queen, it's an entirely different aircraft, and it has a call sign, Kitty Hawk. That's what happens with any military flight when the Queen is on board. So the Queen's coffin is on board, so the official call sign of that big RAF military plane will be Kitty Hawk for the duration of the flight.
And will that be the last time that Kitty Hawk is ever used?
Possibly. Well, it'd be the last time it's ever used for the Queen. Now, whether they change the call sign for the King, we will check in with a military expert.
Details still to come.
It will be the last time the RAF will ever carry the Queen, and so they will use the call sign Kitty Hawk for the last time for her, and we will obviously find out about what happens when an RAF plane is carrying the King.
Okay, please do. Anna.
Yeah, I was just thinking actually the sort of poignancy of the reign being bookmarked actually with the arrival of planes, because of course more than 70 years ago the press waited in sort of different scale than the world's media here today, but as the Queen touched down from Kenya, and there's pictures of her sitting on that plane having changed into black clothes, ready to come down the steps as Queen, having returned after her father's death. It's just poignant that the anticipation of a flight, which was there at the beginning of her reign, is also now going to be anticipated right at the end of her reign.
And I well remembered that photograph, and Winston Churchill waiting to meet her with other senior members of her government. And again, you talk about her spanning history in a way. And he, of course, was a Prime Minister who was born in, what was it, 1874 or something.
I mean,
you know, it's so long ago. And Liz Truss, her last in 1975.
I mean, a different age, but a plane as beginning and end of the story, which just feels incredibly poignant, especially for, of course, the most well-travelled monarch all around the world, and hence the connections that she's made with heads of state, all of whom want to come to the funeral, want to be seen to be at the funeral to pay tribute to her.
As she prepares to take her final flight. Chris?
Oh, just a bit of information I can bring you, Mary, about Prince Harry. Now, we were told the other day that the members of the royal family will be wearing their military uniforms, as we saw yesterday, didn't we, when they processed up the Royal Mile to St Giles Cathedral.
Except for the Duke of York.
Apart from the Duke of York, who's no longer a working member of the royal family. Therefore, we have been asking, well, what's the situation with Prince Harry? Now, he is no longer a working member of the royal family. Remember, he has a lot of military service. He served 2 tours in Afghanistan, actually, as a Apache helicopter pilot with the British Army. However, we've just had this from his office. Prince Harry, the Duke of Sussex, will be wearing a mourning suit throughout events honouring his grandmother. His decade of military service, says a spokeswoman, is not determined by the uniform he wears, and we respectfully ask that the focus remain on the life and legacy of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. In other words, don't focus on what Harry's wearing. Yes, he's left the royal family. He does have military service, but actually this is about the Queen.
Absolutely. Today is not the day. All right, so that is clear then, and I think from what we can see, the cortege does appear to be around the perimeter now of Edinburgh Airport, and they are due to enter the airport any minute now, and then another ceremony clicks into place with the moving of the coffin from the hearse onto the C-17 Globemaster.
That's exactly
the
right.
The plane we were discussing.
The job for the hearse now is to pull up in front of stand 206. When it does so, it will be facing in a northwesterly direction and close to the rear door of the aircraft. The royal cars, particularly the one with the Queen's daughter, Princess Anne, behind will stop alongside. And then, as we were talking earlier, Mary, it will be a bearer party from the RAF for the first time, who will have that onerous task of lifting the Queen's coffin out of the hearse and carrying it up the ramp at the rear of that plane.
A nice comment from the head of the Air Force, Air Vice Marshal Sir Mike Wigston. He said, "This is long planned for, but we hoped it would never come." And it must be a real bittersweet moment, a huge honour for this to happen on the watch of the Air Vice Marshal. He will be very proud of his people that are carrying this out on behalf of the Royal Air Force, but a very difficult time for all of them taking part.
You don't get any bigger jobs when you're a member of the military. Remember, everyone in the military signs an oath of allegiance to the Queen or the Sovereign as Commander-in-Chief. There are not many bigger jobs in the military than lifting the coffin of the late Queen from the hearse and putting that cargo onto the C-17, as a bearer party will do in the next few moments.
Of course, all of the services, they swear allegiance to the Queen, don't they? And if you talk to military men and women, they often refer to the boss. The Queen was the boss.
The boss. That's why they're there.
And that's why they're there.
Yeah.
They work for the boss.
And the boss, of course, is now King Charles. And just as we had MPs in the House of Commons a couple of days ago swearing an oath of allegiance to the new King, so members of the military now swear an oath of allegiance to a sovereign, but this sovereign has changed. It's now King Charles III.
And you were talking earlier on, Chris, about the immense amount of planning. And what strikes me at this point, while the coffin is separate from the rest of the royal family, there are two massive planning and timing sessions going on. There are two different arms of this operation which will unite once the coffin is back in London and in Buckingham Palace, and it will then be one plan that will be carried forward. But
exactly.
It's immensely complicated, isn't it?
We've spoken a lot, of course, and rightly so, that Scotland's playing its part, and it wouldn't have played its part had the Queen not died in Balmoral. But the plans kind of come together now. When she arrives at Buckingham Palace, where we are, Mary, and the coffin will be taken to the bow room of Buckingham Palace, and we'll talk a bit more about that when that part happens. But that was always the plan, was that on the 5th or 6th day after the moment of death, that the coffin would make, as it will tomorrow, and we will cover this tomorrow, the final journey from Buckingham Palace, and it will be processed, just as we saw in Edinburgh, it will be processed up the Mall, through Horse Guards, and into the Great Hall of the Palace of Westminster for this lying in state. But the planning is immense. In fact, Mary, I found out earlier that actually whilst we have a hearse there's also a reserve hearse. So if that helicopter were to show us what's happening 5 minutes down the road, you will see a reserve hearse, because clearly nothing can go wrong on this, to the extent that actually there's not just one hearse, there are two. Just as perhaps you might say that the President of the United States doesn't have one plane, he has two. Nothing can go wrong, and there is a reserve hearse following this cortege about 5 minutes further behind.
I find myself, and I don't know how many viewers will agree with me, I find myself fascinated by the planning and the ceremonial. You're talking about the reserve hearse. There was a reserve archer in the vigil, wasn't there, who was standing just to one side beside the pillar with his adjutant, just in case one of the four archers at the four corners got tired or felt faint or whatever. There must be no wrinkle in any of this. A seamless mending of whatever goes wrong, and hopefully no one will see the
And
join.
we were told if one of those four archers that was in one of those sentry positions facing 45 degrees out from the coffin, if one of those archers were ever to feel unwell during his watch, all he had to do was raise his head. That would be a signal to the duty officer to bring in the reserve archer who was standing by just in case.
Fascinating stuff, and I think we do now see the Queen getting really quite close to the airport, and Louise Scott is there for us. Louise, what's happening?
Well, this is an area that you'd usually be filled with cargo planes that are used at Edinburgh Airport, but as you can see, the Royal Air Force aircraft sits alone as it waits for the Queen's coffin to arrive. Around this whole area is guarded by police. It's a huge security operation, and there's airport officials standing here over my other side, the Guard of Honour. A real silence among this. Of course, we're used to seeing large crowds watching, but this is a secure area. However, over to my right shoulder, behind the fence, there are people, members of the public, still trying to be able to get that last glimpse of the Queen leaving Scotland. Of course, because the Queen died here, it's given so many the opportunity to say that farewell to someone who they admired, someone who they looked up to. But the Queen loved Scotland so much, and so many people here loved her so, and that's the feeling really at the airport here. The last plane took off about half an hour. There's now no more planes in the sky. The airspace has been closed for around an hour's time, and we do expect the military, say off to my right shoulder here, forming a Guard of Honour, to do a salute as the Queen's coffin is brought up to the rear of the aircraft. The Princess Royal will be joining her mother's coffin inside for that final flight that will really be the last goodbye out of Scotland. The Queen has flown over this country many times, enjoyed the landscape both from the air and also on the ground for those many holidays at Balmoral, but this really will be the final time, and she is flying off on such a beautiful day. Blue skies, the sun is shining, I'm sure the landscape below will look simply stunning.
Yes, indeed, Louise. No one could argue with that. Absolutely glorious Scottish weather. And the cortege has come to a halt. We can see that C-17 Globemaster aircraft. And just a couple of interesting facts about that. Most recently, it was used to carry humanitarian aid and weapons to Ukraine. And just last year, it evacuated thousands who were fleeing the Taliban in Kabul, 15,000 to be precise. And we can see, waiting for the arrival of the Queen's coffin at Edinburgh Airport. And you can hear helicopters perhaps behind me here, where we are at Buckingham Palace. There are all sorts of comings and goings, as you can imagine, because while everything is going on at Edinburgh, preparations are very much underway here. And there are various helicopters landing in the parade ground of Wellington Barracks behind me, where no doubt there will be military activity over the next few days. And the cortege is underway again, just for the last few hundred yards, as it approaches the route to the airport. Chris?
That's right, the route to the airport ends on a road called Turnhouse Road, which leads to the North Cargo Apron, rather unromantically called, of the airport. That is its final road destination in Scotland. Once it goes through Turnhouse Road onto the North Cargo Apron, where the hearse and the royal cars will drive to the rear of that C-17, which is taking its moment in the limelight. That
it certainly is. Its moment in the sun. It strikes me, Anna, you know, we're talking about how widely travelled the Queen was, both in this country but all over the world. But hundreds of years ago, people never got to see their sovereign, did they? Of course, ever.
No, exactly. And so you might see her just on, you know, or the monarch on stamps, and, you know, the idea that you just wouldn't get a close-up view of the Queen, and of course all the sovereign. And of course the Queen did travel, if we remember the Royal Britannia, she loved going on those yachts around the world. And in later years, of course, her grandchildren, particularly now the Prince and Princess of Wales, also Harry before, and of course the King as he now is, and Queen Consort, went on a lot of visits. But yeah, the Queen really understood, and it's almost true in death too. She has to be seen to be believed. This is still about succession. It's about the moment of the monarchy passing on. And it's really important that this is being seen. The funeral, of course, will be televised. The procession will be televised. The committal service in St George's Chapel will be televised. These are really important moments to capture. And I think it's also worth reflecting here, amid all the formality, and excuse the jets above, lots of preparation now for the Queen when she does arrive here. But these are really poignant times for the family, and particularly Princess Anne. Princess Anne and the royal family had very cherished memories of their time in Scotland. Princess Anne will be very aware of the fact that her mother and indeed her father loved Scotland, loved Balmoral. The family would spend their summers there. The anticipation, of course, that the Queen would have returned to London later in September, early October, when she normally did after her summer holiday. So returning, of course, in totally different and tragic circumstances. And I'm sure Princess Anne is, you know, the thought of being on that plane, away from the glare, just with her mother and obviously some attendants, but perhaps for the first time alone without the big formality. I think those times will be really poignant for her. And I'm sure she's dreading it. And one has to remember that, you know, this is a great state occasion. It's all about the monarchy, but it's also about a family in grief. And such is the business of monarchy, that it's the family business that you have to keep the show on the road, even if you're grieving. And as we've seen, Charles and King Charles now and the Queen Consort are on this relentless tour of the nations. In Northern Ireland today, Charles will be making his way back here to Buckingham Palace to greet his mother. And as Chris was saying, that will be the end of Operation Unicorn, which was all the planning, the contingency planning, because it wasn't expected that the Queen would die in Scotland, but the planning in case she did, and of course it proved to be. That will finally all come together, and we'll be back on schedule for Operation London Bridge, which was the main planning for the Queen's death and the days after.
And yet the Queen used to spend a quarter of her year in Scotland, so actually there was always quite a high chance that this set of circumstances was going to happen north of the border. And talking to people as we were yesterday, Mary, on the Royal Mile and elsewhere, they were just so proud that they had this opportunity, that they had this moment, and they were able to line up and to file past the coffin as it was lying at rest in St Giles Cathedral, that even St Giles Cathedral got such a moment in the sun, as it were. I think there's just a huge amount of pride that they were able to do this for the Queen, and might have felt a little excluded had it all been so based in London.
I think it reminds people, and when all the political talk is about independence and the separation. But of course, the monarchy is shared, and although it's not inconceivable that an independent Scotland wouldn't retain the crown, it does sort of emphasise the unity that comes with a united kingdom with one shared monarch. And I think certainly that was the role that the Queen played, this unifying figure. Whether you were a supporter of independence, a supporter of the monarchy, somehow this small, tiny woman kept things together, was this healer, this reconciler.
The constant.
The constant, absolutely.
And presumably that's very much the thought behind the tour, as we were calling it earlier on, that the new king is making right now. He's appeared in Scotland, He's done Northern Ireland, and he's getting around.
Well. I mean, it is called the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and therefore he has to go to all the three countries of Great Britain and as well as Northern Ireland as well. So that's been achieved now. He's received condolences and given a reply in Westminster, in Holyrood, and he's also done that in Belfast at Hillsborough Castle today. And now only Cardiff is left. Well, that happens, we are told, on Friday. But of course, the focus now is about the King getting back to London in order to be here in time for when his late mother arrives. You can see right there, just on the perimeter of the airport, the perimeter fence, about to enter Edinburgh Airport.
And let's go straight to Louise Scott. Louise.
Well, yes, we can hear the helicopter above us, and everything is ready here. To see the police motorcade on motorcycles just entering from where I can see over my shoulder. The hearse will be driven in from my left-hand side past the Guard of Honour. In fact, I can just see that now coming around the corner. Princess Anne in the car behind. Of course, she will join her mother's coffin on board the Royal Aircraft, which we will have a salute by the Guard of Honour. We will have one verse of the national anthem by the military band before the Queen takes that final flight out of Scotland, somewhere that she loves the most. I am just going to stand out of camera a second as I can see the hearse just coming over my shoulder now.
And the hearse just moving into Edinburgh Airport. and getting into position, approaching the runway, and will come to a halt just beside that transport aircraft, the C-17 Globemaster. And there we are. Chris.
Watch the moment, the duty of those driving that hearse. Their final duty now is to drive and pull up at the rear of that airport at stand 206. And then it is the turn of the RAF to take charge of the cargo, the coffin, which has been carried from St Giles Cathedral here to Edinburgh Airport.
And again, to quote the gentleman in charge, Air Vice Marshal Sir Mike Wigston, he said, "This is a moment long planned for, but that we hoped would never come." Well, the moment has come. Princess Royal, Princess Anne, getting ready to board the plane there with her husband, Vice Admiral Sir Timothy Lawrence.
She's with the Lord Chamberlain and the Dean of the Chapel Royal in Scotland, who are all about to board that plane.
And just a few moments ago, we saw the coffin with a magnificent wreath of flowers on top. White roses, freesias, chrysanthemums, rosemary, hebe, pittosporum. Any gardeners watching will have spotted some of those glorious flowers, and all of them, we're told, picked on the Balmoral estate, and they were all Her Majesty the Queen's favourites.
And of course, at some point, Mary, between here and the landing of the plane at RAF Northolt, the Royal Standard in Scotland will be removed from the top of the coffin and replaced in flight with the Royal Standard. So the next time we see the coffin, when it is carried out of that transport plane at RAF Northolt, it will signify that the Queen is no longer in Scotland and has arrived in another nation of the United Kingdom.
And so, Bill, a huge honour for those members of the military taking part in this, the Royal Air Force. I mean, a moment of great pressure, but also enormous honour.
This is the final moment for the Royal Regiment of Scotland, conducting their duties here in Scotland at the Royal Salute for the departure of the Queen.
We're expecting the national anthem.
The band of the Royal Regiment of Scotland.
This is a magnificent sight, isn't it?
And the King's colour of the Royal Regiment of Scotland, now unshrouded. So far it's been shrouded.
And there we are, everything being, final details being put in place. And
that's the First Minister of Scotland there with the Secretary of State for Scotland, Alistair Jack. So a representative of the UK government and of course of the Scottish government.
Nicola Sturgeon at the service, of course, yesterday. There they are, the bearskins and the checked headbands.
Well, the Glengarry and the feather bonnet of the band. The traditional blackcock feathers of the Royal Regiment of Scotland, Balaclava Company, conducting their final duty.
Their last royal salute for this sovereign, at least.
We heard, as they emerged from St Giles Cathedral a little bit earlier, the Queen's piper playing a lament, and we know that Her Majesty the Queen loved the sound of bagpipes.
Yes, we had the pipe major from the bagpiping school of the army.
And the Queen used to get awoken every morning under her window in Balmoral, didn't she?
Queen's piper, who goes everywhere with her whenever the household moves, whenever the court moves, she has a piper with her, who conducts that duty and other ushering duties as well.
I've even spoken to that piper at Windsor Castle, so she gets to be woken up that way wherever she is, which I think we'll all agree is a very pleasant way to be woken up. And that sound that we heard just a few moments ago in that historic part of Edinburgh was quite something.
The Garrison Sergeant Major Tony Gibson of the Scots Guards, who has really played out the detail of this and the quality control magnificently.
And the pilot there we can see preparing. It's an extremely precious cargo, Chris.
Extremely precious, and it will be as the plane begins to taxi away that the Royal Regiment of Scotland will give their final royal salute. It's at that point we will hear the national anthem played. I imagine that Edinburgh Airport's at a standstill. There'll be no other flights arriving or leaving at this particular moment.
And Scotland prepares to say farewell to its monarch. And so, Bill, what we'll be expecting to see?
Well, we're waiting for the steps to go up, so the aircraft clearly isn't quite ready to depart. No doubt procedures have to be done within the aircraft to ensure that all the load is secure, and that is just happening now.
It's hard to describe what it's like inside one of those transport planes, Mary, because you can see that the wings sit atop the plane, and actually you've got this huge area of space which is designed to carry helicopters or parts of tanks to and from areas of conflict.
We can hear the engines just starting now as the aircraft prepares to taxi away. And meanwhile, we've heard that the King, Charles III, has landed at Northolt Airport on his way back from Northern Ireland, and he will now make his way to Buckingham Palace and he will await his mother's coffin. And it has started to rain.
Just look behind us, Mary, and the umbrellas are up, but I think people know there's some significant events about to happen here. As you say, the King has landed at RAF Northolt ahead of his mother, and he will make his way here to Buckingham Palace, where he will await the arrival of the coffin. And in the meantime, it's the duty of the crew, the Royal Air Force crew on board that aircraft, who we are told have sufficient operational experience, which I think you would find your most senior members of crew for this particular flight. And some have even been in Ukraine recently and involved in Operation Pitting last year, which was the evacuation from Afghanistan.
15,000 or so people were evacuated. And Bill, this is a very magnificent sight, isn't it?
Yes, you can see the front rank of the Royal Regiment of Scotland there very clearly. Wonderful uniforms, redolent of all their antecedent regiments, waiting for the aircraft to set off.
And now with the Queen on board, the aircraft is now bearing the call sign Kitty Hawk, as we said earlier, the official call sign for any military flight.
And behind us, there are hundreds of police officers marching round the Victoria Monument. There you have a huge queue of police officers, and one gets the impression that things are starting to ramp up at this end in preparation for the arrival.
Yeah, what you've got there is the destination effectively for the Queen, which is where the coffin will arrive later, and the departure point, which is, of course, Edinburgh Airport. As Bill said, the steps are still down, not ready to depart quite yet, but the ramp at the rear has been closed. Princess Anne and her husband Timothy Lawrence, Sir Timothy Lawrence, are now on board.
And she is escorting her mother.
And there's one of the
step of the way.
Captain
archers.
General of the Royal Company of Archers, the Duke of Buccleuch, the senior Royal Company of Archers.
And you can hear the sound of the engines. There is a lot of waiting and a lot of silence, and there is a great deal of waiting. But all of this has to fit together. Nothing can happen in a rush. It all has to go according to plans. So we wait.
When you're in the military, you're used to waiting. It's one of the things that you learn from a very early age. From the youngest infantryman in the military, you learn that waiting is part of the job. Just as it is for the police officers as well. There's a couple there from Police Scotland who yesterday had secured the Royal Mile. There's Alistair Jack, the Secretary of State for Scotland, and that's
Nicola Sturgeon with him, of course,
as well. Important duty for the politicians over the last few days, but they know that this isn't about them. This is about the Queen, the late Queen,
and the new King.
The new King, who was in Scotland only yesterday at the Palace of Holyrood House, the official seat of the monarchy in Scotland.
And the great and the good of Edinburgh are there to see her off. It is a very poignant moment, isn't it, for Scotland to say farewell to the Queen. Much loved.
Beautiful evening. Some of the scenery behind, a reminder of actually the beautiful landscape that the Queen loved so much when she was in Scotland. Edinburgh Airport, of course, not terribly far from the Firth of Forth, which you can see. In fact, where we were yesterday, Arthur's Seat, if you climb up to the top of Arthur's Seat, you can see right across to the Firth of Forth. You can see some of the bridges from up there, and it's always a beautiful sight when you're landing at Edinburgh Airport to be coming alongside that famous estuary before it enters the North Sea.
And is that not where the Royal Yacht Britannia is now?
That's at Leith. Yes, it's moored at Leith. I read somewhere the other day it's one of the top tourist attractions in the country at the moment, the Royal Yacht Britannia. I think many people wonder the wisdom of that decision of removing that yacht as they did in the 1990s. But yes, it's one of the biggest tourist attractions around at the moment.
I think we all remember well, don't we? The Queen was evidently, she almost shed a tear, which very rarely happened in public when it was decommissioned, and it was a place of great happiness for her, I think, Britannia, wasn't it? She travelled the world, she had her family with her, and many, many happy memories, I think.
It's also fascinating going on board because you see, you can actually get to see the Queen's bedroom and Prince Philip's bedroom as well, and he's got a 3'6" bed, or had a 3'6" bed, very Spartan inside it was too, wooden panelled, very
1960s,
Prince Philip, you might
wasn't
say.
it?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, very interesting, and all waiting for the moment to be right. Now, we were told that they were going to leave at about 6, so maybe we're slightly ahead of ourselves here. There is perhaps more to be done in terms of ceremonial before the plane actually leaves the tarmac.
The flight to London is about an hour, or just under an hour, and then it will arrive at RAF Northolt, which anyone knows their geography of London is just on the outskirts of London in the northwest corner, and used a lot for politicians, for members of the royal family. It's an RAF base, but the closest one to London, so used quite often for these kind of flights. In fact, it was where the Duke of Cambridge, as he was at that moment, but now the Prince of Wales, Prince William, flew up in a military plane, an RAF plane, when he got the news that his grandmother was seriously ill.
Just last Wednesday.
It's hard to believe.
So much has happened
last
since.
Thursday, Mary,
Oh, was it?
Not that long ago.
And it was last Wednesday that she received, or Tuesday, Wednesday last week, she received her final Prime Minister, Liz Truss, at Balmoral.
Of course, people won't need reminded of how quickly events have changed in the last week. It was this time last week, I remember being in Balmoral, it was pouring down with rain, and she received firstly the outgoing Prime Minister Boris Johnson and the incoming Prime Minister Liz Truss. And I think it's a lot has happened, not just a new Prime Minister, the change of monarch. It's been the most remarkable week, and perhaps for many people unsettling as well, to have so much change and everything that they recognise and perhaps reflected through the Queen and national identity as in that role of head of nation that she had. It's been a difficult week on so many levels.
Yes, a bulging in tray for Liz Truss. And Someone else who's new to the job, of course, is the new Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, who is going to be taking care of this massive security organisational challenge.
Well, I think that the next big organisational challenge, if we look beyond the military one of moving the Queen's coffin tomorrow, but the big civil challenge ahead is the lying in state, which is going to happen in Westminster Hall. Just reminding people, you can see the First Minister of Scotland and the Secretary of State of Scotland there waiting for this plane to depart. And when the coffin arrives in London, a quick reminder, it will go from RAF Northolt to Buckingham Palace, and then tomorrow another poignant moment when members of the royal family will walk behind the coffin for it to arrive at Westminster Hall. The job of the police and of the Westminster authorities is what to do about the crowds. I mean, we had an idea of the level of interest, if I can call it that, in Scotland, of the number of people that wanted to file past the Queen's coffin as it was lying at rest in St Giles's Cathedral. You've got to think about the numbers of people who are going to want to file past the coffin when it is lying in state, and that is a phenomenal challenge, which I think is causing a lot of anticipation and nervousness here in London, because that's obviously the next big focus.
It is a security challenge, it's an organisational challenge. They want to get it right, they want people to come, they want people to be comfortable in as much as possible, but it is going to be an uncomfortable wait, potentially, and a very long wait, and there is a finite number of people who can actually physically see.
And therefore you have to ask, just as they did in Edinburgh earlier today, I think they closed the line to new entrants at 2 o'clock, which is 2 hours before the last members of the public were able to file past that coffin. And they're going to have to make a similar decision on Monday morning. The lying in state closes at 6:30 a.m. on Monday morning, so that they can prepare the coffin for the state funeral. So at some point, now we don't know how long those queues are going to be, but at some point they're going to have to stop people from joining that queue in order to get every single one of those people in that line through Westminster Hall before 6:30 a.m. on the Monday morning.
Now, if you are just joining us, any viewers just switching on now, you are looking at shots of Edinburgh Airport, and we are waiting. The Queen's coffin has been put inside the aircraft, the C-17 Globemaster, the big transport aircraft. We have the Royal Regiment of Scotland in attendance. We are waiting for the final checks to be carried out on the aircraft before it takes off and Scotland bids a final farewell. And there we can just get a glimpse of some of the people waiting to say goodbye to their sovereign. And it looks like we might be about to see movement on the ground there. Bill. The ladder's gone up. Call sign Kitty Hawk.
Call sign Kitty Hawk, yes, that happened at the moment the Queen's coffin was loaded aboard. And as it taxis, as we've been saying, a final royal salute from the Guard of Honour, final duty for the Royal Regiment of Scotland. And then those fine ladies and gentlemen there will play a rendition of the national anthem as the plane carrying the Queen's coffin taxis away.
And then about an hour later, it will touch down in RAF Northolt, north-west London, and about half an hour after that, we think 45 minutes possibly, the coffin will arrive at Buckingham Palace. And this will be a private reception of the coffin by the royal family, we understand. We won't necessarily have cameras on that side of things, and it will be a last opportunity for the family to have their matriarch, granny, mum, within their ranks. final salute for the late Queen Elizabeth II on the soil of her beloved Scotland, as they say farewell to their Queen. The coffin safely stowed on the Globemaster, the C-17, accompanied by Princess Anne, the Princess Royal, her husband, Vice Admiral Sir Tim Lawrence, and they are about to take off for Northolt, for London.
That's right, Mary. We've just had word from Northolt that they expect the plane to touch down on time, which is at 6:50 this evening. So yes, we've got that, I suppose, just a little over an hour and a bit, but don't forget this huge aircraft has to find its way to the end of the runway to taxi out there and then take off. So we think about an hour's flight. That's pretty much on time, that it will arrive at Northolt at 6:50.
And we can see there, Bill, a final salute.
From all concerned, who have done a terrific job here in Edinburgh.
Breathe a sigh of relief. A job well done, I think.
A job very well done indeed.
And here the engine starting to rev. It does bear repeating. It is glorious weather in Scotland, isn't it? The salute there.
General Officer Scotland, the Air Officer commanding Scotland, and the Flag Officer commanding Scotland.
I think they will be very disappointed with the weather when they land here.
Yes.
All the crowds behind us, Mary, have their umbrellas up, and it's looking distinctly grey.
London is weeping, isn't it? Raining and really a bit miserable here. Not like the glorious weather we're seeing in Scotland. Shadows and the emerald green of the grass, and then you can see just the hills in the background. It really is very beautiful.
Yeah, Ingliston, which is where Edinburgh Airport is, as we were just saying, just not that far from the Firth of Forth. It's you can see one of the bridges actually. Just up there, you can see the new Queensferry crossing, which the Queen herself opened in about 5 years ago with the Duke of Edinburgh, and then crossed for the last time on Sunday when her coffin was brought from Balmoral to Edinburgh.
And as you and I were saying a little earlier, of course, when she married Prince Philip, they became the Duke and Duchess of Edinburgh, and it was said to have been one of the titles that she was proudest of. And she didn't hand that title on when the Duke died, but I guess that title now, who knows?
Well, of course, the Duke of Edinburgh title is likely to pass at some point to Prince Edward, who's currently the Earl of Wessex, but that's in the King's gift. So it is for King Charles, if he so wishes, to hand the title of Duke of Edinburgh, one that his father had. You know, he referred to him the other day as his beloved papa, and that is a title that will eventually be passed to Prince Edward, who is doing a lot of the work at the moment with the Duke of Edinburgh award scheme. So that will be a fitting title, I think, for him to have, and I think the Queen would be very pleased that her youngest son will get to hold the title that her husband once had.
And the Countess of Wessex, Sophie Wessex, with whom the Queen was very close, we're told.
They remain very close, and I think we saw some pictures of her the other day looking very upset outside Balmoral. She was very close to the Queen. They had a very close relationship, and they got on very well.
Called her Mama, didn't she?
Exactly.
And was quite often seen in her company. And because they live close by, we understand there was quite a lot of contact between the Queen and the Wessexes.
Yeah, the Wessexes live in Bagshot Park, which is not that far from Windsor Castle, where the Queen has spent most of her time in the last couple of years or so. Just a plane taxiing there to the end of the runway for its takeoff from Edinburgh.
Chris, when was the Queen last in London? When was she last at Buckingham Palace? Beginning of the summer, would it be? Or
She was at Buckingham Palace on the balcony. In fact, I saw her with my own eyes, but it was a very small figure. It's a very different view you have of the Queen when you're standing just in front of the Queen Victoria Memorial here. It was a very small green figure, but the last time she was at Buckingham Palace was for the Jubilee celebrations.
And here we go. Plane about to take off from Edinburgh Airport, bringing the Queen home to London. And that C-17 aircraft climbing into the golden evening light above Edinburgh Airport, heading south, and we'll be touching down in RAF Northolt, northwest London, in about 55 minutes' time. But this is Scotland's last view of Queen Elizabeth II. And she leaves the country that she loved so dearly, a place she did consider home in very many ways. And the plane is now well on its way to London. And Louise Scott is at the airport for us, and I imagine quite a moving moment, Louise. What was the atmosphere like there?
It was an extremely emotional moment. As we see the Guard of Honour, the military band here behind me, passing by. There was that one verse of the national anthem played, but what an emotional moment. We have welcomed the Queen so many times to Scotland throughout her 70-year reign, and for the final time we saw her coffin flying out of Edinburgh Airport here. It was silhouetted in that sunny sky, and we talk about the weather so much here in Scotland, but the service yesterday, today, it has been blue skies, the sun has been shining, and Scotland has just been stunning. And when the Queen spoke so highly of it, I feel like the world has seen just why she loved it so much. We obviously had the final salute there as the plane taxied down the runway and before it took off, and that's the military band just leaving us there. But yes, a very emotional moment. There was a stillness throughout the airport here. Airports are usually busy places, lots of noise, but of course the airspace had been closed, and we could see people lining the gates watching the proceedings happening, and then they had all moved to the back of the runway just to catch a glimpse of that final moment. And the Queen has always had such a warm welcome when she's come to Scotland, and at each point of the journey, from when the coffin left Balmoral to when it came to Edinburgh, moved up the Royal Mile to St Giles, and then finally today, at each moment people of Scotland have come out to ensure that she has given a warm goodbye.
Louise Scott, thank you, at Edinburgh Airport. And one can't help but wonder, Bill Cubitt, whether there'll be a real exhalation of all the military there, the people who are in charge of making this stuff go exactly according to plan.
Yes, I mean, it's been long in planning, but nobody knew when they would have to do it, and now they have conducted it over 5 days, really, absolutely immaculately, perfectly. The Royal Regiment of Scotland, and well, here we have the Royal Air Force bearer party, the pictures going onto the C-17 aircraft.
Huge honour for those young men to carry the burden of the coffin, and with the Royal Standard of Scotland on top of it. Yeah.
I mean, all of these personnel will remember this for their lives and pass it on through their families. What a moment to be involved in.
Carrying the boss,
absolutely,
as they all called her.
This is the Queen's colour squadron, which is the sort of ceremonial part of the Royal Air Force.
Yes, the Royal Air Force has its own infantry regiment which protects its air bases around the world, and it's land-based operations, and the Queen's Colour Squadron is the ceremonial part of that.
We shouldn't underestimate the difficulty of what they just did there, of carrying the coffin up that ramp. It's quite an uneven surface. You just saw that was quite a difficult moment. It's quite a steep ramp they had to carry that coffin up for those 8 men.
Enormously
difficult
challenging.
task.
You really wouldn't want to slip, would you? You wouldn't want to let your fellow men down, the rest of the regiment or whatever. It was so important to get it right. But they did it beautifully.
Absolutely perfect. I mean, you really could not fault it at all.
And so now the focus shifts away from Edinburgh, away from Scotland. Scotland has given her the send-off she deserved, and now they can relax, and the focus turns very much to England now, and the plane is on its way to RAF Northolt, northwest London, where Rebecca Barry is waiting. Rebecca.
Well, the King actually just passed through here a short time ago, but understandably the focus is on what happens here later. We expect the arrival of the Queen's coffin here at RAF Northolt at just before 7 o'clock. As you can imagine, the Royal Air Force is well used to high-tension, complex operations, and this moment will have been planned for years, but I imagine that those members of the RAF involved in this will never have before faced such a task, helping to accompany the former head of the armed forces, their former commander-in-chief, the monarch to whom they swore allegiance on her final journey from Edinburgh to London. The Queen's coffin will be transported in a military aircraft. It is now being transported in that C-17 Globemaster that's usually used for transporting troops and equipment around the world, as you may have heard already today. It most recently has been involved in the war in Ukraine, transporting humanitarian aid and equipment, and last year it helped evacuate thousands of people from Afghanistan. The Princess Royal is once again accompanying the Queen's coffin, and we will see her depart the aircraft first. Then the coffin will be met by a guard of honour by 96 members of the Queen's Colour Squadron. I'm told it's purely a coincidence that there's 96 members. It mirrors the 96 years of the Queen's long life. The RAF and flag, no longer the Queen's colour but the King's colour, will also be on display as the hearse then makes its way from here east through the capital, past Marble Arch, down Park Lane, past Hyde Park Corner to Buckingham Palace, where it will be met by the King as the UK begins the next stage of its goodbye.
Rebecca Barry, for the moment at RAF Northolt, thank you very much. And you join us back again at Buckingham Palace, and I don't know how clearly you can see this, but anyone who lives in London will be familiar with the Evening Standard, and their headline is Queen's Final Return Home. Now, to be clear, Chris Ship, the Queen didn't regard Buckingham Palace as home as such, did she? But it was definitely the headquarters.
Yeah, not home in the sense of where she'd like to live. That was always Windsor when she was in this part of the world, and she spent the last few years at Windsor, went there because of the COVID pandemic, but ended up staying there because she loves it so much. But this is the home, the official home of the British monarchy, and when we say in a few hours' time that the Queen will be returning home, as you just saw on the front page of the Evening Standard there, is because she's coming back to Buckingham Palace. She will rest overnight in the Bow Room, and after 70 years of reign, tomorrow morning she will leave Buckingham Palace for the final time, because once she departs Buckingham Palace tomorrow morning in that procession up the Mall to Westminster Hall, she will never come back. There will be a state funeral at Westminster Abbey, and then the committal is going to be in Windsor. So tonight's a very significant night that Queen Elizabeth, the longest reigning monarch this country has ever had, will spend her last ever night in Buckingham Palace.
In the embrace of her family, and that will be private.
Yes, I think that's important to point that out, Mary, because so much of this is the royal family living its private grief in the public sphere. But this is family grief, and I think once the coffin is returned here tonight, we will not see the royal family receive it. That's because they, I think, I'm guessing, but want to have a private moment with the coffin. This is their mother, their grandmother, And I think it will be a very important moment for them that when the Queen comes back to Buckingham Palace for the last time, this is a very important private moment for them.
Well, I think we can go over to Chloe Keedy, who is somewhere in the crowd over there, under an umbrella, I'm assuming, in the pouring rain. Chloe, what's happening?
Well, people have been gathering here, actually, Mary, for the past couple of hours, getting ready to welcome the Queen back to Buckingham Palace, as you say, for a final time. The rain is coming down pretty heavily, but people will not be deterred. They will not be put off. They want to be here. They want to pay their respects. You know, there's been a pretty much constant stream of people going past the palace for the past few days, but we're expecting these crowds to keep getting bigger over the next few hours. I'm standing here with Janie. Janie, I can see you've got your red, white and blue on. You've got your flowers with you.
I have indeed.
Tell me why you wanted to be here today.
I wanted to experience this sense of history. I've got a huge regard for the royal family, for the Queen and all the character that she had, what she represented as such a decent human being, her faith, her sense of duty, her unstinting devotion to duty, and, you know, that is so admirable.
OK. I'm just going to hand back to Mary now because I think the King is about to arrive here at Buckingham Palace.
Thank you, Chloe. Yes, we know that something's happening because you begin to hear the applause of the crowd and the cheers, and also the flashing lights of the police vehicles.
Yeah, I'm surprised they can applaud if you've got an umbrella in one hand and a mobile phone in the other, but all the same, there was a cheer as the King returned, so we had an indication of the journey, of course, that the Queen will make in the next few minutes.
All right, so the King, Charles he's come back to Buckingham Palace, and we can see him going in the entrance there, not the main entrance as we would accept on television, but around the side, isn't it?
It's worth keeping your eye on the top of Buckingham Palace right now because the Union flag that had been flying up there has just been taken down. What happens when the King arrives in a residence? Of course, the Union flag comes down and the royal standard is raised. So if you keep your eye on the very top of Buckingham Palace there, if you can see it through the milky grey sky over London.
The weather is not great, is it? And of course it used to be that the flagpole was always empty when the monarch wasn't there, but then there was the problem, wasn't there, when...
Well, we could talk for a long time over what happened in 1997 and Diana, of course, but yes, it has been flying at half-mast, of course, when the King is not in residence here, in memory of the late Queen, and will do so for the next week or so. However...
the monarch standard
they're on
never
the top, covered
flies
in rain.
at half-mast, is that right?
The monarch standard never flies in half-mast, of course,
Yes.
because we're never without a monarch. You know, the expression, the King is dead, long live the King. We're never without a monarch. So the royal standard, which denotes the monarch is in place, never flies at half-mast, not at any point.
Possibly an absurd question, but is there someone whose job it is, and maybe Bill will know this, simply to raise the flag, on alert at all times?
I'm sure there is. Is he the flag sergeant? I'm not sure.
And right now, whoever that is getting quite wet on top of Buckingham Palace because we regret to inform you.
Here we go.
Here we go.
The royal standard, the King's standard, has now been raised up the flagpole on top of Buckingham Palace. It's very wet, but the King is home.
Is there enough wind there to help it to unfurl and to fly? Let's see.
It's looking a bit soggy, truth be told.
Well, if we went under this tent, Mary, we'd also be a little bit soggy. So I think
this is true.
We can excuse the flag for being wet, but the escort's about to leave, and of course, the next time that there will be a significant arrival here at Buckingham Palace will be the arrival of the late Queen.
And there's more cheering, and here comes the King's car.
I imagine it's empty. Let's have a look. Nope.
It's
not
the
empty.
Queen
I think it's the Queen Consort in the back there, who I think
returning to Clarence House, I'm guessing.
I think I saw her private secretary, who was previously the Duchess of Cornwall's private secretary, but now the Queen Consort's private secretary, and it would appear that she is going back up the roads to Clarence House. If you don't know your geography of London, Clarence House, which was the official office, if you like, of the Prince of Wales and Duchess of Cornwall, as they were previously, is just up the Mall to the left, next to St James's Palace, where the Accession Council happened the other day. It would appear that for now they are living, shall we say, and sleeping in Clarence House.
And the kettle will be on, no doubt, for a well-earned cup of tea. Final, very brief thought from you, Bill, on what you've seen today. Well,
we've seen an absolutely fantastic few days in Scotland where so many things have been played out so brilliantly. And now we're back into Buckingham Palace headquarters.
Yeah, HQ. Thank you, Bill. The Queen has now left Scotland for the very last time and is on her way back to London, even as we speak. We will be back with more on her final journey as the King and her family wait for her return in Buckingham Palace behind me. First, though, time for a look for news at where you are.
Buckingham Palace, this is the ITV Evening News with Mary Nightingale.
Good evening. As you've been seeing, the Queen is beginning her final journey back to London. A short while ago, the Royal Air Force aircraft carrying her coffin took off from Edinburgh Airport. Ahead of the funeral, the coffin will lie in state at Westminster Hall. And with up to 750,000 people expected to attend, London has had to prepare itself for one of its biggest events in living memory. Here's our senior correspondent, Ronke Phillips.
It was an advanced bird's-eye view into what next week's funeral could look like. Scores of military staff preparing for the journey of the late monarch from Buckingham Palace to Westminster Hall. A gun carriage carrying a standing coffin, followed by the Scots and Royal regiments along the planned route.
We devoted our time to come here.
And first in queue to view the Queen lying in state, 3 dedicated royal admirers. And for the moment at least, the queue of journalists waiting to interview them is longer than those waiting in line. For Grace, it's about representing the Commonwealth.
Pay my respect for the Queen and thank her for all what she has done for everybody, including Commonwealth country.
Anne is here for her family and Wales.
My father was in the Guards for a considerable amount of years. I was a little girl and we spent a lot of time here attached to the regiment. So I'm here to pay my respects, to thank such an irreplaceable lady.
And Vanessa, who is first in line, lives in Southwark, but originally comes from further afield.
Originally from Sri Lanka, so it's part of our history as well. And I thought I'll come here to pay respect in person.
The Queen will lie in state at Westminster Hall for 4 days. Then on Monday, hundreds of thousands of mourners will line the streets to pay their final respects when the coffin is carried into the Abbey. The entire event posing a massive security challenge for the police.
There will be a considerable number of police officers on duty. People can expect to see a very, very visible police presence.
I don't think our city's ever seen the sort of presence we're going to see over the next few days. If you think about the London Marathon, the Carnival, previous royal weddings, the Olympics, it's all that in one.
They're preparing for up to 1 million mourners, but no one really knows how many will actually come. Ronke Phillips, ITV News.
Well, not everyone gathering in London this week is here for quiet reflection. Some have used the opportunity to make their anti-monarchy feelings clear. And while members of the public have the right to peacefully protest, as Rags Martel reports, the Met Police has been accused in some cases of being overzealous.
His protest was a blank page. But yesterday, Paul Powsland was threatened with arrest.
I was holding up a blank sign. Okay. Why are you asking for my details?
You said you're going to write stuff on it that may offend people.
I said I was going to write "Not my king." Okay.
The altercation, filmed on his phone, has since gone viral.
So, what happened when you came here with your blank piece of paper?
I said, would you arrest me if I write "Not my king" on here? And he said he probably would. Because it would be offensive and therefore it would be against the Public Order Act.
Anti-royalist sentiment appears to be heavily over-policed. This woman was swiftly led away for holding this sign outside Parliament.
We do need to have opposing voices to say, actually, this is a political question of who's going to be our head of state, and I disagree with that. I don't want to be a subject. He's not my king. And we should make a space for those voices.
Why would you ask for my details?
But even experienced former police officers say this was wrong.
I think what was done yesterday was by an inexperienced police officer who was not familiar with London, and I think the police have acknowledged that.
In a statement, the Met said they're aware of the video, adding the public absolutely have a right to protest, and they're making that clear to all their officers.
The police have sort of rown back a bit and issued a statement saying they do respect freedom of expression, and actually I'm going to come back this evening with a "Not my king" sign here and hold it, and I think I'm going to be fine. I don't think the police will do anything because they've been suitably, I think, chastised in public for it.
But there's been no light touch in Scotland. This protester was charged with a breach of the peace for shouting at Prince Andrew.
Disgusting!
Rags Martel, ITV News.
Another story to bring you this evening, and the family and friends of Archie Battersby have paid tribute to him at his funeral in Southend. The 12-year-old died last month after his parents lost a series of legal hearings over his medical treatment. We're going to leave you tonight with tributes from a group of people who had a very special relationship with the Queen. The Chelsea pensioners often welcomed Her Majesty as a regular visitor to the Royal Hospital. Today, they shared their memories.
I vow to thee, my country, takes on extra meaning when you fought for crown and country. For the Chelsea pensioners, the Queen was their commander-in-chief. Many of them met her in person on multiple occasions. Alan Gill's first meeting with the Queen is one of his earliest memories.
I was 5 years old and I found myself next to her and the Duke of Edinburgh with my dad in the royal enclosure at Ascot races. That when she talked to you, you were the only person in the room.
David Godwin is another of the 300 veterans living here.
I've always carried a framed picture of Her Majesty around, so wherever I've served, wherever I've lived, there's been a picture of Her Majesty on my wall somewhere.
Such is the reverence and affection many here hold. The Royal Hospital in Chelsea was somewhere that the Queen visited regularly throughout her reign. In fact, she first came before her reign even began, back when she was princess in 1947. At that point, women weren't allowed to live here. The hospital was founded 300 years ago by Charles II. John Gallagher met the Queen at a party at Buckingham Palace.
First thing she would do would go to the roast chestnut stall, and she loved roast chestnuts. And she came up, and I said, "Well, can I take this opportunity to wish you a very Merry Christmas from all your Chelsea pensioners?" Because we are very confident that we were her pensioners. It was just one of the proudest moments in my life. She's our figurehead, united in grief, all of us, and we'll never forget her.
These men and women served, put their lives on the line in her name.
Good evening. Well, we've got some rain around this evening and overnight, and some of it could be a bit heavy at times. Tomorrow, after a damp start, things are going to improve, though, turning brighter, hopefully some sunshine on its way. And then over the next few days, a lot of dry weather, but you'll notice it's starting to turn a bit cooler, both by day and by night, starting to feel really a bit more autumnal. Now, if you take a look at the pressure chart, you can see what's going on. So these are the fronts that have brought the showers tonight, or that rain tonight. They'll start to move out of the way. High pressure continues to build over the next few days. You'll start to notice those wind arrows coming down from the north, and that's what's going to turn things a little bit cooler. There might be the odd shower at times, but a lot of dry weather and a bit of sunshine in the mix as well. Right, back to you tonight and back to that rain. So as I said, some of those bursts could be quite heavy. That could affect driving conditions. There might be quite a lot of surface water around, and maybe even a rumble of thunder. And quite a lot of that rain does tend to linger. With a lot of that moisture in the air, it's probably going to be a little bit muggy, a little bit humid. The temperature's quite mild as we end the night. So we start tomorrow on a bit of a grey, damp, murky note. But as I said, the day improving. Quite a lot of that cloud hanging around, but it starts to clear. Maybe still just the odd bit of rain. And particularly from the north, you can start to see some sunshine emerging as the day goes on. The temperatures as a result doing okay, still getting up into the low 20s, but it is with less moisture in the air just going to feel a little bit fresher. And then if you've got plans for the evening, you can see that sunshine continuing to move across us. So really, all being well, quite a nice end to Wednesday. Now into Thursday and the rest of the week, we hold on to quite a lot of dry weather. Friday to the east coast, probably going to be a bit blustery, and there could be the odd shower there, but inland staying dry. The sunshine in the mix as well, and you can see those temperatures just starting to come down a bit as we go through the days and at night time as well. That's it for now. Have a lovely evening. Good night.
Good evening from Buckingham Palace as we wait for the Queen to return here for the last time. To applause and tears, Her late Majesty has finally left her beloved Scotland. Thousands lined the route as her coffin travelled to Edinburgh Airport. Overnight and throughout the day, thousands of mourners paid their respects at her lying at rest. Tonight, her coffin is on its way to London ahead of her lying in state, and after that, her funeral. It will be received by the King, who earlier made his first visit as monarch to Northern Ireland and pledged to follow his mother's path of peace.
From Buckingham Palace, this is the ITV Evening News with Mary Nightingale.
Good evening from Buckingham Palace, where the Queen's coffin will rest tonight as this historic building plays one last ceremonial role in her life story. She will be placed in the Bow Room before a procession will take her coffin to Westminster Hall tomorrow for her lying in state. Now, that follows the remarkable reception she received in Scotland. Her love for the country and its people reflected in the really incredible scenes as thousands lined the route of her last journey. And the Queen's wider legacy was also remembered today as the new King visited Northern Ireland. Charles said he would continue her groundbreaking efforts to promote peace and reconciliation. James Mates looks back at the day's events so far.
For 24 hours, the coffin of Her late Majesty has lain at rest in St Giles Cathedral, Edinburgh. Queen Elizabeth, Queen of Scots, beginning the final journey out of her Scottish lands. Her subjects here, many thousands of them, have taken the chance to pay their last respects at whatever time of the day or night they were able. Now she returns to England to lie in state, to be laid finally to rest. The only sound, a piper's lament. While the King continues his visits to the four capitals of the Union, it is the Princess Royal who will accompany their mother's body. King Charles has inherited a union of four nations, but maintaining that union may be the greatest challenge of his reign. All four national capitals will have the chance to pass on their condolences to him and his family. Today's visit to Belfast, a conscious attempt to build on his mother's legacy, that being above politics gives the monarchy great moral power to bring people together. The streets of central Belfast lined with crowds waiting for their first glimpse of the new king. It's a testament to how much the situation has changed in Northern Ireland that a public walkabout by a monarch should provoke so few security concerns. The power of a king, or just the power of celebrity, whatever it was, it worked its magic on these two schoolboys. Outside Hillsborough Castle, the King and Queen took the chance to see the thousands of bouquets of flowers left in the late Queen's memory.
God save the King! God save the King!
Inside, he was greeted by the pageantry with which, in just a few days, we've become very familiar. But there was a significance here that went way beyond protocol. He met the province's most senior politicians, but Northern Ireland has no devolved government right now. If it had, the First Minister would be Sinn Féin's Michelle O'Neill, committed to leaving the UK and with it the monarchy.
Thank you so much for the incredibly kind things that you said about my mother.
Well, she played a great role here in terms of reconciliation and building peace, so it's the end of an era for sure.
And then from the Speaker of the Stormont Parliament, Sinn Féin's Alex Maskey, a former member of the IRA. He spoke of his respect for the King's mother.
She personally demonstrated how individual acts of positive leadership can help break down barriers and encourage reconciliation. She personally underlined that one tradition is not diminished by reaching out to show respect to another. I want to acknowledge that your own words and actions over the years have already shown that you are seized of the importance of reconciliation and are committed to playing your full part in that.
My mother felt deeply, I know, the significance of the role she herself played in bringing together those whom history had separated, and in extending a hand to make possible the healing of long-held hurts. Now, with that shining example before me, and with God's help, I take up my new duties resolved to seek the welfare of all the inhabitants of Northern Ireland.
At a moment when the Good Friday Agreement is under pressure and the Northern Ireland Protocol divides both the province and Westminster, words of reconciliation are again of vital importance. This is no time for politics, but as they waited for the King's arrival at a service of reflection and thanksgiving in St Anne's Cathedral, Belfast, Liz Truss met Ireland's Taoiseach, Micheál Martin, for the first time as Prime Minister. New government, new monarch, new start, many will be hoping. The Queen spoke often of her affection for Northern Ireland. In return, they have spoken throughout today of what she achieved here.
The word which I think will be most associated with Queen Elizabeth and Ireland, North and South, is reconciliation.
Within the last hour, the Princess Royal joined the Guard of Honour from the Royal Regiment of Scotland as the coffin was taken from the hearse to be carried by the Royal Air Force to Northolt in West London. This time the RAF given the honour of providing the bearer party.
Slow! Up!
The last flight home. By tonight, Her late Majesty will be back at her home to lie at rest in the throne room of Buckingham Palace. James Mates, ITV News.
So this is what's set to happen in the next few hours. Shortly before 7 p.m, the Queen's coffin is expected to land at RAF Northolt, where it will be met by a Guard of Honour from the Queen's Colours Squadron. The cortege will then travel to Buckingham Palace, where it will be received by the King and the Queen Consort, as well as other members of the royal family. The Queen will then remain at rest at Buckingham Palace overnight until tomorrow, when the coffin will be moved from Buckingham Palace to Westminster Hall. There the vigil begins and the Queen will lie in state for 4 days. Let's go straight over to RAF Northolt, where they are preparing for the arrival of the aircraft carrying the Queen's coffin, and Rebecca Barry is there for us. Rebecca.
Well, the Queen's coffin is now making its way through the skies over the United Kingdom to here, RAF Northolt in West London. We expect it to arrive in around half an hour or so. The RAF members involved in this face a task like no other, accompanying their former Commander-in-Chief, the monarch to whom they swore allegiance to, now accompanying her in her final journey from Scotland to England. The Queen's coffin will arrive here in a military aircraft, a C-17 Globemaster. Most recently it was used for transporting military equipment and humanitarian aid to Ukraine. Now it's carrying a uniquely precious passenger. The coffin will be met by a Guard of Honour made up of 96 RAF pilots. Coincidentally, that mirrors the 96 years of the Queen's long life. The squadron will give a royal salute before the hearse departs here, making its way to Buckingham Palace, where it will be met by the King. Just imagine how many times he's met his mother in that palace, yet now he is the sovereign and, above all, a son in mourning.
Rebecca Berry at RAF Northolt. Thank you for the moment, and we will return to RAF Northolt as and when that plane comes into land, and our Royal Air Cruise ship is here with me. Another extraordinary day. There is a great deal that's going to be happening over the next few hours at Buckingham Palace. So talk us through what to expect.
Well, the focus now very much shifts to this corner of England and the events that we will see, of course, in the coming days in London. A couple of significant changes that we should point out as soon as that giant aircraft lands at RAF Northolt. One is that the Royal Standard in Scotland has been removed in flight and the Royal Standard has been replaced, and that's because the Queen's coffin is arriving in England. And also, when the bearer party carry the coffin out of the plane, it will then be placed into the state hearse, and it's the job of the state hearse to drive the Queen's coffin from RAF Northolt to here at Buckingham Palace, where we've already seen the King arrive in the last few minutes. Other members of the royal family will be here as well. We'll get some more detail on that in the next hour or so. But their job is to welcome the return of the coffin to Buckingham Palace, the headquarters of the British monarchy, a place that the Queen was so familiar with, but hasn't actually lived here since she moved out just before the pandemic. But she will spend just the one night here in the bow room. There will be chaplains keeping watch through the night, and a prayer will be said when the coffin enters the bow room. And it's a private moment for the royal family, as opposed to the very public days which will follow.
So it's the family's last chance to have her to themselves, in effect, I suppose.
Effectively so, yes. I mean, what we often say about this particular family having to, share its grief with the nation, but it's for them personal grief. It's the King's mother, it's Princess Anne's mother. She's just travelled on the plane with her mother's coffin. It's a very private moment for them, and therefore there will be no cameras to see the royal family receive the coffin when it does come back to Buckingham Palace.
And we have just had a statement actually from the Princess Royal saying it's been an honour and a privilege to accompany her mother, and that will just be coming through to you right now, Chris.
Yeah, of course, the Princess Royal, if you'll excuse me while I get that statement, Mary, the Princess Royal has accompanied the coffin from Balmoral, of course, and we saw her in the car behind the hearse, and we will imminently receive that. I don't have the statement at the moment, but I'm sure we will bring it to you in due course. But yes, the job that she's had for the Queen's daughter, who's remarkably composed. I think she is, it's been a real challenge for her. That's a real understatement, isn't it?
It's a heavy responsibility, isn't it?
In recent times. So here we go. We finally got the statement for you from the Princess Royal. It reads this: I was fortunate to share the last 24 hours of my dearest mother's life. It has been an honour and a privilege to accompany her on her final journeys. Witnessing the love and respect shown by so many on these journeys has been both humbling and uplifting, she writes. I'll read you the whole statement, Mary, because I think we're talking here about the Queen's daughter, who has spent so much time with her mother's coffin. The Princess Royal goes on, we will all share unique memories. I offer my thanks to each and every one who share our sense of loss. We may have been reminded how much her presence and contribution to our national identity we took for granted. I'm also grateful for the support and understanding offered to my dear brother Charles as he accepts the added responsibility of the monarch. I think that is the first time we've heard one of his siblings refer to him as king. And the Princess Royal signs off, to my mother, the Queen. Thank you.
Oh. It's very touching, isn't it? And while you were reading that statement, we were looking at pictures of the coffin leaving Edinburgh, and we will later in the programme talk about the extraordinary scenes that we saw there, the streets lined with crowds wanting to say a final farewell. And it wasn't just on the Royal Mile that people came to pay their respects. Thousands queued through the night into the early hours to file past the coffin as it lay at rest, and thousands more lined the route as the Queen was taken to Edinburgh Airport, as we were saying this afternoon. And our correspondent Peter Smith now on Scotland's send-off.
As dawn's first light broke through the stained glass in St Giles Cathedral, thousands were still waiting patiently. But what's a few hours in a queue for a monarch who gave 70 years of service?
If it happened in England, I wouldn't have been able to be there, but it's happened in Scotland, and in a nutshell, that's why I'm here today. I was raised as a royalist. It's the love that I have for the country.
This has been the Queen's final day in Scotland, one last chance for the people of this nation to pay their respects.
I never had much to do with the royals because I always felt they were English, but over the few weeks I've realised, no, she's been more Scottish and more into people in Scotland.
Having waited since 4 o'clock this morning, Tracy and David reached the front. She gave a bow and wiped a tear from her eye.
I'm ex-forces myself, so I've actually served for her. And yes, I'm very glad that we actually got the chance.
And that's why you were so determined?
Yeah.
You queued for 12 hours?
Yes.
And when you reached the front, what was going through your mind?
Just feeling very sad.
You were very emotional about this?
No, because I had a chance to see the Queen the last time.
The last monarch to die in Scotland was in 1542, King James V, and it was his crown on top of the Queen's coffin. History in our times, and historian David Torrance, in red at the top of the screen, came to experience it.
Very Scottish. The Royal Standard of Scotland draped over the Queen's coffin, the Royal Company of Archers standing guard with heads bowed.
You have just lived through history. Did it feel like that when you were there?
It did feel significant, yeah. It means that this accession, when it's written up by future historians, Scotland will feature more prominently than at any time since the 16th century.
30,000 people passed through St Giles Cathedral in under 24 hours. Thousands more had to be turned away.
This is literally the end, so
we got very lucky.
Yeah, we're really lucky. So it'll be really good. Hopefully we'll get in to see her.
They did make it, the last members of the public in Scotland to see the Queen here.
How lucky we were as the last people, and now the doors are closed and she's going down to London. So
leaving her beloved Scotland for the last time.
In the last few days, Scotland has played its part. Now the Scottish people have said their final farewell to a Queen who so loved her time here. Peter Smith, ITV News, Edinburgh.
And our correspondent Emma Murphy is in Edinburgh and has been for the last couple of days. And Emma, it has been an extraordinary occasion, hasn't it?
It really has, Mary, and you can see behind me now the streets are getting back to normal. The hush that descended here has lifted. The cathedral is empty and Scotland's Queen has left this country. But nobody who witnessed what went on here over the past few days will ever forget it. Scotland was never expecting to really get this opportunity to pay tribute to their monarch, because had she not died in Balmoral, this would not have been an option for them. And there is great relief that it went off so well, and there is also great pride at the kind of send-off they were able to give the Queen. You know, she spoke about the fact that she had a very deep and abiding affection for Scotland, particularly for Balmoral. And really, over the past few days, we have seen Scotland come out to display to the whole world what an incredibly deep and abiding affection this country, certainly large parts of it, have for the Queen.
Emma Murphy, outside St Giles Cathedral in Edinburgh, thank you. And I'm being told the plane carrying the Queen on her final flight has just passed over Birmingham on its journey here to Buckingham Palace, and we'll keep you up to date with that. But in the meantime, let's have a look at what is going to be happening over the next few days. And tomorrow, her coffin will travel in a procession led by the King from Buckingham Palace to the Palace of Westminster. Then there will be a short service conducted by the Archbishop of Canterbury to begin 4 days of the Queen lying in state. Meanwhile, on Friday, the King will continue his tour of the UK nations as he heads to Wales. A nationwide minute's silence will be observed on Sunday night at 8 o'clock. And then on Monday, a state funeral for the Queen will take place at Westminster Abbey. So the focus now turns very much to London, where huge numbers are expected for the lying in state and indeed the funeral. There have already been large crowds around Buckingham Palace and Green Park here just behind me, all of them keen to play their part in history as Romilly Weeks reports.
In Green Park, every tree has been garlanded, as though nature itself has sprung into bloom for the Queen. And still more people are arriving by the minute, the emotion taking some by surprise.
I didn't expect to feel this way.
Yeah, and it was seeing the flowers and seeing all the people that's been really moving.
Yeah, it's made me more emotional, but seeing the amount of people, and on the train, everyone's talking about it, and in the station, everyone's talking about it, just on everybody's lips. It's just, you knew that it was going to be big. I didn't expect this emotion.
Little Lottie has brought her own special picture for the Queen.
This is the Queen. It has a starty hour and a star for being a good queen.
She was a good queen, wasn't she?
Yeah.
All day the crowds have been building ahead of the return of the Queen's coffin to the palace, which was for years her home. 79-year-old Sandra has been waiting all day.
I've seen the coffin on television, but we wanted to see it here. We can't go to the laying in state because it's just so long a queue. It would be too much.
Ahead of the lying in state tomorrow, the Queen's coffin will be taken from Buckingham Palace at 2:22 p.m. in a procession up the Mall, followed by the King and other members of the royal family, across Horse Guards Parade, past Downing Street and the Cenotaph, arriving at Westminster Hall at 3 p.m. Those right at the start of the queue are bedding in for a very long wait. Marion, one of those who'll sleep out tonight.
Yeah, my family said, no, you're crazy, They're not, I don't want to miss it.
And you're not put off by the practicalities, the having to camp overnight, the standing for long hours in the rain?
Absolutely not. It really, in fact, I bring it on, is what I say. I am absolutely not fazed by it at all. This woman means so much to me that it's the least I can do.
The assumption is that up to 750,000 people could want to come and see the lying in state in person, joining the hardy souls who are already queuing. Some may well have been put off by the warnings of waits of up to 35 hours. But even if only half that number come, it would still mean queues snaking the length of the South Bank behind me here, past some of London's most famous landmarks, onto this bridge, into Westminster, and finally into the hushed atmosphere of the historic Westminster Hall. Over the coming days, we'll have our last chance to bid goodbye to the Queen in person, and many don't intend to miss it. Romilly Weeks, ITV News.
Well, Ben Chapman is with people who started queuing yesterday for the lying in state in Westminster. And Ben, what are people saying to you?
Well, they're just determined, really, to have their moment alone with the Queen as she lies in state just across the river from here at Westminster Hall. This queue has been getting steadily longer by the hour over the course of today. And although the doors to Westminster Hall don't open until 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, people have been coming down here, getting their place nice and early. Everyone has their own reason for doing so. One woman told me that she has to be at work first thing Thursday morning, and so this is her only chance. So a man said that he'd rather be sitting and waiting in one place rather than joining what will become a constantly moving line over the course of the next few days, potentially hundreds of thousands of people snaking what could be many miles along the south bank of the River Thames. Now, people down here are pretty well supplied. There are plenty of sandwiches, plenty of biscuits, cold coffee being drunk in one case as people bring the provisions they feel they'll need to get them through the night. And there is also a real camaraderie down here that I've witnessed today. People looking out for each other, people watching each other's belongings as they nip off for a comfort break. What you'd expect, really, at times like this. And what unites them all, what I've heard a lot today, is the sense that people feel they just really need to be here, and that waiting out for hours is the least they can do to honour the Queen's lifetime of service.
Ben Chapman on the other side of the river at Westminster, thank you for the moment. And I'm joined by the Royal Historian Anna Whitelock, who's here with me, and Chris Shipp. And one can't overstate it, really, extraordinary scenes. And London is now preparing to welcome the Queen back.
Yeah, I mean, it really does feel poignant. The rain's coming down, everybody's standing there with their umbrellas. There's police along the route in their traditional Metropolitan Police uniforms. There's something really timeless about this scene, and there's something heavy in the air. The Queen is on her way home, and as commuters kind of make their way out of offices, there is a sense, and it's not overstating it, that London is gradually coming to a halt for this moment.
And we are hearing that the Queen's flight is about 15 minutes away from RAF Northolt, and you can see that the military is getting ready to welcome her there. And another amazing piece of ceremonial awaits us, doesn't it, Chris?
Yes, we shouldn't be surprised, of course, that the Queen's flight is on time. It left on time from Edinburgh Airport in that beautiful sunshine, but what a difference the welcome here. I think the rain that we've got here at Buckingham Palace is probably, by the look at that camera lens there, has reached RAF Northolt just a few miles up from here. So, yes, a different, sombre, perhaps. You know, the weather's changed, but then we're about to embark on several days of quite significant events here in London. We've mentioned the last night that the Queen will spend in Buckingham Palace, and then we've got a procession up the Mall and Horse Guards and Westminster Hall. And then there's this real sense of anticipation in terms of the lying in state about how many people are going to want to do that. And you just saw from Ben there, even though the banks of the River Thames in the September rain, you know, people are determined to do it. And that's a 4.5 day period. It ends at 6:30 on Monday morning, just before the state funeral. I mean, you know, you can see some of the crowds here willing to stand in the rain to witness some of the history that's unfolding in front of them. And the rain is clearly no deterrent for them being here. Look at that shot of the Mall.
This is amazing, isn't it? But Anna, it just makes me wonder what is it about gathering, as we all do for these royal occasions, and the significance of a lying in state? I mean, in historical terms.
I mean, the lying in state begun with the Stuarts, really, but for the modern era, it began with Edward VII, rather, in 1910, and from then all the monarchs have laid in state. We think most recently, of course, of the Queen Mother in 2002, the Queen's father, George VI, and it was described then as the Great Queue, this queue that snaked over Lambeth Bridge and around. And I mean, by any indication, the numbers that are going to be here, witnessing history, yes, but, you know, also this is about the Queen. Princess Anne reflected in her statement, you know, we shouldn't forget just what she is and represents for national identity. And I think, you know, the people here are here to welcome home in the most tragic circumstances, albeit she was a woman in her 90s, but still the significance of the loss is here, I think, with the people queuing in the rain.
Yes, indeed, and they are determined to see and witness, aren't they? Well, earlier today, the new King paid tribute to his late mother's legacy as he paid his first visit to Northern Ireland as monarch. At Hillsborough Castle, he met political leaders from all sides, shaking the hands of Sinn Féin's Michelle O'Neill. And Charles pledged to follow the Queen's work to bring about peace and reconciliation.
In the years since she began her long life of public service, my mother saw Northern Ireland pass through momentous and historic changes. Through all those years, she never ceased to pray for the best of times for this place and its people, whose stories she knew, whose sorrows our family had felt, and for whom she had a great affection and regard.
Well, Rufus Evelyn is at St Anne's Cathedral in Belfast, where a Thanksgiving service was held for the Queen earlier on today. The King and the Queen Consort attended along with senior politicians from Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. And Rupert, the politics of peace was very much a key part of this service, wasn't it?
I think it really was, and the politics of peace, as you put it, has been on display here in Northern Ireland today. There is almost a significant moment in everything that happens in this nation when it comes to the relationship between the King, the royal family, and the people of of Northern Ireland, and a lot of that stems back, as we know, right back through the Troubles, and then, you know, the overcoming and the peace process. We saw the Queen here in 2012, that moment, that iconic moment actually in Northern Irish history, when the Queen met with and shook hands with Martin McGuinness, and today we again see the royal family shaking hands with members of Sinn Fein, an organisation once that was involved in trying to really not bring down the monarchy as such, but was revolting against it and wants republicanism. And you've got all these issues wrapped up in what can be quite a divided country. And then you get these moments, don't you, like today, when other sides and opponents are shaking hands with each other. And yes, they've been drawn together by the death of the Queen. But I think it's important to see these things happen. Whichever side of the political fence anybody is on in this nation, they do have significance, and not just for the politicians of the royal family, but also for the people, many of whom are gathered outside the cathedral here at St Anne's today to give their condolences to the King, the people that I spoke to, but also to celebrate. And some of them even found time for a moment in which they could, impress on them some of the issues. I spoke to some people from the Scouts, for example, who said to me that they were able to have a very brief conversation about the problems in recruiting volunteers for the Scouts. And so even these little moments are important, whether it's the politics or the people, and I think it has been a very valuable moment here for all sides in Northern Ireland today.
Okay, Rupert Evelyn in Belfast, thank you. And Chris Ship's still with me. It is interesting, isn't it? Even beyond the grave, the Queen is still managing to exert influence, and that aim she had of reconciliation and bringing people together, still very much at the fore today.
Well, everyone still remembers and still talks about that famous handshake that the Queen did with Gerry Adams and other members of Sinn Fein even now. And the Queen clearly knew the significance of that at the time. And don't forget all the sort of personal pain that she suffered in Northern Ireland with the killing of Lord Mountbatten as well. And I've travelled to both Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland with the then Prince Charles, the now King, and he is passionate about the island of Ireland. He has a great affection for the Republic and always makes sure that he travels there every year. Now, of course, he can no longer, and he said in his address, he can no longer campaign in the same way that he did when he was the heir to the throne, of course. But I think when it comes to Northern Ireland, he will still have private audiences with the leaders there, audiences that, the words of which will never leak. And he has a right as sovereign to consult and to warn and to advise his political leaders. So he will be making sure, not in the public domain, but certainly in those private audiences, that are doing everything he can to ensure that peace continues on the island of Ireland.
Chris, thank you. Well, with the Queen's flight just minutes away now, let's return to Rebecca Barry at RAF Northolt. And Rebecca, preparations have been made and everyone is ready for the arrival of that plane.
Yeah, the weather here is bleak to match this moment. We've been watching as members of the Queen's Colour Squadron march out in perfect unison as they prepare to form a guard of honour to meet the Queen's coffin. You cannot underestimate just how meticulously this moment has been planned. Years of planning have gone into this moment. The Royal Air Force determined to give their former Commander-in-Chief a dignified final journey home. The Princess Royal is once again accompanying the coffin, and we expect to see her leave the aircraft first when it arrives here. Then the coffin, draped in the Royal Standard, will receive a guard of honour from 96 members of the Queen's Colour Squadron. A coincidence, actually, that it's 96, mirroring the 96 years of the Queen's long life. The squadron will then give a royal salute, and the coffin will depart in a state hearse, making its way to Buckingham Palace. We were told to arrive here hours early because they anticipate that the roads will be clogged with thousands of people hoping to catch a glimpse of the hearse. It will make its way east towards the centre of London. It will go past Marble Arch, down Park Lane, past Hyde Park Corner, onto Buckingham Palace, and there, of course, it will be met by the King. Just imagine how many times he will have met his mother in that palace before, and yet now everything has changed.
Rebecca Barry at RAF Northolt, thank you. And Major General Sir William Cubitt is with me, and we're looking now at members of the RAF who are lining up to greet the coffin and the next bit of ceremonial?
We are looking at the Guard of Honour of the Queen's Colour Squadron of the Royal Air Force and the King's Colour of the Royal Air Force. They're shrouded because of the occasion. And there will be a bearer party of the Royal Air Force Queen's Colour Squadron as well. It's right and proper. The Royal Air Force have been in charge of the coffin for this stage. RAF Northolt is special to the royal family as it is the oldest airbase in the country. It actually predates the Royal Air Force, established in 1915 with the Royal Flying Corps. But here we have the principal dignitaries awaiting the arrival of the aircraft.
And the chaplain as well, ready to receive the coffin. And that will then be put into the royal hearse. Chris?
The State hearse, yes, and there you can see the Secretary of State for Defence, Ben Wallace, standing next to the Prime Minister Liz Truss, who's herself had a very busy time over the last couple of days. She has been in all the nations that the King has been in. She was with us in Scotland yesterday, she's been in Northern Ireland today, and now there she is talking to her Defence Secretary at RAF Northolt, awaiting the arrival of the King.
It's been quite the first week in power for the Prime Minister, hasn't it? Remarkable.
Who could have predicted what would have happened in the days after she met the Queen on Tuesday, wasn't it? In the drawing room at Balmoral Castle. Those pictures of the Queen, I think everyone agreed, looking frail, but nobody massively surprised that she was looking frail at the age of 96. And it's just the following day that the Queen had to cancel the Privy Council meeting that was due to take place to meet the new members of the cabinet in the new government.
And Boris Johnson has said that when he met the Queen as the outgoing Prime Minister just last week, she was, he said, sharp and bright as a button, and he said frail, but absolutely on it, I think was his phrase. And the decline was very sudden, clearly.
I think, Mary, those I spoke to in the weeks and months before the Queen's passing always mentioned just how sharp she was, just how on it she was, just how aware of world events and the political events for her Prime Minister and her government she was. And that's, I think, why it was all the more surprising, her rapid decline in health in the 2 days, wasn't it, after she met her outgoing and incoming Prime Minister. Liz Truss, of course, her 15th Prime Minister, and she said goodbye to her 14th, Boris Johnson, when he departed Balmoral Castle just on Tuesday, her last official act.
And worth reminding ourselves, that extraordinary thought that her first Prime Minister was...
a week ago this all happened.
A week ago, yeah. And her first Prime Minister was Winston Churchill. He was born in 1870-something. So, you know, she has spanned history, hasn't she? Yeah. Modern history. Really.
Winston Churchill, who clearly will have remembered fighters from the Battle of Britain leaving this airfield that Bill was just talking about, which predates the RAF as fighters took off from there to take on the German Luftwaffe. That was a reminder that the Queen's first Prime Minister was the man in charge of persecuting that war or defending this country against Nazi forces in the Second World War.
And also worth reminding viewers, I think, that there is going to be a minute's silence on Sunday at 8 p.m. And that was something that was introduced by the Queen's grandfather, George V, I believe, Armistice Day, wasn't it? And it was 2 minutes silence then. And he said it was a moment for people to take time out of their busy lives and to reflect upon, in that case, the carnage and the loss and the waste of the Great War, as it was called. But the idea of the minute's silence is coming through now, and we will be doing so as a nation, as a United Kingdom on Sunday evening.
Yeah, 8 o'clock on Sunday evening, and you know, I think we had an indication of the problems that the Queen's mobility was causing her when she pulled out of the Remembrance Sunday service last November. You know, this was about honouring the fallen, honouring those from many wars who had given their lives, and it's something the Queen never missed. Yes, she, in later years, she used to watch it from the balcony of the Foreign Office, but it was an indication of her, the difficulties that she was having doing her duties as head of state and head of nation when she pulled out of that service just last November.
Magnificent sight, Bill, of all those medals on the uniform of the Royal Air Force officers who are waiting for the arrival of that aircraft. And so here we see it, the lights of the plane coming in over RAF Northolt, and the tension no doubt rising on the ground, and they need to be ready to do their duty.
Yes, indeed. I mean, this is the Royal Air Force very much on show here. Royal Air Force Station, Royal Air Force aircraft, and the Queen's Colour Squadron as the Guard of Honour.
It left Edinburgh Airport in glorious golden evening light after a beautiful sunny couple of days, and it approaches London in the grey, drizzle, miserable weather, really quite suitable in many ways. A capital putting on a show of sombreness, if you like, for the returning late monarch.
This is a very impressive plane. It might be carrying a very small but important cargo today, but it's a kind of plane that would normally carry Chinook helicopters, military vehicles, other big heavy items of military equipment in and out of places like Iraq and Afghanistan.
And Ukraine very recently.
And operating in Ukraine very recently, and even evacuating. You remember those pictures from Afghanistan when people were crowded onto those military aircraft? Well, today it has just one piece of cargo, and a very important piece of cargo at that.
But accompanying the coffin, the Princess Royal and her husband.
Yes. From the times I've been on that plane, there are some seats towards the pilot's area where you can sit. Otherwise, you've got to sit, like you do in military aircraft, on the benches facing into the middle of the plane.
It will have been an hour of reflection, perhaps, for the Princess Royal, away from the cameras, away from the gaze of the world, and a chance to have some time with her mother's coffin, perhaps.
Yes, and at some point in the flight, the Royal Standard in Scotland was replaced with the Royal Standard, and there will be a bearer party from the RAF ready to carry the coffin into the State's hearse for the journey to London.
And we can see it approaching RAF Northolt. And here it comes. And as that C-17 Globemaster taxis to a halt, we will see how it is received by the massed officers of the Royal Air Force awaiting in front of the airport building, just ahead of where the plane is now. Chance for the Royal Air Force to shine again, Bill?
Well, they'll have no trouble doing that. The Queen's Colour Squadron specialise in the ceremonial side of duties, as well as being the Royal Air Force's infantry, so they're very well up to this. Very smart indeed.
Remember, throughout the flight, that C-17 has been bearing the call sign Kitty Hawk, the official call sign for any military flight with the Queen on board. And this is the very last time the Royal Air Force will carry the Queen in flight for her final air journey on her way to Buckingham Palace.
It is a sad thought, isn't it, to think this woman who was so widely travelled, she went to more places than almost anyone, I think, over her years, and she will fly no more now. She's home on our soil, and she will not be going anywhere else now.
She would take internal flights in recent years. In fact, it was in 2015 that the Queen stopped international travel after a visit to her former home in Malta. There was a Commonwealth Heads of Government summit there. She went to see the home that she once lived at with her husband, the Duke of Edinburgh. But she stopped travelling in 2015 as her age advanced and left the international travel to the then Prince of Wales, Prince Charles, and of course increasingly Prince William and Kate, now the Prince and Princess of Wales.
They stepped up as she withdrew a little bit from her active duties, as you so rightly say.
Yes.
But she went to so many countries over her life, didn't she? All the countries of the Commonwealth. She's often referred to as the most famous woman in the world, and she was so visible for so many years, wasn't she? And just, Bill, to turn to you for a moment, explain what the monarch means to the armed services.
Well, of course, the monarch is the commander-in-chief of all the armed forces. They are the armed forces of the Crown. Additionally, the Queen had particular relationships with certain parts. So the Queen's Colour Squadron, bears the name of the Queen. So she's got sort of two levels. One is she's the figurehead of everybody, indeed the commander of them all, but also she has particular relationships with individual parts.
Chris?
I've got some information from Buckingham Palace that I can bring you, Mary, and that is that the Queen's coffin, after it has been taken from here at RAF Northolt to Buckingham Palace where we are, we now know that it will be received at Buckingham Palace by the King, the Queen Consort and the Queen's children and grandchildren along with their spouses. So therefore King Charles, the Queen Consorts, the Duke of York, Prince Edward, Princess Anne, who's clearly on that plane at the moment, and then the Queen's grandchildren. So we are to presume that the Prince and Princess of Wales are going to turn up imminently.
The Sussexes?
Perhaps the Sussexes as well. It says the Queen's grandchildren, so clearly Princess Beatrice and Eugenie and their spouses. So
Zara Tindall, Peter Phillips.
She had lots of grandchildren, of course.
She sure did.
So we now know that they will all, as a big family, including Lady Sarah Chatto and Earl Snowdon as well, will be there to receive
Princess Margaret's children, her niece and nephew. But that will not be happening on camera.
No,
we understand.
It's important to point out that the moment the coffin goes here at Buckingham Palace, through the centre gate, through the centre arch, into the quad and up to the grand entrance, how many Prime Ministers have you seen come and go from there?
And royal weddings coming and going as well.
Quite so, and world leaders and presidents. Once the coffin goes inside the centre arch there, it'll be a private moment for the family to receive the coffin away from the cameras.
And it will lie at rest overnight in the Bow Room. And I understand the Bow Room is where the Queen did her first Christmas broadcast in colour back in 1967. That's
a good bit of information there, Mary. I think her first Christmas broadcast on television was at Sandringham, and I think she did it live, but I know that was in black and white. So your knowledge of the first colour broadcast of the Queen's Christmas message is great.
I'm rather thrilled to have got a fact that even the royal editor didn't know. So
I bow to your greater knowledge on the first colour broadcast.
Bill,
those who have been to royal garden parties will know the Bow Room as the room through which the public pass to leave a garden party. It's the one up the steps from the garden straight through the middle of the palace. So many people will actually know that room.
And it will be familiar to them. And you, of course, will have been to garden parties over the years.
Yes.
These were the great prized invitations, weren't they?
That's right.
To get a chance to meet the Queen and
absolutely.
people who've done good work.
That's absolutely true. But when you look at the sheer number of people who have been to those garden parties in London, in Edinburgh, and elsewhere, huge numbers have actually been invited to tea with the Queen.
And I remember very well, she opened up her gardens to the public, there was a ballot for tickets. Do you remember in the Diamond Jubilee in 2012? And there was an enormous garden party and all sorts of people got an invitation, and I was very lucky to go as a member of the media, and everyone was given a little individual hamper with a little tiny bottle of champagne and a smoked salmon sandwich, and no doubt you were there as well, Bill, and it was really special, and everyone was absolutely thrilled to be there.
And that, as Bill said, that bow room has got like a sort of curved glass doors, a curved wall, which goes onto the garden of Buckingham Palace. You've seen them in front of the bow room taking the national anthem before they go down the steps and meet members of the military and voluntary organisations that have all been invited to that garden party.
And there we can see preparing to meet the coffin as it comes off the plane. And number one, actually, abiding memory I have of that garden party was as I was leaving, and I was one of the last to leave, I'm afraid to say, and I looked up at the windows overlooking the garden at the back, and there was a little figure peeping round the net curtain at the back, and it was the Queen, watching, making sure we were all leaving the garden as we'd found it.
Making sure you've left.
Yes.
Yes.
Indeed.
It's worth reminding ourselves the Buckingham Palace have now put out a statement from the Princess Royal, who is on that plane with her mother. The statement that simply ends, "To my mother, the Queen, thank you." But she's been talking about how she was fortunate to share the last 24 hours of her dearest mother's life. That's something we didn't know, of course, last week. And it has been an honour, she said, and a privilege to accompany her on this journey.
Is opening at the back of the plane, and we'll leave you just to look at those pictures.
Change of Queen's Colour Squadron. Royal salute. Present arms!
Party, stand still. Bearer party, slow march. Bearer party, stand still. Bearer party, wood, turn, that's lower, lower. Bearer party, 10 paces, inward, march. Bearer party, 6 paces, woods, march. Bearer party, to feet. Feet. Bearer party, 8 paces, outward, march. Bearer party, inward, turn. Wider left, quick, march.
So the State hearse leaving Northolt Air Base. Police outriders, and behind in the cars following Princess Royal, Princess Anne, accompanied by her husband, Vice Admiral Sir Tim Lawrence. And the Air Force, I think, can be very proud, Bill, of what they did there.
Given a very fine display of the intricacies and the smartness required for such an occasion.
Very complex process, getting the coffin out, down that ramp,
yes,
slow march.
We had a very good view there of the intricacies of it, that coming down the possibly slippery slope of the ramp, with the warrant officer holding the coffin back to make sure it didn't come forward, and then going from the shoulder to the carry to place the coffin in the hearse. All very difficult to do under the eyes of the world and the Princess Royal and the Chief of the Air Staff. Very high pressure, but done brilliantly.
Yes, it really was immaculate. Our services are very good at this sort of ceremonial, aren't they?
That's right.
And now the funeral cortege is on its way to Buckingham Palace and will be coming through the outskirts of northwest London. We think about half an hour. Is that right, Chris?
Yeah, that's the kind of journey time we're expecting. RAF Northolt is just off the A40, one of the main roads out of London, heading out to the northwest of London. And that slow journey will take place over the next 30 minutes or so. And we've seen a lot of images in Scotland of people lining the streets. We will see what happens here in the capital.
And the State hearse with lights in there, so anyone who is maybe standing along the route will be able to get a very good view of the coffin with the different standard that was changed during the flight.
Yes, we mentioned, didn't we, in flight that the Royal Standard in Scotland was removed and the Royal Standard placed on top of the coffin with that same wreath of flowers. And there's a very important job as well for the Metropolitan Police now, who have to ensure the roads from the A40 to the centre of London, where we are here and where there are crowds waiting in the rain. In fact, many more people than there were just a few moments ago waiting for the arrival of the coffin. But it's I'll repeat what I told you just a short while ago, Mary, that we now know that the King and Queen consort, along with the Queen, the Queen's children and grandchildren, will be there at Buckingham Palace to receive the coffin when it does finally get here.
And the coffin will lie at rest, as it still will be called, not in state yet, but at rest, in that room we were discussing, the bow room, which is the room which some people might be familiar with, beautiful bowed glass doors onto the gardens of Buckingham Palace.
Onto the gardens of Buckingham Palace, exactly so, for that journey tomorrow. And as the RAF Guard of Honour return to the airbase, they've done their job.
They've done her proud, haven't they, Bill?
That's right. This is their home also, so not far to go to relax.
Maybe drink a toast in the barracks, who knows. Rebecca Barry is there for us now. Rebecca, what have you been seeing where you were standing?
Well, it is grey, wet and bleak here in West London, and you can't help feeling the symbolism of that. We've witnessed many poignant moments over the last few days, and this evening we witnessed another as we watched the lights of that huge aircraft appearing through the grey skies here. It was silent except for the deep rumbling of the powerful engines, and it made you physically and emotionally shudder. Actually, the Royal Air Force is well used to putting on dramatic military missions, but I think for the members of the RAF involved in this task, surely it will stand out the moment they helped give a dignified final journey home to their former Commander-in-Chief. We watched as the coffin was met by that Guard of Honour by an RAF squadron. They gave a royal salute. It was simple, it was subdued, and it was sombre, and I can't help reflect on the history of this site at RAF Northolt, the oldest RAF base. It played a key role in the Battle of Britain, and now it's played a part in another moment in history as Queen Elizabeth II returns to the capital for the very last time.
Rebecca, thank you. And we're now joined by broadcaster Jonathan Dimbleby. And your thoughts, Jonathan, on what you're seeing on what is yet another remarkable historic day?
It is an historic day. It's a very sad day when you watch the long journey that the late Queen has taken. It's so touching to have seen the Princess Royal alone there all the time with her, 24 hours I think she said it was, via of course Edinburgh, St Giles Cathedral, and those scenes walking up behind the coffin of the family. Very powerful emotions aroused, I think, by them, that experience for them and more broadly. At the same time today, the King has been in Northern Ireland on a very important journey. There is the hearse taking the late Queen's coffin down towards the centre of London.
And the first sound of the crowds responding.
You'll see this.
I think ordinarily, Mary, looking at those pictures of the A40 there, we would be saying that that's because of the congestion leaving London. I think in this case, this is people wanting, even despite the rain, to watch the coffin go past in the hearse. But
I think
once again, a reminder of the phenomenal job that the bearer party from the RAF did just a few moments ago on landing at RAF Northolt.
Yes.
Such a skilled and difficult task the bearer party has. You watch almost with your heart in your mouth on their side for everyone's sake, that no one stumbles, that the coffin does go safely in. You can have as many rehearsals as you like, but you can't prejudge a stumble.
And look at
now
that
down the A40.
Aerial shot going in on the A40. Anyone who's come into London will know that road quite well, and cars stopped along the route, pulled over to one side. People are getting out and standing just to honour the Queen.
And wonderfully organised by the Metropolitan Police, that they will hold up the traffic for the minimum amount of time necessary in a functioning democracy, but will always get it so that you see these outriding bikes rushing by, taking up the next position at a crossroads, and then once the cortege is through, going back onto the next place, so that it doesn't make people feel, why is my life being forced to come to a stop, as opposed to saying, I want to stop.
Yes.
And that's the journey. We look along there, that's the A40, normally jammed with traffic, but not very many people. And it has to measure. I've just been watching here, this silent crowd building here, waiting. It's a very powerful sense. It's overwhelmingly powerful, this sense of loss that people have for Her late Majesty. And
they want to be there, don't they?
Everyone wants to be there because they're part of it. It's theirs as well. And you look at that and you cannot but be touched. I felt it when she was coming all the way from Balmoral down to Edinburgh, that long journey. There's something about the journey. Yes. The movement, the steady movement. She's getting closer and closer to the very final part of her journey when she will come here to where we are at Buckingham Palace. And it's... You
can see people, Jonathan, they're just leaving their cars on the other carriageway in order to walk across the road, maybe catch an image of it as it makes its way down the A40. Just like we saw in Scotland the other day in beautiful sunshine on that journey from Balmoral to Edinburgh. We're here, entirely different weather, but very similar scenes.
The new King talked in his first speech about his darling Mama embarking on her last great journey.
That's, I think, you can't say it too often, the demands made on the new King as he's gone on his tour, Scotland, Northern Ireland, back from Northern Ireland here, he will go to Cardiff on Friday, and he'll welcome his mother. These are formal duties that he does in public repeatedly. He keeps hearing people offering their condolences in public, crowds offering their condolences. He is in many ways a private person, very private person who lives a public life. And I think the grief that we see etched on his face allows us to know the real person as well as the king who is performing so brilliantly in his role.
And we are told, Mary, that the state hearse, which is being used right now to carry the coffin of the late Queen from RAF Northolt to Buckingham Palace, has been designed by the royal household and Jaguar Land Rover, and the Queen herself was consulted on the plans. And I'm reminded there of what happened with Prince Philip when we had that Land Rover that was specially designed for this reason as well. It is finished in royal claret, the same colour as the official royal and state vehicles, which are kept in the Royal Mews at Buckingham Palace and used by members of the royal family on official duties. That's the colour of that state hearse that you're seeing there.
And is that therefore the first time that we've seen that state hearse?
Yes. So this is a hearse which Her Majesty the Queen had some say in the design, and it features the Queen's personal royal cipher as well.
It is extraordinary, isn't it? Look at the people who have stopped along the side of what is a fast road. It's a 3-lane fast road, this normally.
Absolutely, Mary. And actually, one of the reasons why the Queen had a hand in the design of this hearse was so that she could be seen in death as she was in life. The state hearse, we're told, was designed to allow members of the public to have a clear view of Her Majesty's coffin as it travelled through London and Windsor.
It is an astonishing thought that in life we knew that she chose colours so that she was seen. I have to be seen, otherwise they won't know who I am.
Seen to be believed, she once said, didn't she?
Seen to be believed. And she was. And then to be part of a process where you choreograph your own departure is something that beggars belief that she can calmly do and say, yes, we'll do this, we'll do that, yes, looking at all the designs, looking at how it should be done, and in her mind's eye must have had a sense of what these scenes would look like for the watching world.
Well, it is a remarkable sight, isn't it? And we did have to see her, didn't we?
It's a new vehicle. It's a new vehicle, and you can just see in the top of the screen there the lights which are lighting up the coffin. Therefore, of course, she was not to know the precise time or date of her departure, but were it to be a bit dusky like it is now, here we have a hearse that the Queen helped design, which has lights inside, so that those people who have amassed on the side of that busy road out of London, and look at the other carriageway where cars have stopped and doors are open. This was about being seen in death as she was in life.
When you look at the people who have gathered along these not usually overcrowded roads with people, just imagine what it's going to be like in the next day or two when she gets to the heart of this city. It's going to be phenomenally filled with people.
And
all wishing to
even
be there.
in the last few minutes, people have been pouring down
police.
the Mall and are assembling outside the palace. There's quite a lot of comings and goings of police
bit of movement behind us at the moment. We know that members of the royal family are coming here, so therefore
this is clearly
it's the Queen's consort who is arriving right now, and they are all assembling, as you say, at the palace to receive the Queen's coffin.
But look at that continuous line at the bottom of the screen there, the continuous line of people on that part of this main road into London. As Jonathan was saying, they won't want it closed for long, and I've been in convoys of members of the royal family abroad where not our royal family, but whoever's hosting them has decided to shut off an entire motorway. But this is all about a rolling road block so that people are inconvenienced for the shortest time as possible.
I've seen half an entire capital city in Mexico shut down when the then Prince of Wales was travelling from his hotel to the mayoral centre of the city. We're very And in fact, I think in the United States, it's shut down much, much more. I think this sensitivity is one of the attractive things about the way in which the institution functions. To people's lives.
Yeah.
And I wondered, look, there's a van just with this door open and the top of the screen there. There's, a constant line of people. I suppose I did wonder whether or not we would have a repetition of the scenes in Scotland. That was a Sunday. It was a beautiful weather. We have our answer right before our eyes, right there. That yes, this is. People do want to see it. They will stop their cars. They will. I hope that's not an accident on the top of the screen there. It looks like that car's very close to the one in front. But just on that. She passes underneath and on that flyover there as they go along the A40. Everything is stopped, everything is still.
One has to feel for the brand new commissioner of the Met Police who started his job only a few days ago, and this is quite some way to begin your first week at work, isn't it?
He will want it to work, you can be sure.
And he has pledged his oath of allegiance to the new king, but clearly his first duty in charge of the Metropolitan Police is to the late Queen.
It has been endlessly, discreetly rehearsed, so it should be okay.
It should be a well-oiled machine. Well, everything so far has gone very smoothly, at least as far as one can tell. And what we were talking about earlier, Jonathan, is this extraordinary organisation where there have been different aspects all happening.
Well, today was truly remarkable because you have this procession, this cortege, and in Northern Ireland you had a really remarkable day in constitutional and personal terms. You had the King being greeted at Belfast Airport by the Lord Mayor, Tina Black, who is a member of Sinn Fein. She then has the condolences given to her from...
Look at that, what a sight.
It is quite a dramatic sight. Condolences from Alex Maskey, the Speaker of the suspended Stormont. So two leading Sinn Fein figures welcoming the head of the institution of the monarchy, which they don't want. It's one of the great astonishing facts of personal, for him, personal and also political and public life.
These pictures are astonishing, aren't they?
Well, look on the central reservation there, right in the centre of the screen. People have just stopped their car, no matter where they were going or what they were doing. They know that they're witnessing something historic. But on both sides of the screen, on the right of the screen, a number of people standing there as the light fades.
There's something particularly potent about it because we're in near darkness, so it is the lights that let us see rather than the dreariness of streets. We see the heart of it.
To the crowd.
Did you hear the crowds there? And it went past one of those electronic billboards with the Queen's face.
I saw that very thing, yes, those electronic billboards where we've seen them in many parts of the country. I saw some on the underground today, just with the Queen's portrait and the dates of her birth and of her death.
Crowds have been very different, I've thought. Some are very, very quiet. They don't say anything. Others have been much more needing to express their emotion by whatever way they can, maybe a sort of cheer or a clapping, whatever it might be. It's very diverse responses.
I do have a theory about this, in that where everyone films everything these days, it's very difficult to clap and hold a phone at the same time, and that's why I think a lot of the time you don't hear as much clapping, because everyone has a phone in their hand.
It's not conventional to clap a funeral cortege. Heads bowed in silence is what you would expect.
But we saw a bit of it in Edinburgh.
Yes, yes, we did.
We saw it with the
and there were roars in Belfast today, but then that was a significantly unionist crowd welcoming the King, who they cherish as head of the institution.
And there we are, another picture of the late Queen on the billboard there. And every bus stop, every sign in London has been like that. and throughout the rest of the country too, I dare say. And here we can see how the police have stopped the traffic. And as you say, Jonathan, so rightly, it's the lights that are so dramatic, aren't they?
It makes it a set, doesn't it? A dramatic set.
Well, as the state hearse makes its way along the A40 and coming into London, and Chris Choi is a little bit further along the route with some guests. Chris.
Yes, Mary, up Marble Arch. It's particularly fitting that the coffin should pass this spot. We're probably less than a mile away from where the Queen was actually born. There are pictures showing her on her coronation day here at Marble Arch, and what is happening here tonight is history, and so many people want to be part of that history. They have been lining the streets here 2, 3, 4 deep for hours in the rain, stretching back as far as the eye can see. There are even people actually up above me on the Marble Arch, and on the other side of the road people have climbed onto the scaffolding of neighbouring buildings that are undergoing construction work. Let's talk to some of the people who are here. Louise, thank you for joining us. And what's your reason for being here today?
Mainly because of Freddie. He's 9 months old, and I just wanted to be able to tell him when he's older that he was a part of this history, because it's going to be such a big moment and he's going to learn about it in school. I wanted to be able to say to him, you were there.
And the Queen has already been a very important part of your life and your family's history.
Yeah, she has. So my uncle served in the army for many years. He's now retired. So she's been a massive part of our lives, the Queen.
And earlier, like others that arrived hours earlier, you actually saw the new King driving by as well.
Yeah, so there was a very weird feeling, happy but also a sad feeling at the same time, because he's obviously just lost his mum. So
time and again, Mary, we're hearing this blend of feelings, the sadness and also the welcoming of the new King. As you can see, it's quite dark now, but it's only adding to the atmosphere, which I would describe as dignified, sorrowful, and now people just waiting for history literally to roll by in front of them.
Chris Choi, thank you. And if you're just joining us, what we're looking at is shots from the helicopter, from the aerial camera we have of the Queen's cortege just coming into the outskirts of London. The coffin was delivered to RAF Northolt about half an hour ago, and it is now in convoy, followed the car behind with Princess Anne, the Princess Royal, and her husband, Vice Admiral Sir Tim Lawrence. And they're coming along the A40, and you can see people lining the route. You can see cars stopped on the opposite carriageway. The police outriders, the headlights, the taillights of the cars, as we await the arrival of the Queen. Let's just have a look at those pictures. And there we have the state hearse. Jonathan Dimbleby's with me, and our royal editor, Chris Shipp, through the driving rain. But people want to be there, clearly. They've come out to bid her farewell.
In very large numbers. It's impossible to forget the extent to which she was part of people's lives, whether they knew her well, whether they'd seen her, whether they hardly knew her, whether they heard about her from their mother or from their father. She's been so much part of life, and also that really important figure of stability in very, very uncertain times, and that she's had a particularly important role recently in that process, notably, of course, during COVID. How many people here are remembering those who themselves and their families have died in COVID when perhaps they couldn't see their own mothers, who remember her after the death of her husband sitting alone in the chapel in Windsor, that poignant scene. And I think there's a huge personal feeling towards her as a woman who'd worked quite extraordinarily hard, great diligence, enormous decency, talent, humour, and she's very important to people, as we've seen. I mean, people don't stand in the rain if they don't feel that it's very important to do it. They might watch it on the television, but they're standing in the rain. Here, I don't know how many thousands of people are standing out here, but an awful lot. Quite a lot of activity going along with police outriders and blue lights going on. I don't know what that is, but I think it may be the family arriving to be here in time to greet the hearse, which is now on its way somewhere nearby, on its way down to Park Lane, it must be.
Do you think, in a sense, we all identified with the Queen? We didn't know her, clearly, but to us she represented our grannies, our mothers, and I think a lot of people may be feeling a grief that they hadn't necessarily expected.
We've heard quite a lot of people saying, I didn't know that I would feel like this.
Exactly.
And a moment of grief wells up, then it goes away again, and then they can celebrate the arrival of the king and find that they want to welcome the king warmly, and then they're back to grief again. But that roller coaster is what grief is like. People do go through these intense moments of pain, and then they get their life back in order again for a while. And that's why I say, imagine what it's like for the family who know that they're going to welcome that coffin soon.
Again, I think it still surprises us that people cheer or clap, or they just want to show their appreciation, I suppose. We've even seen some flowers being thrown in front of the hearse that happened in Scotland as well as here. But look at how deep those crowds are, just at the top of the screen there. Just quite remarkable.
The society has evolved from when she inherited from her father. Total silence when her father lay in state, for instance, and also before that. And at the funeral. Likewise, when the next huge funeral of Winston Churchill, I remember being there watching.
And your father?
Total silence.
Your father was the man
my
who
father
held that all
was
together,
the commentary, and I stood with others in a long, long queue. Total silence. We live in different times. We've moved on, and the mobile phone makes it different. People communicate more swiftly, and attitudes haven't changed in the sense of people's feelings, I think, but the way in which they express them, we're much more open. It happened, of course, after the death of the Princess of Wales. There was a huge outpouring which confused and muddled lots of people, not excluding people like me. But this generation, this age is different, and therefore you do get the clapping, because it's a way of saying, I care for you. Yes. I care for you, I care for your memory. I know you're going and I don't want you to go, but I really want you to know I loved you.
But of course she was a 96-year-old. It wasn't unexpected, even though it was a shock. It wasn't a tragedy in the sense that it was untimely, but it is still very sad. Chris?
Yes, and actually here at Buckingham Palace we have had confirmation that the Duke and Duchess of Sussex are here. We speculated earlier because we were told the Queen's grandchildren would be here to receive the coffin. So Harry and Meghan are here. We're also told that the Prince and Princess of Wales, as we now call William and Kate, are here as well, along with the Queen Consort and King. We saw them arrive earlier, didn't we, after their day in Northern Ireland. So many members of the family are waiting to receive the Queen's coffin here at Buckingham Palace. A difficult moment on so many levels, but principally the focus, of course, will be on their mother and their grandmother, who they have lost.
Amy Lewis is with the crowds just outside Buckingham Palace, awaiting the Queen's arrival, and she has seen some of those other royals arriving. What can you see there, Amy?
Yes, Mary, I'm right at the front gate to Buckingham Palace. As you say, it's right here at the foot. In the last few minutes, we have seen the Prince and Princess of Wales heading in, William and Catherine. So that was in the last few minutes. In the last hour or so, we saw the King, Charles, heading in. We've seen Camilla heading in, and also we saw Harry and Meghan, and alongside of that, one of the Queen's granddaughters, Princess Beatrice. So plenty of royals heading in here. They, of course, will be waiting inside to greet the Queen's coffin when it does arrive here. Now, we are only 14 miles away from Northolt, the airbase where she was landing, so it shouldn't be long until they're here. There are thousands of people here who have been waiting now for some of them hours to see that first glimpse of the Queen's coffin when it does arrive here, as the Queen makes her final journey here to Buckingham Palace. As you can imagine, people here with the front row of history, they are keen to actually get that first glimpse. No one's exactly sure which entrance she will be going through. Many here hoping that it is here where the other senior royals have been heading in. The family just beside me have been waiting now for 4 hours in the pouring rain. It hasn't deterred people. Overnight, the Queen will be waiting here in the bow room. It's a room that's not normally seen by members of the public. It actually looks out over the 39-acre estate. It shouldn't be long until they're here, but people waiting patiently but have already been treated to the sight of many royals heading into the palace.
Amy Lewis outside the gates of Buckingham Palace, just behind me. Thank you for the moment. And we can see the cortege coming in. It's crossing over the Edgware Road, I believe. We've just seen it come over Wood Lane, which is out in the west of London. It's on the flyover now, the A40 flyover, for anyone who's familiar with this bit of London, and it'll be passing over Notting Hill and all of that. So we are now getting much closer to the centre of London.
I suspect it's a bit late if anyone does want to run out of their house to witness this with their own eyes, but the route that they will take from here is the A40 and then Eastbourne Terrace and then into Lancaster Gate, Bayswater Road, Marble Arch, Park Lane, down to Hyde Park Corner, and then the very final part of that journey is Constitution Hill and then into the centre gate and centre arch of Buckingham Palace.
And it is the route that we saw the new King take just a few days ago. And he, of course, is now waiting in Buckingham Palace for the arrival of his mother.
And Mary, I'm struck once again looking down on the state hearse, this new state hearse that we have been hearing about from royal age just in the last few moments, about the Queen having a hand in its design and how prominent those lights now are as the day turns to night here in central London on this September evening. The Queen wanted to be seen in death, just as she did in life.
It's I hope not an irreverent thought, but that had you wished to get it at its most effective, that hearse, you would travel by night, because there's darkness all around and it's lit up with the Royal Standard covering the coffin, and it's a particularly powerful vision.
I suppose that was entirely planned.
Well,
do you not think?
Well, the timings were all planned. Obviously, we didn't know what time of the year it would happen, clearly, and nor did anyone. But the timings were all going to be thus if the death were to happen in Scotland, which is
which of course we didn't know where that would happen. So that changed the plans. Well, everything moved forward a day.
But it has all worked absolutely like clockwork. So far.
Coming off the A40 now, and this is where it will, I'm presuming it will make a right turn imminently, go under the flyover towards Paddington and then make its way towards the centre of London.
And there we are, look, people out of their cars again, leaning over the side of the flyover as they can see the Queen's cortege passing by beneath. And there they are, as you said, Chris, turning right.
Of course, there were flyovers that probably weren't even built when the Queen took to the throne in 1952. Not many motorways in the country then, but clearly the A40 is a key artery in and out of London now.
Oh, nice. Lots of people.
Right, talking.
And that very modern image of all the the mobile phones with their lights, everybody filming, everyone taking photographs. As you said, Jonathan, it's a sign of the times. Times have changed.
I do wonder whether you slightly miss the experience if you're focusing on getting the image rather than just experiencing it for yourself.
Now we're showing our age.
I think that's probably so, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's an invalid point.
Absolutely, I agree with you 100%.
With the lying at rest in St Giles Cathedral in Edinburgh, people were specifically asked to put their phones down when they went into the cathedral, so that they were experiencing the moment rather than recording it.
And that is going to be the same at Westminster Hall, as I understand it.
We will get more details, actually. I think later tonight we'll get more details about the lying in state and the queues and where those queues will go. But yes, it's likely to be the case that they won't want people just, dare I say it, Instagramming it as they go through. It's about experiencing the moment and saying goodbye and paying respects, not about recording it.
It is an interesting point, though, that you make, Jonathan, which is it is a generational thing, isn't it? The idea, you were saying, with her father's funeral, everyone stood in entire silence and heads bowed and so on, and now people want proof that they were there.
At her father's, most people, men were wearing bowler hats, which they took off, and women would quite easily understand to have curtsied. And it is very different. But what I've noticed all the way through these last few days here, Buckingham Palace and elsewhere, is the wide range of people. It's the young as well as the older. I can't see through there coming round. Is that coming round towards Marble Arch?
Towards Marble Arch, yes, indeed.
Probably about to hit the top of Hyde Park here any point now.
Oh, they're coming
Bayswater
up Bayswater Road, okay. And the police outriders, as you see, going ahead to clear the way, to stop any traffic, but people lining the route every step of the way, and they're slowing right down here.
Yeah, they're waiting for the road ahead to be cleared by those motorcycle outriders before they push through. But I think as the camera will no doubt move in now, you can see just how many people are there. And actually at the bottom of the screen, people wanting to get around the bus, moving forward to try to see that moment. This looks like the top of Hyde Park now.
Quite a good view from the top floor of that bus, wouldn't you?
Not perhaps the view you're expecting on your way home from work.
Okay, great. Sky is still on you, Rob.
And just as we enjoyed those beautiful pictures of Edinburgh over the last couple of days, I think we're seeing, all right, London in the rain, but it does look very beautiful. And the lights reflecting in the wet streets and the London buses and the taxis, and we're just coming along to Marble Arch.
It's a very different scene to the one we saw through Aberdeenshire and Royal Deeside just a couple of days ago, but just as moving, I think, to see that many people who have instinctively decided to leave their whatever they were up to this evening,
warm and dry,
but it's somehow
stand out in the rain.
It requires a slightly great, if you think of the departure from Balmoral and going to Edinburgh, it requires a slightly more and more formality as you get into London, because you associate London so much with ceremony and the Queen coming and going in the past, where she will soon be coming into this palace. How many times have we witnessed over all the years her coming in and out of that palace? This time coming into the palace very soon for what will be the last time.
And I just to pick up on what you were saying about the increasing formality, and we're told, aren't we, that her coffin was carried out of Balmoral by gamekeepers wearing their tweeds and doing their duty, but without the formality that it is increasing as she gets closer to
from the home she loved so much to what was her principal official residence in the capital.
The headquarters of the monarchy, if you like, and here we are.
Must be coming into Marble Arch shortly, and it's just 3 minutes to 8 o'clock now. It's almost completely dark here in London. Buckingham Palace is bathed in a soft golden glow, I would say. It was lit up with lights, with the King's Royal Standard flying on top.
And the rain has stopped. Most of the umbrellas have come down.
Not at half-mast, of course, because he is the King and he is officially in residence. It will be...
And even as the Queen arrives in London, we saw in that close-up shot the wreath on her coffin. She carries something of Balmoral with her because they're all the flowers that were picked in the royal estate.
It is the second wreath that's been put on top of the coffin, yes, but that has been on there since she left the Palace of Holyrood House in Edinburgh yesterday afternoon.
All her favourite flowers, some rosemary, some phlox in there. Sweet peas we had the day before, didn't we?
White sweet peas.
Yes. All of her favourites, and the new king had sweet peas in a small vase beside him on the desk, didn't he, when he made his first speech?
He has inherited that love of white flowers. In his residence there are always white flowers.
And we are coming down Park Lane.
Past all those high-end hotels on Park Lane. Taxi drivers look stopped there, everyone out of their cars, and
past the Dorchester Hotel, I think, is it there?
Shortly down to Speaker's Corner, I think,
and that magnificent Wellington Arch.
Yes.
And the residence, which has the address, which I always think is rather wonderful. Number 1 London.
Number 1 London, which is the residence of the Duke of Wellington, and is right in the centre of London.
Of course, once it gets to Wellington Arch, there's only a short journey then down Constitution Hill, and we will see, and the crowds here will see, the state hearse arrive in front of Buckingham Palace.
And judging by how still and quiet the people are here, it will be interesting to see how they respond, and I suspect there will be a range of responses. Some will still stay silent, others will want to make their feelings publicly known.
And if you're joining us just now, we're looking at aerial shots of the Queen's cortege arriving in London. She landed at RAF Northolt about 40 minutes ago. She's now just a couple of minutes away from coming home to Buckingham Palace, where her family are awaiting her. She's going down Park Lane, shortly to go around Hyde Park Corner with a magnificent Wellington monument, the arch that we're all so familiar with. And then down Constitution Hill, where she will be, well, greeted by enormous crowds here, silent, sombre, waiting to see their Queen one last time.
And her family inside, knowing exactly what is happening and being told what is going on, so that they're ready for when her body is brought in.
And we are at Canada Gate, just opposite Buckingham Palace. Huge crowds, all of them waiting for the arrival of the cortege. And there is just the quietest ripple through the crowd as the police outriders arrive. And there we saw the late Queen Elizabeth returning home to Buckingham Palace. Crowds welcoming her, cheering, 3 cheers, clapping, filming, taking photographs. The police outriders stopped once they had delivered her, their heads bowed, and the people entirely silent until they saw their Queen returning home. How many thousands of times has she been driven through those gates during her 70 years reign? And she has come home.
I remember the image at the coronation of the golden coronation coach coming out through that main gate as she went down with cheering crowds welcoming her as the new young 26-year-old, it was 1953, 26-year-old Queen. And now, 70 years on from when she became Queen, back in again for the last time before her coffin in what will be an immensely powerful journey as well before the lying estate, going back down here to Westminster Hall, where she will be placed on the catafalque where her coffin will lie in state, guarded for 4 days.
And inside the palace now, her family, led by the King, have been preparing to meet her. And Princess Anne, the Princess Royal, brought her mother home, escorted her all the way.
He brought her the whole way home and issued that statement earlier saying just to my mother, the Queen, thank you. But the state hearse that we've been hearing so much about is driven through the centre gate and through the centre arch. It's important to point out that what's happening inside the quadrangle now is a moment for the family. That's looking away from Buckingham Palace and up the Mall.
With all the Union flags there.
That's right, they allowed those people to come down just to the edge of the Queen Victoria Memorial a short while ago so they could witness the hearse go round the memorial. And what struck me, I think, Mary, as I think it did you as well, was seeing all those police outriders with their heads bowed as the state hearse went past them and went through the centre gate, her gate, and through the centre arch and into the quadrangle of Buckingham Palace. And beyond that, it's all about the family. It's all about them having a private moment.
Some private time, some down time, some reflective time, probably comparing their experiences of what it was like and talking about her, talking about the day ahead, the days ahead, wondering what it will be like. You always remember they are a family as well as the institution that is the royal family.
It seems that so many days have passed since we got the news of her death, but there are plenty of days to go until the funeral, which is on Monday. It's almost a full week away, and the people are going to be lining up now because they will want to get ready to pay their respects in the Great Hall when she's actually lying in state there tomorrow.
We've had a taste of it here tonight in the dark and in the rain, but tomorrow there will be more remarkable scenes on the Mall as members of the royal family, including the King, will process behind the coffin as he walks right up there he will walk behind the coffin as it is taken up the Mall towards Horse Guards and on its way to Westminster Hall for this lying in state. And we can only predict what the scenes are going to be like for that lying in state, but I mean, everyone at the moment is talking about crowds 24 hours a day. They will announce the route of the queue very shortly. It's so many people are going to be here, they think, not only to witness that but also for the coffin as well.
Let's take the opportunity to have a look at those pictures again of the cortege arriving, the police outriders, the lights within the state hearse illuminating the coffin with that magnificent standard. Cheers of the crowd. The cheers as that hearse passes round, giving everyone a chance to see. Look at all the mobile phones, look at all the lights, they're like stars in the sky, like Christmas lights. The cheers and the clapping of the crowd. And in a moment we will see the police outriders waiting for her with their heads bowed. All of it, speaking for myself, I find it very moving. It slows right down at the final moment of going through the gate. And you see the helmeted policemen, heads bowed.
Flowers that were originally put there, now accumulating in huge mounds in Green Park, not far away, to clear the gates.
I'm struck, Mary, by the warm lights glowing in the quadrangle there, where her family are waiting for her. And another bearer party will by now have lifted the coffin from the state hearse and taken it through the grand entrance and in to the old part of the house. This is this is Buckingham House as it once was when it was first built, at the very back of the building.
So many presidents, so many leaders have come through here, so many figures through the years, famous world figures. This must be the saddest journey of all.
We're so used, aren't we, to seeing Buckingham Palace as the focus of celebration, jubilees or royal weddings, and it is different.
It's a reminder of what the palace looked like one June evening on that Saturday when it was bathed in laser lights and you know, there were drones in the sky, if you remember, and
in the shape of a handbag.
In the shape of a handbag, which had been much talked about with Paddington Bear only a few moments before. And a lot of people have been sending me pictures where people have been leaving flowers. Some people have been leaving sandwiches in a little bag, marmalade sandwiches presumably. And one of them I saw earlier said, "For later."
Oh, that's very touching, isn't it? Little Paddington toys and so on. And there was something for everyone in that Jubilee celebration.
There certainly was. And she on the balcony, as for so many times from the very start of her reign, aging over those 70 years, but always dignified, always smiling.
Yeah, that final view we got of her dressed in bright green with her closest family around her. I think we can go back to Amy Lewis, who's in the crowds. Amy.
Yes, Mary, we obviously saw the Queen's coffin travel up Constitution Hill. There was a huge cheer and clapping here from the crowd. And then, as she disappeared momentarily to travel up the Mall, everyone rushed across, and then outside the front gates behind me of Buckingham Palace waited as the Queen travelled through those gates for one final time here at Buckingham Palace, again to the sound of cheers and clapping. Now, people here, well-wishers, have been waiting hours to see a glimpse of that coffin, not deterred by the pouring rain that we've had here for the past few hours. Among those who have been waiting are the Hill family from Leicester. Guys, you've been waiting here for hours. Why was it important for you to come?
Well, for me particularly, I felt I had to come and lay some flowers in reflection. I'd met the Queen personally, and that was a wonderful occasion. She was so lovely.
What did you think when you saw the Queen's coffin going through those gates for a final time?
I thought that she was an amazing queen and she's reigned for so long.
And to be here today, how have you found, I suppose, the atmosphere here? It's been incredibly sombre, hasn't it? But there are huge crowds.
It is huge crowds. It's incredible to think that everybody wants to come and pay their last respects. It's beautiful.
And clearly for you, you finished school early, you've travelled all the way down from Leicester. This is something you will be talking about presumably forever.
Yeah.
You'll be able to tell your own grandchildren, won't you?
Yeah, and my children.
And it's not just the Queen's coffin. I've stood next to you for, hours now it seems.
Yeah.
And it's been huge members of the royal family that you've seen come through. Tell us just a bit about what the history, I suppose, that you've seen today.
Well, we're going back a long time, aren't we? I mean, it's wonderful. We've seen the King. That's just incredible. And Camilla. And we've seen the...
Diana.
You've not had her? No, and Beatrice, and it's been an amazing experience to be here. I wouldn't have missed it. Although we've been standing here all these hours in the rain, I wouldn't have missed it.
I'm just going to kind of show you around a bit. As you can see, even though the Queen's coffin has actually gone in, there are still thousands of people here. We just touched upon earlier on, just before, of course, we saw the Queen's coffin passing through those gates. We did see the King. We also saw Camilla, Harry, Meghan. We saw the Prince and Princess of Wales, or William and Catherine. And the Queen's granddaughter, Beatrice, passing in. They are now inside. We are hearing there'll be prayers inside. And then this evening, the Queen's coffin will be placed in the bow room, a room that's not normally seen by the public, but it does here at Buckingham Palace overlook the 39-acre estate. So that's where the Queen will be spending the evening. And, of course, members of the royal household can go in and pay their respects. So it will be the Queen's final night here at Buckingham Palace before tomorrow she leaves here and makes her way to Westminster Hall, where she will lie in state for 4 days. If you look around at the crowds now here still, there are lots and lots of people milling around, but as we pass up tomorrow, she passes up the Mall, there will be thousands queuing to see her coffin as she lies in state. So if you think we've seen huge crowds here today, you can only imagine what it will be like over the coming days.
Yes, indeed. Amy Lewis in amongst the crowds outside Buckingham Palace, just behind me, somewhere in the crowd there. Thank you for the moment. And let's go straight over to Chris Choi, who's at Marble Arch. Chris.
Yes, Mary, the crowds here have drifted away. There was a real perceptible change of atmosphere as the State hearse passed this location. First of all, the sights of those blue flashing lights of the police outriders, then a hush, followed by applause as the Princess Royal's vehicle passed by. Some members of the crowd are still with us. Joshua, what memories has that left you with?
I feel that it's left me with lasting memories. I feel like it was really important for me to be here on this historic occasion. The Queen Elizabeth II has been on the throne for 70 years, given 70 years of good service to our country, and I feel like it was important to be here to pay our respects, to line the streets, and to show our thanks for that.
And what emotions were going through your thoughts as that unfolded?
It was mixed emotions. I mean, I feel like I was there to honour Queen Elizabeth and what she has done for our country, our nation and the world, but also it was sad. We're at the changing point in history, and I think it was a really bittersweet, momentous occasion, and it was a turning point in history, and I'm glad I was here for it.
Turning point, and you were here to see it. Emma, what did you think?
Yeah, I think that we just feel very privileged that we were able to come down into central London, pay our respects, be here, see Princess Anne. It was a really special moment, and I think we just feel very fortunate that we were able to come down and line the streets and be here for it.
It was a very clear mix of emotions, wasn't it? First of all, the silence as the hearse passed by, and then applause, spontaneous applause, just as the Princess Royal passed by.
Yeah, I think that just shows that the British public really have a love and affection for the royals. It was lovely to see that there was that spontaneous applause. As Sarah said, there's sort of mixed emotions going down here. You could feel that in the crowd, and yeah, it was palpable. It was palpable.
And Mary, as you can probably see behind me now, Marble Arch has snapped back into what it normally is, a very busy junction in the centre of London. But for many people who have been here this evening, memories that I'm sure will be very long lasting. And tomorrow this location once again will be playing an important role, because just behind me in Hyde Park there are going to be screening positions where people will be able to view the procession, and very, very large crowds once again expected then.
Chris Choi at Marble Arch, thank you. And I think what Chris just said exactly illustrative of what we were talking about, that London paused while the cortege passed through, but the police were determined to inconvenience motorists, pedestrians as little as possible. So Marble Arch was entirely still for a few minutes. The cortege moved through and it's back again to its bustling and busy self, with buses and taxis moving through. Chris Shipp, Jonathan Dimbleby obviously still with me. What are your thoughts, Chris?
I mean, London did pause, and London doesn't pause for much.
No.
And it definitely did this evening, despite the failing light, despite the rain. But the hearse with the lights inside, that we've since learnt that the Queen had a hand in its design, that Jaguar Land Rover vehicle that she helped to design, which we knew nothing about until this evening, I should point out. That was information that was as much news to me as it was anybody else, that the Queen wanted people to see her in that hearse, despite the dark, planning to the end to be seen, a Queen that wants to be seen.
And she would never have known how many people were going to see her, how many came out. How did anyone know how many? That is only in the moment. And those people who came out for a glimpse only will be able to say to their children, their grandchildren, I was there. And the grandchild will be able to say, I was there. I was part of a major historical event, a great change in the story of this country and of the royal family and the institutional royalty for 1,000 years. And it is a very remarkable few days that we're going through. It's a roller coaster emotionally, and very important constitutionally, and very filled with impact for how the life of this country proceeds.
Just as you've been saying tonight that you were there all those years ago, I mean, you remember it still now.
I remember. I wasn't actually there. I was watching the coronation as a 9-year-old child. But I was listening to, as it happens, my father's coronation voice describing the whole process with great authority.
Absolutely. I mean, such famous commentary. But for you then, looking back at that, and when you look at what has been happening over the last few days, do you find, as so many of us are, that it brings a lump to the throat because it reminds us of the passing of people who are dear to us?
Yes, of course it does. Of course it does, and very powerfully so in moments. But I'm struck very, very much by the notes on the flowers that I've seen outside the palace here and around Green Park. And I've mentioned it before. A couple came up to me and said, "Hello, can you tell us how to lay our flowers, please?" And there was a little boy there, 6-year-old boy, and he was carrying a bunch of flowers. And I said, told them where to go, and I said, why have you come? I expected him to look up to his mother and father. He didn't at all. He said, I've come to pay my respects. That's the effect that had on me. Little tiny things like that, just so touched by the feelings that people have, even a little child, you know, or particularly a little child.
Absolutely. We're just going to pause for a moment because I'd like to go to Martha Fairley, who's at Hyde Park Corner and who obviously saw the cortege pass by. Martha.
Yes, Mary. Well, about 20 minutes ago, the crowd that had gathered here since 4 o'clock this afternoon went very silent. We saw the police outriders and then the state hearse pass by illuminated. And from that silence grew a swell of applause, very respectful applause, as the Queen's coffin passed by. Now, amongst the crowd who had been here waiting were Mark and Tanya. Now, you came from Aberystwyth, so why did you come all the way for this moment?
Well, as a very proud Welshwoman, I'm not a natural monarchist, but over the last few days I've come to understand, and it's been a bit of a revelation really, that I'm an Elizabethan, and that part of my life is over. And we came really just to sort of underline that as we move on to a different era.
And just describe that moment for you as the coffin passed by.
It was poignant, emotional. There was a sense of such deep respect coming from the crowd. It was very special, one I won't forget.
And you said that it was an important moment as well for a very personal reason.
Well, you know, my late grandmother, she was born in 1920, and she loved the Queen. She used to talk very fondly about the Queen. She used to recall how beautiful the Queen was in her younger days, you know. And I think my Nana would be quite proud of me being here. And on some level, I feel like I'm representing my grandmother today.
And is this the moment for you now? Do you now say, I've seen the Queen and that's it, or will you do other things?
We're still pondering what to do tomorrow. I think the crowds are going to be quite extreme. We have now seen her pass, so therefore tomorrow is less important now. We've paid our respects.
Okay, well, Tanya and Mark, thank you very much indeed. And there have been people from around the world today. We've spoken to people from the Philippines and Australia, as well as those who just took in their normal dog walk and decided to see the Queen pass in her coffin today.
Martha, thank you. And just a final thought from you, Jonathan. I mean, we keep saying history is happening, but it really is.
That essentially is the final thought. The people who were here as the hearse arrived have wandered off, gone home, gone wherever they go to talk about it with their friends. There are going to be more and more and more people here over the days ahead as everyone, I say everyone, huge numbers of people in one way or another want to be part of this history and to say thank you, and to wish her successor, the King, well as he takes on that huge responsibility. That's the combination of emotions that there will be, I think.
Yes, and things still happening here, Chris. Outriders and cars, and I wonder whether we're seeing the new King returning perhaps just momentarily to Clarence House.
Or members of the family, perhaps.
Let's see, but talk to us anyway while we're waiting. It is indeed. It is the new King going past.
There is a movement. Let's have a.
Yeah, let's have a look.
It looks like. There we are.
Yes.
That is.
Returning to Clarence House, and there we can see them.
Yes.
In that Rolls Royce that we've become so familiar with.
Back to his home just down the road.
Popping back momentarily.
Back to
Final thought
Clarence
from you,
House.
Chris.
And, you know, Mary, it was what the King himself referred to as his mother's last great journey. We've had part of that journey today, from the bright skies in Edinburgh to the gloomy and more sombre ones here in London. But still the crowds came out, and I was struck by a couple of things, Mary. One, the bowed heads of those police motorcycle outriders. They have escorted this Queen to and from many events over the years, as well as members of her family. But then it is a private time for the royal family tonight as they receive their mother's coffin, and as the King returns there to Clarence House tomorrow, he has another big task on his hands to walk up that very road there, the Mall, behind his mother's
Just
coffin.
hope he can sleep.
Yes, that would be good. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time today. A momentous day, another momentous day. And that brings to an end our special programme on the Queen's final journey as she rests for one last time at Buckingham Palace behind me. From the moment the young Queen first made this palace her home back in 1952, 70 years ago, it has played a central role in her reign. It's where she met prime ministers, entertained world leaders, and even gave birth to Princes Charles and Andrew. Buckingham Palace has also been the focal point for many national commemorations and celebrations over the years. Her last appearance on that famous balcony here was for her Platinum Jubilee celebrations in June, surrounded by her family. Tonight, to applause, to cheers, the Queen was carried through the palace centre gates one last time to rest in the bow room. Her coffin was received by her children and grandchildren there. Tomorrow she'll be taken to Westminster Hall in the Palace of Westminster to begin the lying in state. And there'll be a final farewell on Monday when her funeral cortege passes by this historic palace on its way to Windsor Castle. But for tonight, from everyone here, goodbye.